Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
had known is being modernized. With smart grids, with automated systems,
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Thessaloniki. Back for me, my third visit for this particular conference. This is The Economist's third Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit. And I'm very pleased to be here for the third time. It's such a wonderful, beautiful city. We're going to have a great day today. Our themes today are Greece's new roadmap after the election, and building dependable partnerships in the region. In infrastructure, in connectivity, in geopolitics, northern Greece is a regional, national, and a global hub. Recent events from wars in Ukraine and Nagorno-Karabakh to the natural disasters that tragically continue remind us of the vital importance of alliance, integration, and collaboration. How should the region embrace this strategic role? Where should the government, starting its second term, focus its resources? And how can business help and be helped? What contribution should we look for from the next generation? We'll be addressing these questions in a packed day ahead, and I hope you'll stay here with us and indeed ask questions of your own. That's always very welcome as the day unfolds. We're going to move directly on and get things started. First, I'd like to invite up for some welcoming words Eftikis Palikaris, who is an advisor with Power Game, our partners in this conference. Eftikis, please. Lovely to see you again.
Kalimera.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit. So, we came last year and I told you we're here to stay. That's why we're back for the third edition of the conference, and every time we come together, many things happen. Many things happen both in the region and in the country, so we're going to have a great opportunity to further discuss and exchange. Let me share some initial thoughts that will be discussed. We will discuss about the kind of alliances and partnerships that deploy in the area and the wider area of southeastern Mediterranean. And of course, another topic would be how to solve the riddle, the energy riddle, both for our country and for Europe, because the war in Ukraine, as far as I can tell, as far as we know, is going to continue. And the energy challenge means increases in the prices of fuels, raw material, and we don't know how this will evolve. Third point, how can we, by means of our discussion, contribute to tackling the environmental issue, the infamous green economy we're talking about, in all its aspects. But I think that recent developments and the recent disasters have shown that we have a brand new set of challenges to face. And of course, last but not least, the new investment map. How new technologies, how innovation goes hand in hand with businesses, and of course, in our case, talking about how this affects northern Greece and Thessaloniki. And the backdrop of all that, we have political developments that have a greater impact both on our country and Europe. As you know very well, very recently we have had a newly re-elected government that wants to move on with their reform agenda. We'll see how they will be able, if and how they will be able to implement that. At the same time, in the area of the opposition parties, they're trying to find their pace in order to come up with a single voice. And I think we will have a very good exchange today. We'll discuss about that with great zest and creativity. So thank you very much. I hope you have a great day.
have more opening remarks. In a second, we're going to hear from Thessaloniki's mayor. But first, I'd like to welcome up to give us his opening remarks Stathis Konstantinidis, who is the Deputy Minister of Interior responsible for Macedonia, Thrace. Welcome, Deputy.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers, Economist and Power Game, for holding the third Metropolitan Summit. This is a conference that includes geopolitical, energy, environment, and migration issues, talking about partnerships that will contribute to peace and sustainability of countries of Southeastern Europe. This is a prestigious conference and forum of dialogue that produces ideas, proposals, and strategies about current issues like the ones presented by Mr. Palikaris. For instance, the European cooperation and partnership through policies of economic resilience, energy sufficiency, and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, for the reasons I'm going to present, I consider that this period, these topics are the most suitable topic to be presented here in Thessaloniki. Why? Because Macedonia and Thrace is the hub of these developments in practice. Northern Greece is the fermentation of processes and a gate of extroversion, especially nowadays when government is implementing a multifaceted program of development, which is integral part of the total government program. Many pieces of that puzzle have been placed and have started reaping benefit. As a result, we are having the productive reform of the region is in progress. That includes the turn towards green energy and the construction of big hospital, port, educational, and other public infrastructure, the production of quality certified products, the enlargement of the tourism cycle, and the enhancement and upgrading of cultural and tourism wealth of our region. But we couldn't look at this progress in Macedonia and Thrace without looking at the achievements that our country has achieved in the last 4 years, which couldn't have been achieved without the decisiveness of our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, to implement a program of public interventions that includes both foreign and domestic private investments. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the picture of the following day: a region with new contemporary airports, with upgraded ports, with subway in Thessaloniki, with single infrastructure in education and healthcare and secondary healthcare. It's the first in hydrogen generation, gas pipelines that go both horizontally and vertically in the region, with rich cultural heritage, with unique beauty and strong tourism product, with quality agricultural and animal products. Western Macedonia plays a pioneering role in a fair and just transition. Thrace is becoming an energy hub, and Thessaloniki and Central Macedonia have already already become the destination of big technological investments by multinational foreign groups, with 5 international universities and big colleges here, with a research center like CERT, with organizations and pockets for startups, for example, Alexandria Zone in Thessaloniki and a new one in Kozani in Western Macedonia. Their mission is to turn Northern Greece into an innovation center. The International Fair of Thessaloniki is preparing itself for the future, having Thesintech, which is going to be one of the biggest scientific and technological parks in Europe. And all these in a country that has just achieved the upgrading of investment grade. And we have record figures in investment and reduction in the unemployment rate. This government is implementing 50% of its pre-election economic plan in the society in just few months when it started its mandate. Our country has improved considerably its international presence, and it has reinforced its bilateral partnerships. Greece nowadays has been playing a stabilizing role in Europe, and it shows its solidarity as it has done in Ukraine. It supports its cooperation with its neighbors concerning migration issues, climate crisis, and civil protection issues. It enlarges its relationships with the countries of Southeastern Europe in all sectors, mainly in commerce, the production and transfer of energy, and tourism. It defends the values and principles of the European acquis, and it supports the European prospect of Balkan countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world where challenges are becoming more and more complicated, dependable partnerships is a necessary condition for the progress and prosperity of peoples and states. Through that, we can overcome friction, we reinforce the production basis, and we reinforce the conditions of peace, economic resilience, and social cohesion. The continuation of this credible policy is guaranteed by the stability that resulted in the recent elections. This allows the smooth implementation of our project, having as our horizon 2030. We are convinced that our country will continue being a steady partner, a foreseeable neighbor, a neighbor that all foundations and all edifices need in their foundations. May you have a fruitful conference. I'm certain that we will have a very important and constructive conclusions. Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now, as promised, we have the Mayor of Thessaloniki, Konstantinos Servas. Please come and join us. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Thessaloniki in the framework of the third Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit organized by Economist and Power Game. I'm happy to be with you. This institution and initiative has become an institution well-grounded that puts forward all current issues at economic and geopolitical level. Here we'll have the opportunity to find out that Thessaloniki has become a pillar of growth for our country. And this is happening every year, every month. As the minister said about our cities, Central Macedonia and Northern Greece, I would like to say that our administration in the municipality has set as priority the upgrading of the city in whatever has to do with the adoption of innovative solutions, the digital transformation, and the harmonization of our policy with the ESG framework. This is a consistent strategy that places daily life on its focus, and this has to do with the municipality urban environment and its citizens. Innovation is the basic pillar upon which this policy is developing. The city is growing fast and dynamically in this field. Global technological companies that the minister mentioned adopted Thessaloniki for their investments, investing in new technologies, providing well-paid jobs. And we can see this increasing every month. We can see it with Cisco, Pfizer, Deloitte, Accenture, Deutsche Telekom, and this is a long list that keeps on getting bigger. And each of these companies creates tens of thousands employment posts of high specialization. And this carries away the society. Academic and research institutes, SMEs of the city that focus on the development of technology, and the fast-growing startup community attract investment capital and create even more jobs with the specialized and skilled personnel of the city, and create wealth everywhere. At the same time, specialized ranking houses rank our city as one of the most attractive cities for digital nomads. This has multiplying benefit because we create those conditions of interaction and fermentation with the human capital of the city. And in this way, new opportunities of growth are being developed here. According to a recent MIT survey, for each 100,000 digital nomads that select one destination to live and work, there is a corresponding impact of 2.5 million traditional tourists. This means 100,000 nomads correspond to this amount of tourists. And the amount that is considered to be the benefit for local society is 1.6 billion. At the same time, the municipality of Thessaloniki is implementing big projects of digital transformation amounting to 40 million euros, financed by the Recovery Fund, Antonis Stritsis, and NSRF. We are also an active partner of the International Center of Digital Transformation and Skills, in cooperation with two ministers and Cisco and OKTHES. These initiatives promote the development and adoption of innovative practices, digital education for all social groups, and startup entrepreneurship. More than 5,000 beneficiaries exist for the moment by these two programs of the city, and we have ambitious plans for the near future. So our administration wants to make Thessaloniki a city that keeps the international development standards, and we want to achieve our goals quickly and efficiently. And of course, we face all these challenges not on our own, but having the proper partnerships. We work with the government as well as the European community, local agencies, in order to make the best use of all proper tools that will allow us to implement all these series of projects that will provide us optimum solutions. So having all this in mind, I would like to mention something else that is extremely important. The municipality of Thessaloniki was the first city that signed the contract of climate neutrality with the EU. We know that in 2030, Thessaloniki will become one of the first 100 climate neutral cities in EU. I don't want to further tire you out with this data. We have two priorities for the role of Thessaloniki concerning innovation and sustainability. The first one is to promote Thessaloniki into an international innovation center with a regional radiation. Our vision is to turn Thessaloniki into the hub of an international innovation network that will be governed by the principles of mutual benefit, of exchange of know-how, and of beneficial competition in order to become better and not to be afraid to be in the forehead of developments. Secondly, to implement policies with the government, international partners, and local agencies. And in this way, national policies start from Thessaloniki and have Thessaloniki on their focus, and they promote the role and the importance of Thessaloniki, geopolitically speaking, so that it will have the greatest possible benefit. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to greet you today, and may you have a successful conference. Thank you.
Okay, I mentioned that one of our themes for today is Greece's new roadmap after the election. So who better to introduce us to that roadmap in our keynote address this morning than Kostis Hatzidakis, who is the Minister for National Economy and Finance for Greece. We couldn't have a better guest. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past months, because of my capacity, I have been able to discuss both with my colleagues in the Eurogroup and foreign investors and other international economy stakeholders. All of them, regardless of their capacity, they recognize something that some people fail to underline, that in Greece, that the Greek economy in the past 4 years has been a very positive surprise, especially after the turbulent decade, both in social and financial terms. Everybody may recall the high growth rates of the Greek economy. I think now we are ranking second in the European Union. We also have had a stunning increase of FDIs. The very fact that Greece has broken a record of the past decades with respect to exports, and of course, last but not least, the fact that unemployment has been squeezed down from 17.5%, which was the rate in 2019, down to a figure which is below 11% as we speak. So these facts go hand in hand with the positive news with respect to our country's credit rating. Currently, actually, Greece has already earned the investment grade by the DBRS, in the DBRS valuation, and we are looking forward, we're expecting, and we have a very strong expectation that we will have good news in the months to follow as a result of the evaluations that will take place by other credit rating houses. So, Ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't something that happened accidentally. This has been the outcome of a very consistent, very compact implementation of a very specific financial policy. The Mitsotakis government financial policy has been able to restore trust of the international markets to the Greek state. Because of the cut down in tax coefficients, our country was turned into a more attractive destination for investments. We reformed the labor market. Also, the simplification of all licensing procedures made things easier for investors as well. The result of this hard work has been acknowledged by our citizens in the recent elections. So there was no conspiracy by the entire universe, let's say, in order for things to go well for the government. No, it was the businessman, the worker, the unemployed, who finally understood, and I'm talking about the unemployed in particular because we have had 300,000 new jobs created during the Nea Demokratia term, and they came to realize that there is a brand new prospect, better prospect for each and every one of us. In the previous 4-year term, we have been able to turn the engine on, as we say, the engine of the Greek economy. So what is at stake during this 4-year term is to step up, to accelerate, and come closer to the EU average, to the EU averages in terms of purchasing power and incomes. And I think we can do it. I think we will do it. What are the grounds of my optimism? I think there are two things. On the one hand, we have the right financial policy in place. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. We are currently implementing the international and European best practices. And this is what we will continue to do. We will go down this path. And of course, the second thing is that we have political stability in our country, because before the elections, nobody would imagine that one of the opposition parties would win the elections. Okay, but would have won the elections. But there were many who doubted the capability of the Mitsotakis government to get the ruling majority. So there were no clouds following the election. So if you have the right blend, the right mix of financial policy and political stability, this is what gives us a huge, very big window of opportunity. And our country has to avail itself of this window, and we are determined to do so. So we have more investments in Greece, more and better jobs in Greece, better prospects for all Greeks living in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, our policy in the area of finances has been based on 6 pillars. First pillar, or first axis, fiscal stability. This hasn't been, it wasn't something that we used to take for granted in the past. To a certain extent, it has been demonized, if I may say. In the past, there have been people who have been who had a soft spot for deficits in the Greek political landscape. We do not believe in that. We don't believe that we should have an economy suffering great and big deficits. We believe that when we emit a message of fiscal stability and seriousness, we also emit a message that this country has learned its lesson, that this country is to be trusted. It's a country where one may invest in. This is why, despite challenges, the COVID pandemic, the energy crisis, we have been able to keep the steering wheel steady from a fiscal point of view, and this is what we're going to do in the coming 4 years. On Monday, we will have the 2024 budget, draft budget published, and of course we will take stock of the 2023 achievements as well. You will see that despite the afterwave of the crisis still being felt. I'm talking about the energy crisis and its impact. Although we have suffered unprecedented natural disasters, apart from the aftershock of the energy crisis, etc., we are here to say that the budget will be implemented fully. And this is a message we emit, that our country will keep on the path already trailblazed, if you like, and despite the challenges, despite the difficulties that others also might face, we will move on forward, and we are determined not to waste the progress we have registered in the past years. Fiscal stability, and I keep on saying that, is the basis, is the very foundation on which we base the success of our financial policy. Yes, we have challenges, we have problems, and we are responding with the necessary social sensitivity, if you like, and this is something that we do not allow for anyone else to have as a monopoly, but at the same time we combine that with fiscal stability and seriousness. So this is the first axis, fiscal stability. Second one, the shift in our productive model. If you remember, during the 10 years of our crisis, we used to have the so-called twin deficits in the Greek economy. We used to have the deficit of our budget, and of course the very detrimental impact on our debt, and on the other hand we had the trade deficit or current account deficit. This is something that has been tormenting us, that's something that will keep on tormenting us. Greece, in the past years, has registered, as I told you before, has broken its own records with respect to exports. The rise of exports has been amazing, but that's not enough, because there is still room for improvement. That's why we are talking about redirecting our productive model using all incentives that are necessary. What do I mean by that? There are specific areas in which we have the comparative advantage. For instance, pharmaceuticals, agri-food, renewables. One should not sideline one's advantages. No, we should strengthen them furthermore, and this is what we are going to do. Because our objective is to turn the Greek economy into a more dynamic, productive, and extrovert or export-driven economy. Another effort of ours is to differentiate our exports. We want to focus on composite products of high technology and high added value. Greece already has had these success stories to show. We have many startups amazing us all, and other companies being very innovative in their own specific domain. And of course, on behalf of our government, there will be certain prioritization on that. And of course, we will boost even more the green and digital transition of our businesses. And we will also help them become bigger, to grow, by incentivizing consolidation and mergers. So we can have companies, organizations that will be able to withstand international competition. Amongst others, these are the things we are referring to when talking about redirecting our productivity, our productive model. So upskilling our human resources, that's the third axis. In the previous 4 years, we have created 300,000 new jobs. we may create even more. This is this is a development that's linked with our economy's growth. That's why we anticipate that social contributions will be decreased by 2025 onwards, according to our agenda. There will be incentives given for more women to be introduced in the labor market, and we have the room to improve this. And of course, we will use all resources coming from the European structural funds in order to further help reskilling and upskilling our people, so that this will be, let's say, an instrument to leverage their capabilities, and in the context of redirecting our productive model, and in the context of increasing our our active population and their upskilling, we move on to the fourth axis, which this has to do with the banking system. Greece, in the past 10 years, Greece went through thick and thin with respect to its banks. Let me remind you that because of the crisis, the overall crisis, and its repercussion on the banking system, we had, and I want to stress that, we had to use taxpayers' money in order to recapitalize again and again our banking system. So we must never forget that, and we have to steadily strive for having a very robust banking system, because if this is the case, then our economy will be equally robust. At the same time, we're not turning a blind eye to the challenges ahead. Challenges for the banking system, I mean. Our first goal is to settle with all pending issues in the banking system by means of implementing the successful Hercules or Iraklis scheme. Let me highlight that the red loans or the NPEs have been more than 40% in 2019. Currently, they are no more than 10%. This effort will go on, as we have already announced. Our second objective or target is to close the gap between the deposit interest rates and the interest rates for loans. Okay, there may be various initiatives taken, one of which is to use the T-bills. Currently, they have a yield of 4%. Of course, the citizens are free to decide how and where to place their money. Another initiative that will further boost competition and will be to the benefit of our people having deposits is the following. We will have non-financial institutions granting loans, as is the case in various other European countries. Third target is to further decrease the participation of the Financial Stability Fund in the banking system. This is a development that will further strengthen dynamism of Greek banks. And another target would be to further fight even more the issue of red loans. And actually, we are very meticulously monitoring what's going on with the servicers, how this market operates, and in this context, we will present very shortly a new bill that will provide more transparency and a clearer view, let's say, of the obligations of servicers towards the payers and the debtors. Now, fifth axis, strengthening investments. As I highlighted at the beginning, in Greece, we currently have a very significant rise of investments, mainly FDIs. But there are still many things we can do in order to reach the EU average. All in all, our policy is directed to this direction, and of course the political atmosphere may play a very contributive role to that, but the government will further underpin this national objective by taking specific initiatives. For instance, modernizing public administration. That's something that is directed to the same direction. Accelerating the administration of justice. I'm not talking about something theoretical. I'm talking about specific initiatives taken. This is also something that moves to the same direction, and in the coming months you will see specific initiatives taken by the competent ministry. A more systematic use of state-owned property. This is, I'm talking about assets and property more specifically. This is something that will bring to Greece more investments, more money. And, of course, the full use of all funds coming from the European Union, mainly via the RRF and the NSRF. I want to highlight that thanks also to the personal efforts by Prime Minister Mitsotakis, and that's something perhaps you don't know, Greece currently is the country of the European Union with the highest per capita aid coming from the RRF and the NSRF compared to any other EU member state. This is a huge opportunity of historical proportions for Greek economy to grow, and we are determined to fully avail ourselves of it. And ending, our last axis. This has to do with fighting tax evasion. In the previous four-year term, specific steps and important steps have been taken. We started with invoicing, and as a result, we have been able to reduce the VAT gap by 50%. But there is still room for improvement, and in this case, we are not going to introduce patents of ours. No, we will use mainly digital tools, and of course we will use these digital tools in order to proceed with all cross-checking in order to have fair taxation for all. This is what we're trying to do. This effort is already underway, and I think the figures in the draft budget has already been delivering, and it will deliver even more to the benefit of our economy and to the benefit of our people who need this feeling of social justice to be established. In this context, allow me to say something that I have already announced in the post-election address of the government. Our goal with respect to fighting tax evasion, we have an ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to further cut down tax coefficients. And that's something that goes without saying. This may be achieved should we are effective and efficient in fighting tax evasion, because when you have lower tax coefficients, then one can easily incentivize the Greek economy unless we have other parameters of distortion, to put it like that. So, fiscal stability, new productive model, increase of employment, a robust banking system, increase of investments, and fighting tax evasion. Regardless of whether you agree with what I said or not, I don't think there will be anyone who will say that this is not a very transparent and clearly put strategy and policy. And I think no one will disagree and say that this is just our own patent, our own initiatives that we're trying to implement. No, no, no. This is what has been implemented in other countries of the world in a very successful way. We have already registered very significant progress in the past 4 years, and we are determined to move on to this direction. Of course, there are some specific issues we have to tackle, specific targets that have to be prioritized. I already made reference to our priorities, but we won't change our final destination. Not because this is our doctrine, but as we say in sports, when you have a good lineup, you won't change any player since the team keeps on winning. So a fiscal policy that delivers is not to be changed in order to improvise or go back to the era of populism and start doing experiments that the Greek economy has paid dearly. Because of the fact that the Greek political landscape following the elections is very specific, very concrete, from our part, we are fully aware of the fact that the true opposition, the major opposition, is the reality itself for us. So knowing that, we are determined to work really hard in a systematic way, in an effective way, in order to prove our citizens right, in order to make justice to the expectations of all Greek citizens, both of those who voted for us and those who didn't vote for us. We have been through the 10-year crisis. We have had that terrible experience, so we must never forget, not for a single moment, that apart from the financial figures, there's one thing we should never forget, that what we are doing in the Ministry of Finance and in the government as a whole is our duty towards our country, to our homeland. It's our obligation towards all Greek men and women, and we will be successful. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. I look forward to a progress report in a year's time. All right. Thanks very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Minister, for a wonderfully comprehensive but succinct summary of the government's plans for the second term. I think that gives us a fantastic foundation for an awful lot of what's going to come later in the day, and I'm sure we're going to be referring back to what we heard there from the Minister. But let's move straight on to our first panel discussion of the day. This is very well introduced by the theme that we've just been discussing, and we're going to be looking a little more deeply at finance, growth, and the RRF. And to do that, I'm very pleased to say that we're joined by a fabulous panel. We have Adonis Georgiadis, who is the Minister of Labour and Social Welfare for Greece. We have Konstantinos Kolias, who is the President of the Economic Chamber of Greece. And we have Alex Katsaros, who is the CEO of the Top FX Group. So please come up and join me, gentlemen. Thank you.
Άμα χαιρετήσω πρώτα τον Υπουργό μου, τι κάνετε?
Καλησπέρα. Alex. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Come along, so take a seat.
Good morning again.
Hi, good to see you again.
Δεν μπορείς να φανταστείς τι αδυναμία που το έχω.
Anyway, choose a seat wherever you're comfortable.
Καλησπέρα. Alex Katsaros. Έχω πάθει χαπητοϊκές.
Ας βάλουμε τον Υπουργό στο μέση. Να βάλουμε τον Υπουργό στο μέση.
Good to see you again. Yeah, likewise. Please take a seat. Why don't you sit next to me there?
Okay, thank you. Κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Καλησπέρα, Υπουργέ.
Πώς μια χαρά.
Gentlemen, you're very welcome. Good to see you all this morning. Let's just jump straight in with you, Minister. Give us your thoughts on the specific area of your competence here, labour, social welfare, presumably in the context of what we've just heard from the Minister.
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation once more here in the Economist Thessaloniki Summit. I had the honor to join this meeting day one. I think it is a very important meeting for the city, for the region, and for Greece. And I'm very delighted that even after this terrible flood that cancelled the event on the original day, you found a way to make it happen. This is important because it is very important, this event, to grow roots here and have a continuity that will help the region to show to the rest of the world the opportunities that Thessaloniki and Macedonia can offer around the world. Having said that, in order to answer to your question, Greek labor market, labor force is in a very strange condition. If you see the figures, we have 10.8% unemployment rate. This is our best performance in the last 15 years. I had before some days I had unfortunately a public dispute with my colleague, the labor minister of Spain, Mrs. Diaz, and today I have a very big interview in the biggest newspaper in Spain, El Mundo, about that. Greece started some years ago much higher than Spain in unemployment rate. Now we're much lower than Spain, and our rhythm is going even lower as time passes by. The predictions are very good. But even though that we have this 10.8 unemployment rate, the strange thing is that whoever comes to my office, even the company presents people from the agriculture sector, from the constructions, from the industry, even from the tourist sector, the only real request they have from my ministry is to approve people that will come to work in Greece from abroad. And especially, what I mean abroad, third non-European countries, because from European countries there is no any license. So it is strange that the pressure for import labor force is so heavy, and at the same time our unemployment rate still is 10.8%. In order to fight this, we recently voted a labor law reform which is in a much more liberal direction, that give the opportunity to employees to work in a more flexible way and earn more money for that, and to the businesses to attract and recruit more people for their business from our own internal labor force. And we will continue in this path of reforming as fast as we can. We don't have time to lose. We have not only to keep but to increase our competitiveness from the other countries, because world economy is growing very fast and we have to be very competitive. European economies are going toward even to a recession. I hope I will be wrong, but a slowdown for sure is there in the economy. Greece doesn't have the luxury of a recession at all. The Minister of Finance, that was a very close friend of mine, to be honest, Mr. Hatzidakis, has the responsibility and the stress that our economy has to still grow fast in order to keep all our promises to our lenders and to the program. So we have to go fast to reforms, and we will do. We will deliver, because we believe in the real strength of this country. And I'm very proud that in the last years I was Minister of Development and Investment. We had our all-time high record in attracting FDIs, and now as Minister of Labor, succeeding Mr. Hatzidakis, that we are decreasing our employment rate in a fast manner. We would like even faster, but we still go rapidly down. And to say something about the city and the region, Thessaloniki was one of the biggest places, the most important places that we attract FDIs during the last period. It is a city that is changing itself very fast. Next year the metro will operate. That will change the life in the city at all. Flyover is starting its construction in the next month, which will be the biggest civil road in Greece, and very fast. The new TIF, and this big project in the center of the city, is maturing in order to start as fast as possible. The port is growing itself in a very fast manner. So this city provides a lot of opportunities and will provide in the future, and this is the reason some of the investment I was working in my last cabinet, Pfizer, Deloitte, Cisco, Accenture, Champ, etc., Demos came in this city because they are looking to the future of this city that will be bright, and the region around the city still has a lot of way to grow and produce new jobs.
Excellent. Thank you very much for those words. I'm going to ask you one very brief question. Why are Greek companies looking abroad for their employees?
It's very difficult to find labor force, not only in Greece, but in general in Europe, not for high executive places, but for just laborers, untrained laborers. There's a big lack in this area. As I understand, this is a pressure to Italy, to Spain, even to northern countries a lot. I will give you an example. 2 years ago in Greece, we had 600,000 workers, Albanian origin, in the country. That came early 90s, and they became a part of our society. More than 200,000 of them left Greece in the last 2 years, not to Albania, but to Spain and Italy, because also these countries have the need of more foreign labor. It is a pan-European problem.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Well, let's move on then to Konstantinos from the Economic Chamber of Greece. Konstantinos, your reflections on what we've heard from the government so far this morning, does that chime for you? Does it sound as if they're on the right lines? And please feel free to expand into your own areas of interest.
First of all, I would like to say that I'm extremely happy every time I join the Economist events, especially the ones held in Thessaloniki. And that's why I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers that they keep calling me to express my opinion here. So I see the vast majority here is Greek, so I will switch on Greek. Καταρχήν,
θεωρώ ότι είναι μια πολύ καλή. First of all, I believe that this is a very good period for the Greek economy. In all these periods, in the periods of crisis and debt crisis, Greece has always been the country that went even deeper in this crisis, deeper than other countries, with the well-known results for all of us, the bailouts, memoranda, and so on. It's the first time following the pandemic crisis and the disruptions that this has brought both to logistics and to inflation rate and increase of prices. So this is the first time that Greece has shown remarkable resilience and has been going through this crisis much better than other European countries. We have seen that in the growth rate 2 years ago that was over 8%. Last year the growth rate was around 6%, and for this year the forecast is about 2.5%. This tells us a lot about what we have done in recent years. We moved on in a serious way, fiscally wise. We used all the financial resources we have had from the EU funds. We have got here the minister who was in charge of NSRF absorption funds. The recovery fund and the efforts that the Greek government made was to attract the additional money reaching 36 billion euros financement for the Greek economy. So we dissolve a myth expressed by the political opposition that claims that this money will go only to big companies. I'd like to remind you that 2/3 of these funds is subsidies, it's not loans, and access to these subsidies, that is the 2/3 of this program, can have only small companies and SMEs, and the rest, 1/3 of this money is loans from the banks, where all companies have access to. So far, the data that we have about the absorption rate from the recovery fund is very encouraging. And this shows that we can get even more money because the program has started moving fast. What is at stake for the Greek economy today, in order to answer your question, has to do mainly with the labor market. We have reached a very low unemployment rate nowadays. And this is extremely important. However, the challenge ahead of us has to do with finding the human labor force needed, and with the sectors and the executives who don't exist in our sector. We don't have economists who can fill in the gaps that exist in the Greek market. A few months ago, the Economic Chamber of Greece tried to help the unemployed economists of Greece, organized a training program for them, but there was very low participation. So we tried to contact the DIPA president and ask them how many economists are registered there in the unemployment agency and fund. This means that it is only 1,500. And for the other for the other economists who are of older age, this is 3,500. This means that the problem appears in other categories of scientists, and we should look into that issue right away. It has to do more with other problems, for example, the demographic issue that our country faces and other problems. The program that we started a few years ago and the money that will come to the Greek economy, that is more than 70 billion euros for the next 4 years, will help us to finance this sector. Thank you very much.
Apologies for the delay while I catch up with your.
I understand. No worries.
Greek. Okay, well, let's move along to Alex from Top FX Group. We heard from Mr. Hatzidakis a little earlier about the importance of the banking sector, about the importance of a solid, dependable, but also innovative financial sector in driving development and growth. Tell us a little bit about Top FX before we go any further, what you do, and then maybe you could broaden out and tell us something about the role of fintech in the development of the financial sector and in accelerating growth more broadly.
Sure. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here among my honored guests, ministers, and I'm very grateful to be in the Third Economist Impact in Thessaloniki, which is my hometown. I'm from Thessaloniki, even though I don't live in Greece anymore. As you said, I'm here to talk about fintech and about startups in general. And yeah, you're very right. The strong financial sector, strong banking sector is really important for fintech and startups, and I'm going to explain why in a little bit. To your question first, TopFX is it is a fintech company, even though it's not a startup anymore. I'm the CEO of TopFX. It's a company that is on the trading sector, so we trade mostly currencies. Also, before TopFX, I was the head of product development of a platform called CTrader, which is the second most famous platform in the world right now, and it was also a fintech company. We're talking about an investment of more than 50 million euros to build this platform. It's been in development for 12 years. So I think I am a bit qualified to talk about fintech in general. Of course, I would like to welcome everybody. And first of all, we need to explain what is fintech to anybody someone who doesn't know from here. Like fintech means financial technology. And when we're talking about financial technology, we're talking about when you get software and hardware, new technologies like, for example, AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and software as a service, artificial intelligence, okay, AI. When you incorporate all these technologies into the financial sector, which is obviously banking, payments, lending, personal finance, and portfolio management, then you have fintech. And obviously it's mostly startup companies, because the whole purpose is to find an innovative idea that doesn't exist anymore, and you create a new company and you try to make it work. Or you can do embedded finance. And you think about, okay, how can I bring my software to something existing? Okay. Now in Greece, obviously Greece, I'm Greek, I'm very proud to be Greek. We have the brain power here, we have the natural charisma, we have very high levels of education. We're a perfect country to incorporate the startup world and fintech technologies. Because another important factor is that fintech doesn't require a lot of investment in machinery, production, and things that we may be lacking compared to other countries. It only requires brain power, good vision, and a good strategy. So, I mean, I've seen a lot of development in fintech and new startups in the recent years for Greece, but on the same time, there are countries that have evolved a lot through fintech or through startups, like Estonia, for example. And I think we're going to get there at some point. I think we're going to surpass them, because, to be perfectly honest, I see that the government has been striding to assist the startup world, the investments, to bring new investments to the country. I think that another important thing that I'm very happy about, it's one of the questions that you also asked, like about talent. Why can we find talent? Greece has been exporting talent for many years now, which is something that makes all of us sad. I'm a product of that. I've also been exported. I live in Cyprus now. So it's a great shame, and I'm very happy that I saw the government proposing new measures to bring all those Greeks back. And I think that's a solution to the problem of talent. If we manage to bring most of the Greeks back into Greece, I mean, we're going to solve all of our problems. Now, in regards to fintech in Greece, even in Greece now, we do everything from a mobile, right? Everything financial, like we open our bank accounts, we do our finance, we do our trading. So we did have a lot of development of startups, and we even call our taxi on the phone now. It's not fintech, but you know, everything's kind of related. But even with, no, it's not fintech. When I call my taxi on my phone, there is embedded finance. I have to pay this taxi. When I pay this taxi through Google Pay, this is embedded finance. This is fintech. Fintech is everywhere in software. When you have payments, you have fintech. Now, the fintech has a lot of advantages and a couple of challenges. Biggest advantages is that it makes things very fast. It provides everybody in equal opportunity, in equal terms. Everybody has a mobile. But the biggest challenge, especially in Greece, is that for fintech and startups, you have to understand that these kind of companies don't have revenues for 2, 3, 4 years. They have to develop a product. So they need quite a bit of financing in order to start. And I would say that Greece is not the strongest country in terms of financing new startups, but it's getting there. I think that I'm pretty sure the government has plans to have new like ESPA measures or new financing for startups, tailor-made, which is going to help grow the sector a lot. For example, in my experience in Cyprus, okay, those companies are in Cyprus. How is Cyprus different? A couple of things, 3 things I would say. First of all, Cyprus accepts documents in English, everything. You don't have to know the local language in order to open a company, in order to do any legal things, nothing. Really important. I think this is something that we can also keep it in mind for the future. Second, Cyprus attracts new investors with helping them with their taxes. Like they have the non-residency program, so if you're not a resident, you don't pay dividends tax. I think like the government actually did something similar with 5% on the dividends tax lately, which is something that I was very, very happy and very proud about, because I see that we're finally thinking like the Cypriots do, which is the whole plan is to bring new investments to the island. And the third part is that they are actually less afraid of non-residents. I mean, in Greece, we are a little bit of a closed society with the language and everything, and whereas Cypriots are more open-minded. Everything is in English there, even not just the documentation of the company, but you can just live there speaking English. And but however, there is one thing that I heard today in the conference is the attraction of digital nomads in Greece. Personally, I've been around the world like 3 times. I've been everywhere. Greece is the best country to live in, and I don't say that lightheartedly. I mean, I am Greek, but still, nothing compares to Greece. And I think that it's a perfect country to attract digital nomads and to create startups. So I'm very happy again to be here. I'm very happy to answer any questions that we have about startups or fintech. And lastly, I would like to say in Greek ότι θα ήθελα να δω την Ελλάδα.
I would like to see Greece to be a leader in this country, in the world. I would like Greece to be much higher than Estonia and the rest of the world. I'm convinced that this will happen because we do have talent that many other countries miss. And we have the best culture ever. That's all. Thank you.
Well, it was a very nice presentation on behalf of the Greek Marketing Board. So.
Λοιπόν, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πολύ όμορφη παρουσία σας. Δεν διαφωνώ ούτε με μία λέξη, όπως είπατε. Κύριε Υπουργέ.
What we heard there from Alex was really commentary and appeal on government policy and how the government is supporting fintech, but also innovation and startups in general. So from what you heard, what are your comments?
I have to get a little bit to my previous job to answer. First of all, thank Alex for all the good words you said for the improvement of the business environment in Greece. I think the last 4 years we made a huge difference, and this is the reason our economy started working much better, but of course we have a lot more to do. In the startup area we have voted a lot of law with significant incentives in order to make a startup company successful. We made, under my leadership in the Ministry of Development and Investment, the Elevate Greece platform that helped and financed more than 700 startups in Greece in the last 2 years, which was very strange in the beginning. When we entered in the office, nobody even had thought what a startup means. And of course, we care about fintech industry. I have just to remind you that the first Greek unicorn was a fintech company, Viva Wallet. So Greece proved itself with a lot of talent in a very competitive market. Who would believe that JP Morgan would come to invest in a Greek fintech company $1 billion and say that Viva's wallet platform was the best platform in the world? JP Morgan's, not words, decision in order to put all this money. So yes, we have a lot of talent. Having said that, it's not always easy to take decisions in order to attract investments. I will give you an example. We want to transform our country to a brain gain country. In the last 10 years, we lost a lot of people that went to find better jobs abroad. This is not bad in principle, because these people that went abroad at that time couldn't find job in Greece, so it decreased the unemployment in Greece at that period, that the problem was high. And from the other hand, these people working abroad, they took more skills, they learned how other more progressed economies works. So if we manage to attract them back, we will not only attract the people that left, but we will attract a better quality labor force than we had before. So this is a very big bet for the country. It's not easy because we still have bottlenecks on that. For example, the biggest bottleneck we have is that social contribution in Greece is much higher than this is in my current job now, it's much higher than the European average social contribution payments. And this makes a strange thing. If you get the same salary in Greece from a big company and the same salary in one other European countries, the money that will enter your pocket in Greece is less. So this is a big competitive disadvantage. It's not easy to change it because you have to find the balance between the sustainability of the pension system from the other hand, that it's maybe the most crucial factor for an economy. If your pension system falls, the whole economy falls, nothing can stand. So, but we're working on that. We're going to decrease early next year 1% more the social contribution payments. We have already decreased it as a government 4%, we will reach 5%, and we are working in a plan for the future that maybe will give us a much bigger fiscal ground to go even faster to that direction. So yes, Greece is a fantastic country for someone to live, but Alex, you are a good example. You were born in Thessaloniki. I'm Macedonian also. My origin is from Amindo, from Florina. But I have to tell you, and I'm not saying just to be held polite in the city, I really believe that Thessaloniki is the best place to live.
It is.
The best. The food is fantastic. Nightlife is more than fantastic in any various aspect you can imagine. The environment around is fantastic. The beaches are fantastic. The people are very polite and very fun and good to be around. It's a city with a right scale. It's not too huge, but not too small. I mean, it's a fantastic place to live. But a person like Alec decided to go to Cyprus. I have to comment on that. An export for the Greek state, but not an export for Hellenism. So okay, it's okay you are in Cyprus. But we have to find a way to bring Alex back. We are working on that. We cannot finish the job in 24 hours, but the directions we follow in 2 or 3 years from now, in the 2 or 3 from now Thessaloniki summit, Alex will announce that I came back to live in Thessaloniki. This is the main goal.
I will be very glad to announce that.
And we will deliver.
Fantastic.
Because this is a very big bet for the country and for the economy. Not only for the society, for the society and for the nation, for sure, but for the economy. And if we manage to attract Alec back, we will be able to be much more competitive in the digital nomad area. I would say only one thing to finish and not take your time. We are working very hardly and in infrastructure, hard infrastructure in internet lines in Greece. Some very big investments have been announced and from Nova and from Cosmote and from Vodafone in this area in our country. There is a very strong cooperation with Amazon Web Services for a very important network in Greece. And we will provide in the next years very speedy, very fast internet lines, which is the first key factor to attract digital nomads. Because if the internet is slow, I mean, I don't mean to have it fast in Athens or in Thessaloniki. You have to have it fast in the islands. Because a digital nomad, maybe he would like to come to live in Greece in an island, and maybe a far island. If you provide him there the right conditions, he will sure come. It's much better working from a beautiful Greek island than from Northern Europe that is always cloudy and stormy. I don't have anything against Northern Europe. I love Northern Europe. They're my friends. But let's be honest, Greece is more shiny and more relaxed to live in. So one of the visions our government has for Greece, for the future, beyond all other kind of investments, we believe that this far distance economy through internet that is building day by day, that COVID-19 crisis increase the speed to this direction, and in the decades will come, it will follow for sure. We think that Greece could be transformed to something like Florida of the United States of European Union. And of course the new leader of Syriza will know that better since he was living in Miami. So we can understand that in a more capitalist way, even with the opposition party now, and find ways to do it faster.
You could have resisted that final comment if you'd really tried, I'm sure.
I couldn't.
Okay, well, we've got a minute, so I want to just briefly hand over to you for a final word. Just sum up what you've heard and your view.
I believe that the next bet is this one. How are we to attract back those who left abroad? We have taken leaps forward with respect to the creation of fixed assets and the investments in Greece. Actually, we're breaking one record after the other, records that were here for 20 years. So we have to find a way, and those people who studied in Greece, who were able to live and move abroad and spend these 10 years of the crisis abroad, we have to bring them back. We have to be able and provide them with the necessary incentives. Actually, there are certain steps. There have been certain steps taken with incentives, tax incentives, you know. So we have to attract them in order to keep on returning, bringing these investments back, and help our country.
Please, I'm going to, by the way, launch the official hashtag of this conference, which is Bring Alex Back. So look out for that on social media.
I'll tag that. I will tag that. I will tag that, yes.
Please join me in thanking a fabulous panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thanks.
Always delighted to see you.
Likewise. Thank you very much.
Always delighted to see you. Να βγάλω λίγο αυτό από εδώ γιατί...
Move this side slightly.
Yes.
Over towards me. There you go. Thank you. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Okay, well, we're going to have a bit of a change of pace and a change of topic now. We're moving on to another vital area of interest for this region and this city and the country as a whole, which is building dependable energy partnerships in the region. We talked earlier on about Thessaloniki and this region's role as a hub. Well, you know, energy expresses that probably better than any other area. So I'm delighted to welcome to the stage and to our conference via connection our panelists for this session. We have remotely, first of all, Theodoros Skylakakis, who is the Minister of Environment and Energy for Greece. We have again remotely Viktor Parlikov, who is the Minister of Energy for Moldova. We have Shlomo Ben-Ami, who is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Israel and the Vice President of the Toledo International Center for Peace. And providing a business perspective, we have Teodora Georgieva, who is the Executive Officer at the EU Interconnector for Greece and Bulgaria. So Teodora and Shlomo, please come and join me on the stage. I'm aware that we're a little pushed towards one side, so I apologize to everybody over there who's a little further away. Hi, good to meet you. Shlomo, good to see you again. Take a seat, please. Hi. Any seat, preferably these two. These probably make more sense. Okay. Okay, the Minister is in the process of connecting with us, and he's going to give us some opening thoughts on this this vital topic. While we wait, Shlomo, I'm going to ask you very briefly, as in when the Minister's ready, you finish your intervention.
Okay.
To give us, just summarize, if you would, the role of this region in European and global energy supply and transmission.
Well, just to sum up, I think that you need to divide the issue into the short term, the way that Europe managed the energy shock that occurred in the wake of the Ukraine war. I think it was magnificent. Europe managed to diversify sources of energy supply. Countries like Norway stepped in with increasing production, and then Qatar and of course the US releases part of its astronomical reserves, and and also a mild winter, one must acknowledge. We don't know about the next winter. All this helped expose the limits of Russian blackmail in a way, so that was good short term. Bear in mind that
that the Middle East is bringing some good news to Europe. I think the Economist cover story a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago was the new Middle East. It described how the emerging powers in the Gulf, for a change, they are no longer recycling the mountain of petrodollars to the US, but rather to other countries, including Europe. The sovereign fund of the Saudis is now about 700 billion, and soon it is going to triple. And once you invest massively in Europe, you cannot really be interested in this cycle of boost and slumps of energy supply. I guess you won't have the kind of Saudi Arabia that you had in the energy shock 50 years ago during the Yom Kippur War, and you might not even have the Saudi Arabia that was recalcitrant to follow Biden at the beginning of the crisis.
Right.
They didn't increase production, and they were sort of allies with the Russians. So I think that you are going to have a Middle East that is converting its, diversifying its economy, from building shiny cities in the desert to artificial intelligence. I think they are serious about it. We are not here to applaud democracy in the Emirates, nor in Saudi Arabia, but yes, the intentions to go serious into diversifying the economy. And I think that this is good news for Europe in terms of energy supply. The problem is long term. So if we want the minister to step in, I will perhaps wrap up later on. Okay.
Yeah, we will have further opportunities to explore some of those themes that you raised. We're joined now by Minister Skylakakis. I'm very grateful to you, Minister, for being available to us remotely. And I'm going to hand straight across to you for your introductory thoughts about this area, please, the importance of this area. We're not hearing you at the moment, Minister. If we can sort out that connection.
I was mute, now that you can hear me. Let's start in the short term. What has happened was that this area used to be fully covered by Russian energy resources. Plus, in the last years, there has been diversification to Central Asian energy resources through various pipes that came through Turkey. And Greece was also a part of that energy, let's say, in terms of natural gas, that energy dependence, but not totally, because from the beginning we always had a big facility in Revithoussa where we were getting strategically Algerian natural gas from the 80s. So Greece was prudent enough not to be totally dependent on one resource. When the invasion of Russia happened, we happened to have also in the pipeline the Alexandroupolis FSRU, which proved to be something very interesting and important, because today, and when Alexandroupolis will be fully functioning, it will take a few months, we will be able to cover all our needs, if need be, without any Russian pipeline gas. And also help our neighbors. But this is medium term or short term. The long term, what we want is to move much faster towards electricity. And this is the really strategic change that we want to have in the region. Because one of the things that within Europe has been lagging is the creation of a true internal market of electricity. As you know, electricity is a strange animal in terms of markets. It's not easy, it does not work unregulated. And also, it needs huge long-term investments to be able to create a real common market. And these investments have not as yet happened. And this is a serious weakness of the European policies, that we have not integrated the electricity market. That has happened partly because you have totally different systems in the major European countries in terms of electricity production. Different systems means different interests. Systems and interests rhyme very well. And this, plus the fact that in the central part of Europe, the grids are very well functioning, meant that Europe did not look as much in the grids in the periphery as a policy, as a strategy. This needs to change for two reasons. First, because the renewable resources that we have in the south, especially in Greece, I can say, for example, in the Aegean we also have huge offshore potential, can massively help in the green transition and in the security of Europe. Plus, if we want to diversify our energy supply, we can also use energy from other sources, the Middle East, Northern Africa, green energy. But to do that, we need big, very ambitious grid that can work not only in the southeastern Europe market, which is a small market, but also in the whole European market. So you need big investments in grids, and that's what we are trying to promote within Europe. We are also trying to promote, we are also trying to move as fast as possible in our in the transition of our own grid. Today, Greece has a big pipeline, has big investments in renewables and a much bigger pipeline coming, and we are moving very fast. We are integrating in our system a lot of new renewables. We are trying to do that with a partnership between wind and solar, because you have to have simultaneous movement of wind and solar for stability reasons and for economic reasons. And we believe that this makes absolute economic sense. We believe that if you want to have a strong economy in the future, you have to have a strong renewable energy production capacity. It's absolutely crucial, and it gives you huge geopolitical, economic, and even security advantages.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Minister. I understand you have other business to attend to. We're very grateful to you. We're very, very grateful for your intervention, and we hope to catch up with you again on another occasion. Thanks very much. Applause, please, for the Minister. Thank you. Okay, well, let's move on to our second intervention, this time from the Minister of Energy for Moldova, who is also joining us remotely, Viktor Parlikov. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, so we're all set to hear from you. Would you like to give us your opening words, please? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you. Thanks to The Economist for organizing this event. So this is, as I understand, a very traditional event in Greece and a very important element for marking the economic policy of Greece. Also, I would like to salute Mr. Skylakakis, whom I never met yet, but I hope I met your predecessor, and I hope that the cooperation, the wonderful cooperation that we're having between Moldova and Greece will continue and will become even stronger. I've been in Thessaloniki about 3 weeks ago when the event was meant to happen. Unfortunately, due to the tragic events with the floods, the event was cancelled. But I got the feeling of Thessaloniki as for my first time here, okay. Now I'm in Berlin. And I'm actually also, I would like to be, would have liked to be, to join the event personally, but I'm in Berlin. But here in Berlin, I'm also telling the success story of Moldova and the role, also the role that Greece had and the cooperation with Greece had for enhancing our energy security. It has been already mentioned that the entire geography and security, security around energy supply has changed after the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. But for us in Moldova, it has actually meant, it was a huge push that actually made the situation, in the end, made Moldova a safer and a more secure place from the energy point of view. We have, in the meantime, managed to reduce the dependence on a single source of gas, which was Gazprom, largely until last year. From 100% dependence to almost to 0% dependence on the territory that we control, because we also have a separatist region in Moldova. You might know, you might have heard of Transnistria. They now still consume the gas from Gazprom, but the territory that we control is supplied with gas from other sources. And actually, one of the biggest sources of gas we have bought from DEPA, and we're also storing gas from DEPA in Ukrainian gas storage facilities to give us more security for the winter. So I would like to mention a couple of things about that. First of all, this push that has happened after the war, not only the war started, not only made us look for alternative solutions and increase our security options and diversify our supply sources for gas, but it also meant that in the EU, in Brussels, there was a political decision made, and we are aware that this was a purely political decision, to allow synchronization of electricity grids of Ukraine and Moldova with ENTSO-E. And that has actually changed the whole dynamics, both around the security of electricity supply to Moldova, and also the dynamics about addressing the Transnistrian issue. Because until last year, as of 16th of March, until the synchronization happened, the biggest leverage and the main instruments to blackmail the constitutional authorities was electricity supply disruptions. And after the synchronization, this does not stand anymore, because we have the only alternative interconnection that we had, high voltage with Romania, is now active.
And that's what kept the lights on both in Moldova and in the southern part of the Ukraine when Russia started to bombard the civil energy infrastructure in Ukraine. That's what kept the lights on in Moldova, that's what kept the lights on in many parts of Ukraine, and that's what helped Ukraine recover from the blackouts generated by this attacks on the critical energy infrastructure civilian, which is of civilian nature. Now, a couple more words on our cooperation with Greece. Moldovan state-owned company Energocom was the first one to actually commercially use the interconnect. Was the first company that commercially used the reverse flow on the Trans-Balkan pipeline, and was the first company that tried and piloted the entire so-called vertical corridor from Greece via Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, all the way to Western Ukrainian gas storage facilities. Now we're working on increasing the capacity of this route, because what has happened previously, gas, and I'm now happy to talk that Moldova is not only largely solved its security issues, the security of supply issues when it comes to gas, but we can now also become a contributor as a country to the regional security of gas supply. Because what has previously happened, Gazprom used the Western Ukrainian gas storage facilities to fill them off-season and use them as a buffer to be able to quickly increase the supply of gas to Central Europe in winter for the peak consumption. And that is what kept the prices relatively low, and that was kept the stability of the prices. Now, these Western Ukrainian gas storage facilities are now heavily underused. If you look at what happens with the gas storage in EU, out of the total about 110 billion cubic meters, we're now at the 95% level of having them full. And if you look at the Ukrainian gas storage facilities, and they're not negligible, they're over 30%, they're around 30% of the total EU gas storage facilities. There's over 30 billion cubic meters, and they're only 35% full, because there's no one else who's actually using them now to let's say, reduce the, mostly it's used by Ukraine itself for the winter, but very few other traders are actually using them to cope with the shocks of supply and avoid potential price spikes in winter. And the route between Greece and Western Ukraine, where Moldova also has a big part, is actually one of the instruments through which we can use this or increase the use of these facilities. Because there's not many ways, there's not many routes, and there's not much capacity to fill this, storage from the west or from the north or from the south. That's why we need to work together with Bulgarians, with Romanians, with Ukraine to increase the capacity of this route, which can be brought to around 4 billion cubic meters per year, and with the existing infrastructure, without major investments, to secure better gas supply to Central Europe in winter. We're now as a country using these gas storage facilities. We might stocks to take us through to the end of January by now. We're considering to increase the stocks, but the prices are now not the best, so we don't know whether we buy more to store or we will simply continue to buy flat prices, limited volumes for the winter. There's still a decision to be made. But one important element in that is that all this is due to magnificent cooperation that we had between all countries in the region along this vertical corridor, talking Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, and Moldova. We're now considering with Ukraine even an additional step to it, to improve, to let's say facilitate this route for traders. We want to make, we're considering to make a one entry exit point, Moldova plus Ukraine with a single price, bundled tariff, so that traders have less risks in terms of reserving the capacity and in terms of predictability of their costs when they use this route. It's still to be, tried. It's still under discussion, but eventually, I don't, let's say, how do you call it? It's very possible. I can easily imagine how we can apply a bundled tariff for the entire route from, for instance, Alexandroupolis to gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine. A little bit about our future plans. We are signing next week a memorandum of understanding between Energocom and DEPA, and we want a closer cooperation. We want to start developing the experience to also use these terminals, these floating terminals, and LNG. Probably, we would like to be one of the first that bring a ship to Alexandroupolis next year. I think next year Alexandroupolis is in January. I suppose it's going to be opened, as the plan is, I understand. So we want to be among the first who can, at least participate in using it. We are very sure that this new route and this wonderful cooperation gives more chances to our countries, to our economies, to our consumers, to our citizens, to our business, to become more competitive, to become more secure. I'm now in Berlin, and most of the questions they're asking is, how did you manage in just 1 or 2 years to get rid of this unilateral dependence? And the magic is wonderful international cooperation and good infrastructure. There's no other magic. And thank you very much for it. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this distinguished panel. I would like just to mention a couple of more things about, let's say, the unofficial part of the conference, and that's our Moldovan company Krikova is providing some wine, and we hope you enjoy the wine during the reception in the evening. And although I'm personally not there to help you enjoy this, we're having our, as we call him, investment ambassador in Greece, and this is Spiros Papagiorgakopoulos, and I hope you all enjoy not just the works of the conference, but also our wonderful wine, and our cooperation will just grow and for the benefit of all. Thank you very much. Have a productive and successful conference, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Minister Parlikov. And we will most certainly raise a glass of Moldovan wine to you later on in the evening. Thanks very much for your intervention. I understand you need to leave us now. We're very, very grateful to you for the time you've given us. Okay, well, back to us. It's just the three of us now.
Well, I'll be very, very quick. I think that we should be very happy that the two ministers were quite upbeat about the chances of supply and the capacity to absorb the shock. I think that the minister might agree with me that there is, it is an uneven situation within Europe in terms of capacity of storage, for example. The Spaniards are quite advanced in these other countries, Germany less so. I think that inter-European solidarity remains still to be improved. Another thing is that, and I agree with the two ministers, that the problem is grids, not pipelines. And then you'll have to look, however, at the long term. What is the long term? And the long term should be based inevitably on the fact that affordable energy supplies, uninterrupted affordable energy supplies from foreign sources cannot be a long-term strategy. And therefore, you need to shift to renewables. And when you shift to renewables, you have a fascinating problem. One is that you move from reliance on Russia to reliance on China because of this business of rare earth minerals that are fundamental if you wish to invest in alternative energies for turbines, for panel solars. You can't do without it. There was recently an intervention of Xi Jinping where he said, yes, we know that the Middle East has oil, but we have rare earth. They produce about 70% of all minerals that are conducive to the construction of, or to the shift to renewables. And the shift to renewables is extremely expensive. It's extremely expensive, particularly in an era of high inflation, of capital that is very expensive. So I think, by the way, last March, the European Union has published its strategy about raw materials, how Europe should display its strategy to acquire raw materials. I think that Europe needs to be much more assertive with China. It is true, as Xi Jinping says, that they have most of the minerals, but at the same time, China, unlike Russia, is a global power. It is integrated in the global economy. For the Chinese, Europe is extremely essential, extremely important as a market, particularly when they are in dispute with the United States, when there is this decoupling of economies and mutual sanctions and competition on the technological level. So I think that Europe has something to sell and needs to be more assertive. Only the other day, the Philippines faced the Chinese on the South China Sea, and the Chinese were stopped because they were encroaching on the economic autonomous zone of the Philippines. So I think that Europe should develop a strategy that is a mixture of engagement with Russia, but at the same time, with China, but at the same time be assertive. Now there is another problem for renewables, and it is populism. Populism in European politics, as you have populism everywhere else. Alternative for Deutschland in Germany, for example, have now started a campaign against what they call green fascism. This is because the government is trying to change heating houses through electricity system rather than oil and gas. And you saw it in Britain with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak stopping the sometimes as a result of legitimate pressure that comes from industry, from farmers. But Gilets jaunes in France started as a protest movement against green energy duties. The slogan of Gilets jaunes was, they think of the end of the world, we think about the end of the week. I mean, we need to live. So I think that all of it requires a major European unified strategy. Energy efficiency is not something that only one of the countries need to engage in. I think the directives come from the European Union, and Europe is doing a good job in it. Renewables presumably should be now around 20% of all energy production and supply, and I think that the Germans are not there yet. Some countries are in the 20%. Germany is not. Germany finds it extremely difficult to shift from Angela Merkel's historic decision to shift from nuclear power. The French have only nuclear power. The Spaniards have sufficient supply of gas, but connectivity with Europe is poor. So there is lots that should be done within the European Union to make the uneven conditions into more solidarity-driven. And the last point, if I may, during the shock of 50 years ago, there was a master diplomat around. And the master diplomat was Henry Kissinger. The prices of energy quadrupled within days when the 1973 war started. And it took a couple of months for Henry Kissinger to work to stop the war that was the trigger for the energy shock. Now we have this war that is the trigger of the energy shock, and we do not have a diplomatic solution. Neither do we have the diplomacy for it at all. I mean, the West supports Ukraine, which is what the West should do, but the West doesn't have an image of the end game. Where does this stop? Do we have a diplomatic vision for the end of the war, which will help the short-term in resolving the short-term problems of energy supply? I think this is the difficulty of shifting to renewables and the question of European solidarity are the three major challenges. The good news is that Europe has overcome in a magnificent way the short-term problem that was created by the war in Ukraine. But still, we need a long-term strategy, not just for each of the regions, but for Europe as a whole.
Excellent. Well, we've ranged quite a distance from Thessaloniki, for which I'm grateful. That was a great tour of the global energy situation. Before I hand on to Theodora, which I will do in a second, I just want to make sure that you're all aware that we're happy to hear questions from you. If you have questions for our panel, this panel or any other through the day, then please let us know. Let us know energetically, because I won't necessarily see you. But if you do have questions, you are very welcome to put them to our panel. We have a roving mic. I would encourage you, if you do have a question, to make sure it is actually a question and that you put it as briefly as you possibly can. But you are invited to do so. Theodora, let me hand over to you. I mean, we've had a dazzling discussion so far, from the very detailed to the very broad. So I'd like to bring you in. You're here on our agenda as the business perspective, but I want to give you free rein to give your thoughts on what you've heard, on your views on this area, and please just go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation of this high-level economist event. Also, I'm really pleased to be even at the this really distinguished panel. Okay, I'm also very much impressed from the words of both ministers, also from, let's say, panelists before me. What I would like to share here is yes, the war that has happened make a huge difference. I think that the bottom line, which is coming to my mind, is that we, without a consolidated, integrated approach, we cannot reach to secure our energy security. And what has happened last year, really after the invasion, also is, let's say, we are seeing that even Europe could do this in a much speedier way, which what we, let's say, to give some examples, we haven't before being able to understand that LNG terminal could be put into exploitation for 3 months, like Germany did. So it's really quite impressive example. So several attempts. So there are mobilized actions from European Union, like it has been mentioned already, storage targets for everybody in order to mobilize. Now we reached to, first it was 75, now we reached to 95. These common purchases in a platform of Prisma, which also helped in order everybody to get the best and affordable price. So what we are seeing is that there are lots of, let's say, actions which started to be visible and also helped some countries to even to survive. What I would like to say, so also very important to mention that in 2016, even in view of the project that I'm responsible, everybody are kind of okay, not say laughing, but somehow underestimated the way that I'm saying that whenever IGB is ready and FSRU Alexandroupolis, then the target and the main route is the one towards Ukraine. It was already 2016 because at that time we started promoting market test, I mean, in order to attract, but nobody believed that first the project will happen. Nobody believed that why exactly this is the route. So sorry to say I didn't foresee that what has happened last year is even much more, let's say, boosting this process. But what I could say is that by, let's say, implementing the infrastructure IGB, although smaller scale, we made a huge difference in view of energy security, diversification of sources, because, let's say, we, by the way, it's good to mention this week we'll celebrate 1st of October 1 year of operation. So it's we are really happy that during this year we don't have not a single not fulfilled nomination. So let's say we somehow responded to our network users in a safe way, and happy to say this together, by the way, with my colleague who is also here. What else we did here is that even so we started 1st of October, and December and February we are already 90% full. Why? Because through infrastructure, the gas for Trans-Balkan and Moldova, Ukraine passed through IGB for the first time, and also this Trans-Balkan pipeline, although let's say being full target of European Union, has been fully utilized exactly on this time. So I mean, it somehow for such a this is a kind of response that is infrastructure is a cause, it matters, and it has been proven that it's a vital importance, especially in such a, let's say, vulnerable time, helping people to get affordable and to get some gas, because it's not a matter of affordability. At that time, it was a matter of pure energy security. And I'm happy to hear that also Minister of Moldova somehow made it clear that it is what is important is really to think about this vertical corridor where we are part of. So our, let's say, the origin of vertical corridor was Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, at that time Hungary, but now I think that we are good to discuss with our colleagues that let's say the new route shouldn't be foreseen, we should definitely add Moldova and Ukraine there, because it matters and it is important. What else is showing IGB? It's a clear, unique example of public-private entity, because it is combined combining the efforts and the stakeholders of both Bulgaria and Greek government, let's say having a strong stakeholders, because we have received huge solidarity support from European Union, also from European Investment Bank, so they are behind us, and then numerous other stakeholders like Azerbaijan, because one BCM is coming from Azerbaijan, and also, of course, several stakeholders on the way, like TSOs operators, like USA, so everybody are kind of supporting this project to happen. Mostly next slide will give better view. Yeah, it's me. Okay. Yes, sorry. Okay, so that I think that I mentioned that mostly better to outline that IGB is connected first with TEP, Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, which is a kind of southern corridor starting from Caspian region, starting from Azerbaijan, Georgia, yes, Turkey, and then in Greece we are connected with Bulgaria, and then the route is coming to Italy through Albania. So by connected with Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, we become part of Southern Corridor. And I mean, I think that we should be proud that two countries made something unique for, despite all the bottlenecks on the way. There are bottlenecks on the way, inevitably, both with financing and also, I mean, COVID, construction, etc. But we really made it together possible, let's say being supported by the stakeholder. Also, because the panel is talking about geopolicy, yes, it impacted a lot on this project, because I mean it's well known that Bulgaria was very much dependent, almost 100% to Russian supply. So you can imagine that let's say infrastructure like this to be built, it makes a huge difference. It is opening a new era. So also there is a huge resistance, all those that we should have overcome, and it was good that we did together with Greece and the stakeholders. What I mentioned also is that yeah, it's a real game changer. Also huge synergy, incredible, because being here is worth mentioning with FSRUs, which Alexandroupolis, and also of course the one in Revituza. So there we are usually saying that IGB and FSRU Alexandroupolis like a brother and sister, because without this is the factor whenever Alexandroupolis is happening, that IGB could have the full potential to enhance its capacity from 3 BCM to 5. We are running right now, let's say, pipeline with 3 BCM capacity. Just to give you, just to give you some indications. For example, the consumption of Bulgaria now is even less. So IGB, let's say, helped with more than one third, even 40% of Bulgarian consumption. So 1st of October we made an affordable, let's say, and reachable affordable prices, because it was really a good contract that has been signed with between Bulgargas and let's say AGS. It is the company that, let's say, that they have a contract where also British Petroleum is there, and SOCAR. So this made a huge difference. And on the top of this, we become a transit country like Bulgaria, and also together with Greece, the opportunities will be utilized fully if we also continue our good relationship also with the countries which are, why not going to Baumgarten through Austria, why not, as I mentioned, targeting Ukraine. And let's say recently we are also waiting very much. There is a huge synergy also with interconnector with Serbia that recently is going to be done. Then, okay, I think that I've mentioned some of the points. Just this is a kind of key slide, because we are just following all the tenders and let's say the results for. We made more complicated approach, because by following regulation only, we are both connected with TEP and DESFA. What we did is, since DESFA system, which is operator in Greece, hasn't yet fully connected with us, we are expecting possibly by the end of this year, and will be activated whenever FSRU Alexandroupolis is there. So we made clearance for both regulators, Bulgarian and Greek one, in order to offer also quasi-annual capacity, which gives definitely this result. What does it mean? That the network user who booked in Alexandroupolis are able also to participate in IGB, and the results are incredible because we do have for almost 90% for the next year. So we are giving distinct indications that the market has been changed fully from south to north. The market is willing us and pushing us, so that we are a new infrastructure immediately to think about, let's say, enhancing it. And we started doing this by launching also, let's say, incremental capacity, which is cross-checking the market, how is it ready for, let's say, to higher capacity from, okay, originally we were playing from 3 to 5, so instead of having 2 non-binding phases reaching with 4 BCM, which is giving a kind of good comfort to us that 4 will be definitely secured. So what is happening is in the whole region, it is a kind of good representation of our results, because for infrastructure in this size, you can see that for a very short time you should think strategically immediately to enhance. Dynamics is important, integration is important, and you should really take care to let's say to align and be together with all the TSOs in order to exhaust the whole opportunities of this market. I think that yes, these are represented also in impressive value of what we transmitted only for a year. Yes, I don't think that I should. I think that I somehow overpassed my intervention, but that's. I'm really also, let's say, emotionally satisfied that this brings a difference to not only for these countries, which are the booster, but also for the European region.
Fabulous, thank you. That was fascinating. I mean, I am struck by, this has come up a couple of times, the way that the war in Ukraine put European integration to the test, and how I think both of you have pointed out that Europe passed the test spectacularly in the emergency phase. So, the minimum that had to happen in order for us to not to face a really serious crisis happened. But how, in detail, so much more now needs to be done to make this, to consolidate this stability that we've found and to keep it going. I did want to, before we wrap up, Shlomo, I wanted to come back to you on a matter, I think, of probably of great interest in this room. There's been some warming of relations between Turkey and Israel in recent weeks. And I wonder what that means, what it means in terms of the Turkish-Israeli relationship in the long term, but also for Greece and for this whole integrated unit in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Well, I think there is a shift to pragmatism among all players in the region. You see this in the peace accords between Israel and other Arab countries, and you see this in the behavior of Erdogan in the wake of his victory. I know what number of victories is this in the last elections. I mean, he suddenly has moved to a more sober economy. He has appointed a normal governor for the Bank of Turkey, a lady that knows the craft. And in this context, I think he's running a foreign policy which is close to brilliant in many ways. He supports the Ukrainian war effort. He is the only Western leader in touch with Putin, capable perhaps to negotiate the issue of export of grains, of agricultural products, and at the same time, after having been snubbed by Europe, because he wanted to be a member of the European Union. He came to the Middle East in search of a role, in search of a position. It was not very easy because the other Arab countries would not let him in. So at some point he came to a blind alley of isolation in the region, and he thought that reconciling with Israel is the right step, among other reasons, because Israel has become a pivot of an East Mediterranean forum of gas. So now he would like to see Israeli gas to be exported through Turkey, whereas there is an agreement, an MOU that was signed by the European Union and Israel and Egypt to do it through Egyptian facilities for the production or liquefaction of gas and transporting it either through Cyprus or a different regional setup. You see, for Israel, that seemingly is capable to export around 10 BCM from its fields. The question of it is always economic, but more than economic, it's a question of regional integration. Mm-hmm. It's a question of political fruits, really. And now the Turks, because they were set apart from the East Mediterranean gas forum, they went to Libya, and by going to Libya, they encroached on the economic waters of other countries. So, in a way, integrating Turkey is not bad news for the stability of the region, and particularly when Erdogan moves away from radical Islamism and tries to find reconciliation with his neighbors.
Great. Well, reconciliation sounds like a good...
Perhaps the immediate problem that Israel had in this reconciliation was how to square the circle with its relations with Greece and Cyprus, because in a way Israel had developed a strategic partnership, and there was an attempt to see how you sort of square the circle. In the last visit of Netanyahu to Cyprus, they had this summit, the three leaders. I think that was the objective in many ways, to see how things can be wrapped up in a way that do not alienate any of the parties.
Did they succeed?
I think it did. I'm sure. Yeah. There is no reason that, since you see a rapprochement between Greece and Turkey as well.
Well, we could probably talk for the rest of the day about whether Erdogan can be expected to stick to his word on these agreements. I mean, I know that he has wavered. You mentioned that he sort of retooled his foreign policy in the wake of his latest election result, but he's done that on various occasions over the last 20 years.
That's right. His record is not only heartening. I mean, he's a man of short fuses. And,
indeed. But it sounds like a step forward in any case. I promised to give you an opportunity for questions, so if anybody in the audience has a question at this point that they would like to put, is there anybody who would like to ask a question? If not, I'm going to call this session to a close. We've had a very, very broad-ranging discussion, very, very interesting, and as usual, it would be lovely to have another hour or two, but unfortunately we don't. So please join me in thanking our panelists. In absence, the ministers who joined us and our panelists on the stage. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
And we need to join together for a commemorative photograph. Here we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. It was good to meet you.
Thank you. It was
Thanks. Okay. Well, we're a couple of minutes early, which is excellent. because it means that I get in at least one extra question. So we're going to be joined for this last session before we go to a break for a conversation with the Minister of State for Greece, who's joining us remotely, Akis Skertsos. Welcome to you, Mr. Skertsos. Welcome to Thessaloniki, albeit remotely. You're missing out on what's a beautiful city, as I'm sure you're very well aware. So we're going to have a brief conversation at this point. We've already heard from, I've lost count, 3, 4 ministers of the current Greek government. We've had a really excellent outlook from Minister Hatzidakis on the economic plans for Greece over the coming, over the remainder of this term. So I wanted to give you an opportunity perhaps to summarize and consolidate some of what we've heard this morning. I know you haven't heard it all, but maybe the right way to do that is for me to ask you, in typical annoying journalistic style, if you could raise 3 priorities for this government over its second term. So you have to pick out the 3 big things that you hope this government can leave behind at the end of this term. What would they be?
Well, Mr. Ross and everybody, hello. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to welcome you to my home city, Thessaloniki. I'm sorry, apologize for not being there, but you know that Greece, our country, the Greek government is going through some challenging times due to the extreme weather conditions and natural disasters that we're facing in Thessalia. Well, I would summarize in one word: reforms. Reforms. What Greece needs is a constant, dynamic, systemic effort to reform the state, to reform the economy, to reform our social policies, to become even more targeted. Because what we know for sure is that Greece was lagging behind in many EU indicators for quite a few years. This was actually one of the reasons that led to the Greek debt crisis more than a decade ago. We went through some very difficult times, a very harsh recession, which was spiraling, and it was multiplying itself from 2010 until 2018-19. And when our government took over in 2019, we actually committed ourselves to devote all our efforts towards a dynamic, sustainable recovery of the economy, an effort to attract better and more foreign direct investment, but also to increase local domestic investments, an effort to drop an embarrassing unemployment rate, which is still quite high according to EU indicators, but it is definitely lower than the unemployment rate that we inherited. It was up to 17%, and it's close to 10%, 10.8% as we speak. An effort to increase actually the incomes and salaries, which are still very low. We know that there's a lot of pain in Greek households trying to cope with inflation and high prices. This is, of course, an international problem, but it's hitting even harder the Greek population and Greek households, because we know that the Greek disposable income is much lower than the rest of the EU. An effort also to digitize the Greek state, which was a digital laggard by EU standards back in 2019. We have made quite a substantial progress, but we're still lagging behind. An effort also to improve our justice system, our health system. The 10-year-long recession took a very painful toll on all public goods and public services because of the cuts on the expenses of the state. So what we need, as I said before, is a solid, dynamic, robust economy in order to improve and increase the spending on crucial public goods, but also do this in a fiscally responsible way, with fiscal discipline, with maintaining our solid track on actually moving from a deficit to a surplus, a primary surplus. Last year it was slightly more than zero, and we aim and we are very confident that we're going to achieve a 0.7 surplus this year, even more than that, based on the very good news that we're receiving from the tourist industry, which is going extremely well this summer. And at the same time, like I said, make an effort to improve, consistently improve incomes, both in the private sector but also in the public sector.
Super, thank you very much. I think I'd like to go into some of the specifics now, specific policy areas where I know that you face challenges, and see if we can have a discussion about your plans to address those challenges. One of them that's of a particular interest in every single conference that everybody does everywhere at the moment is the environment. We've seen in Greece all too painfully how the environment rebounds to affect us in our daily lives. But the interesting thing is, I think here and generally in the Western world at least, experiencing quite a lot of pushback on environmental policy. This appeared to have, we appeared to have reached a consensus on the need to address climate change. That consensus appears to be falling apart actually at the moment. There's a lot of pushback, particularly from populist parties, about the expenses associated with the transition to net zero, ambitious plans that have been laid out across Europe. Could you address that? What's the position at the moment of Greece regarding environmental policy and its long-term targets? Does it remain committed to those long-term targets?
Of course, we remain committed, and we have very ambitious targets, but at the same time, we adjust ourselves to the actual consequences of the crisis and the disruption that the climate change phenomenon is causing to Greece. The Mediterranean is one of the hotspots of climate crisis as we speak, with warming faster than the global average. And what we saw in Greece over the last summer, which was actually the hottest summer in our history, was one of the hardest hit areas globally. We experienced the largest mega fire in Europe, which unfortunately burned thousands of hectares. We just experienced also the largest flood in Thessaloniki, and we just had this week a repeat in a smaller version, but it was also very, very troublesome. So what we're saying as a government and what the Prime Minister is advocating is that we need to rethink the funding that we allocate for the adaptation of our countries, of our societies, to the climate crisis effects and consequences that we're facing as we speak. We spend a lot of money on mitigating the consequences, the long-term consequences of climate change and climate crisis, but we need to rethink and reallocate more money in order to alleviate all these troubles and pain that the disruption of climate is causing to societies, to the economic industries and to the economic activities in many regions, not just of our country, but of the European South and the Europe as a whole. So one priority is the reallocation of our funds. We actually have committed that we're going to increase the money that we spend for the relief and the state relief that we're giving to the regions affected by this crisis. How we're going to do that? We're going to increase a special levy that is imposed in the tourist industry in order to have a burden sharing of the financial cost of the crisis. What we're also doing is that we have very ambitious targets in terms of our energy transition. As we speak, Greece is ranking between the 7 countries in the world in terms of the production of energy from renewables. So we have made quite a progress over the last 4 years in order to reach the 7th ranking position, and we aim to achieve even more and become even better in this term. By the end of our current 4-year term, we want to have 80% of our electricity produced by renewables, and we are confident that we're going to achieve this. We're also making quite an effort to protect our physical environment. We have a lot of money that is allocated from the RRP, our Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0, towards protection of our forests, reforestation efforts, but also to protect from fires and clear our forests in order to be more resilient for the crisis and the challenges that they're facing. Overall, I would like to say that we are allocating more than 40% of our public investment in our green and energy transition. This is a lot of money. It has already started being spent, and it's going to be absorbed over the next 4 years. And this is how we see this ambitious plan taking place over the next years.
Okay, thank you. We have time for a couple of quick questions more, as long as you're brief with your responses. I'm keen to cover another couple of topics. The Tempe train crash showed tragically the shortcomings of infrastructure in Greece in some areas. How do you address that within the context of a very tight fiscal constraint?
It was a terrible, tragic accident. As you know, it is currently being investigated. And what I want to say in terms of the infrastructure is that we have a 4 billion plan for the renovation and revamping of our national railway system. This has to do with the railway itself, it has to do with telematics, it has to do with extension of the railway to new cities. And it's not just about having a modern and safe railway system. It's also about the networks that we need to build between our ports, to the railways, to our roads, in order to assist and sustain the ambitious target for Greece to become what we want to be as a country of transit for commercial activities. It is an integral part of this strategy.
Great, thank you very much. Final question, final area that I personally am a little puzzled about, and I'd love to get your input. It's come up today a couple of times, a sort of fairly high level of unemployment in Greece. It's been presented as 10% plus unemployment as a success story, which in context, of course, it is. I mean, it's a big reduction from where it was some time ago. But there seem to be some structural barriers to bringing down unemployment to a more normal level for the EU. What are those structural barriers, and what's the government planning to do about them?
Well, there is a structural problem that actually has to do with the lower than the EU average participation of women and younger people in the workforce. We see that we need to step up our efforts to provide more incentives and policy opportunities and tools to open the doors of the labor market for women, especially. How is this done? It's done by creating a more robust network that will assist Greek families with children in their early years, especially, in order to help women balance their work life with their family life. This is in the core of our social policies, but also we are making quite a few efforts to help younger people enter the Greek labor market by bridging the gap between the education system and the economy, by diagnosing what the actual needs of the Greek enterprises, the Greek companies are in terms of skills, by making better matchmaking of these needs of the market to the skills that our education system is providing. And we are quite confident that this is working. Actually, we have reached a record level of labor participation, which is still quite lower than the EU average, but it's reaching 4.2 million as we speak. This involves at a higher speed women and younger people. So we see that our policies are working.
Excellent, great. Well, thank you very much for that, Minister. It was delightful to get the opportunity to have a conversation with you. Please join me in thanking the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, the good news is we now have a coffee break. So we'll gather again here about 1:15. I'll see you then. Thank you very much.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη κάθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
HEDNO is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. HEDNO.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλιά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
HEDNO is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. HEDNO.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία που φωνήσει.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
And our next panel is a good example of that. We have 5 panelists joining us to talk about Northern Greece and its role as a potential tech pioneer and a technology hub. We've heard this bubble up a number of times over the course of the morning's proceedings. It's very clear that this part of Greece is very well suited to establishing itself as a technology hub and a pioneering centre for younger people, startups, etc. I have to warn you, however, you're not the only ones thinking about this. There are many, many, many places in the world who see this as a future development track. So I'm sure you're aware this is a very, very competitive area. We did hear that digital nomads are favouring Greece and this area in particular. It's not hard to understand why when you look around this beautiful city. But there is a lot of work to be done to establish it to the extent that it would like to see itself established. So let's move on and invite up onto the stage this super panel that we have to discuss these issues. First up, I'm going to invite Konstantinos Kyrianakis, who is the Deputy Minister of Digital Governance for Greece. Welcome, Deputy Minister. And Yana Andronopoulou, who is the General Manager, Microsoft Greece, Cyprus and Malta. Welcome. You're going to take the steps. No, the low-risk route. And Vangelis Gorillas, who is Head of the Public Sector of Vodafone Greece. Vangelis, welcome. And Alexandros Bregiannis, who is the CEO of Nova ICT. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, thank you. Good to see you. And Kostas Axaroglu, who is the Dean and Professor of International Business and Strategy at the Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. You should have sat further at the back, then I would have had time to read out your full title. Yes. Okay, so that's a great panel. Now, before we start, there are quite a lot of us, so I'm going to keep you to time, okay? You each have 5 or 6 minutes to give us your views, and I don't want to be rude, so if you stick to time, I won't have to be. Okay, let's move straight on, first of all, to the Deputy Minister, Mr. Kyrianakis. Please go ahead and give us your thoughts on this really key area for this region.
Should we switch to Greek or it's in English?
Absolutely.
All right. Καλησπέρα, καταρχάς.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. Thanks to The Economist and Power Game. I think that this conference is very timely, and it takes place at a very critical juncture, at a very critical timing for the Greek, for the dynamics and the potential of the Greek economy. I think that the momentum that has been developed in the past years, thanks also to the government of Mr. Mitsotakis, and of course thanks to the amazing work of former Minister Beklivanoglu and Kyriakakis. I think there are two things that we have to discuss right now. A, public services. It has been announced, for instance, that the municipality of Thessaloniki takes part in a very important, a huge, large project for smart cities, both in terms of hardware and software. So some amazing things will take place in Thessaloniki, always to the benefit of the citizens. Let me remind you that the region of Central Macedonia has been the first one to exceed the number of 200 e-services in the gov.gr platform. Our rationale, as announced by Minister Papastergiou, is that we want to help municipalities to go well beyond just handling PDF files. We want them to go well beyond, jiggling with the paperwork. We're talking about data processing and metadata processing. So what we want to do in Thessaloniki, and actually in all municipalities of Greece, but of course you understand that we have found some really fertile ground in Thessaloniki because they have taken steps already. So what we're doing now is facilitating the authorization by a citizen to some public servants or a hospital or a doctor or an ICT or a telco or an insurance company to do certain things. Thanks to the new wallet, we're going to have e-services provided by municipalities or the state will be under the citizen's full control. And the citizen will be able to authorize this or that entity in order to have access to the data instead of asking for certain PDF files to be uploaded. So this brand new wallet will move to this direction. That's the first thing. The second thing, on my introductory note, allow me to say that we are supporting and strengthening SMEs that are currently operating in the wider area of Thessaloniki, operating in ICT and mainly in AI, artificial intelligence. I believe that apologies, my mobile phone. There is some interference. Maybe it's Vodafone, I don't know. So currently, the region seems to understand the developments that are about to take place. So it's up to us now to develop the apps, the applications. So those startups currently operating in the city, along with the entire ecosystem, covering, let's say, EnduAct. EnduAct is an organization curating the national team of robotics. They have excelled abroad, together with big organizations like Cisco, Pfizer, Microsoft, Nova, Vodafone. So I don't want to leave anyone out. I think this ecosystem may draft a strategy, and this is the aim, the target of our ministry, so that at the level of AI-enabled apps, our country will be able to produce software and solutions that will be exported. We don't have, as a country, we don't have billions of euros to invest on grassroots projects like the big giants are doing in the US, but we can invest in the human capital. This means that at the school level and of course at the university level, we have to turn AI into what we call a compulsory lesson in the Greek curriculum, to put it like that. And this will be matched, this will be mapped with the available vacancies or the future vacancies in the labor market. And of course, along with that, we have to provide startups with incentives because they might have a good idea and they have to be supported in order to help this idea grow and then being commercialized and have an exit plan. Or not, or why not, have a product that will be marketed across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and admirable brevity. Let's move along then to Yana Andronopoulou, who's the General Manager at Microsoft. That's quite a broad title and a broad responsibility, and you're very high up in the food chain. What's your view of Greece and specifically this region and where it fits, where the opportunities are?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Γεια σας και από μένα.
Hello, thank you. We heard Mr. Kyranakis saying that the government wants to make Greece a technology hub focusing on AI. We have been present in Greece for 30 years now, and we're dedicated to helping the country to become a technology hub, using technology and focusing on AI. We've got an ecosystem of partners throughout the country. A big part of it is in Thessaloniki, big ones and startups. In fact, this moment, after the announcement we've made as Microsoft Greece, several technology companies have focused and are becoming hubs, not only in Thessaloniki, but also in Patras, in Athens and elsewhere. This brings a very positive momentum and boost in the economy of the country, creating several jobs. As Microsoft, we will also help to to manage and to solve the problem of AI shortage. We use AI in our products so that they can be used by all companies. We do have such examples of companies here in Greece. We want to help to that end because we can see that the AI opportunity amounts to $16 trillion by 2030. That's an important opportunity, having the right talents in this country. We feel that we're responsible in the way that we will develop and deploy AI so that these technologies can be accessible to everyone. In order to do that, we must make sure that big companies, government, education, and startups do have the necessary skill set and access to technology. Such a good example from northern Greece is a cluster that is a startup been involved in education. And it has created a student management system, and it was awarded as one of the 10 best education startups in Europe. As I've already mentioned, one part is infrastructure and investment, and the other one is human talent. And how can we make sure that we do have the right skills? As technology moves really fast, education should also move really fast. Otherwise, there will be a gap created by those who have the necessary skills and those who haven't. We are focused on training 100,000 Greeks by 2025. So far, we have provided 45,000 training sessions and seminars, and we try to provide accession to everyone. Together with Vita, we have trained 1,000 unemployed people. We also work with regeneration in remote areas in order to train graduates, and we place them in digital academies. And they have 100% availability. We have worked extensively with the government, and we have organized the first Civil Servants Academy where Microsoft also participates. We follow the train-the-trainer model. We will provide 250,000 training sessions we will provide training sessions to 205,000 public servants. Last week, we had such a training here in Thessaloniki for public servants in northern Greece. What is also important is how we move on to lower education levels. This means that we have given 10,000 online training seminars in universities in the last 2 years. We work with ADA for a student program here in Thessaloniki. As for schools, we provide a program called the Tech Academy Educators, where we have 1,500 educators being trained here in northern Greece only. A lot of free such courses are provided through LinkedIn. And we will also announce an AI upskilling program for the whole country. And I look forward to seeing what the technical community will do here in Thessaloniki, having all this in their hands. Thank you.
Mentions of a particular concept in political speeches. Well, I heard AI. I didn't keep count, but there was a lot of times you mentioned it, so we're going to come back to that. But in the meantime, let's move on to Vangelis Gorilas, head of public sector Vodafone in Greece. Your thoughts, Vangelis?
Καλησπέρα. Παρακολουθώ ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον.
Allow me to say that we are watching very closely the Thessaloniki ecosystem on new technologies, which is driven by two things. A, big organizations that have opted for Thessaloniki, and of course the number of startups that are of great interest. And it seems that Northern Greece and of course Thessaloniki has a very strong startup ecosystem. Apart from that, Thessaloniki has been able to earn this very difficult category of citizens, the digital nomads. I've read in an article that Thessaloniki is number 206 in the top list of most preferred cities for digital nomads, because Thessaloniki offers it's an area of high culture, it's a safe city, the cost of living is relatively low, and the telecommunication infrastructure is quite good, which is of course a very important thing for digital nomads. What we've seen in the past few years is a digital leap that has accelerated the pace in Greece and has changed the way we live. This has to do with the way we learn, the way we interact with the public sector, the way we consume services. For the future, we see that this journey of evolution will continue. Maybe it will speed up. And given that there will be funds coming from the RRF, we're talking about 2.5 billion euros approximately, and this money will be channeled to digital transformation and digitalization of services. I'll give you a very telling example to show you how all this digital transformation is taking place. I'm talking about the Smart Cities plan. Smart cities are very promising in terms of environment, better waste management, less energy consumption, or financial benefits, because it is for certain that whenever we have digital transformation launched, new companies are being established. And third area, we have social benefits. The social benefits may be easily seen by everyone. For instance, in our case, Vodafone, we have this telemedicine system or program that we have seen the importance for people living in remote areas who get these primary healthcare services or remote diagnostics. It's very important. Or we also have such a system operating in Trikala for people with disabilities. So the advantages of smart cities may be measured, and once they are implemented, the impact will be significant. But there are certain criteria based on which this endeavor will be successful. A, we need financing. Apart from the RRF makes sure that even if it wasn't RRF, these things should have taken place now. Given that we're going to have the RRF funds, and as the Minister said, most likely next year we will have many implementations following these 400 million euros that will be channeled to Greek municipalities. Second area of major importance for developing such solutions is the infrastructure, mobile networks, fixed line networks, and infrastructure that relates to cybersecurity, the security of all data that travel along. Our company, of course, is active in all these three areas. We have a program of 600 million euros of investment for a 5G network deployment that will take us from the coverage of 72% to 96% coverage of the entire population. We also invest in fixed line networks because currently we have the infrastructure in place so that 730,000 households and businesses will be able to have fiber optics available. We also have large-scale infrastructure projects like the land and sea connection lines. I'm talking about islands of Central and Northern Aegean Sea, so that the residents of these islands may enjoy broadband connections when trying to connect to the network. So what we want from the state, from the government, is to find a way and help us invest more in these technologies. Without them, this digital transformation is not something feasible. Third area, it has to do with the people. It has to do with digital skills. The digital skills, that's something that the teacher needs, the pupil, the student, the public servant who is supposed to use these solutions and maintain them, and of course the ordinary citizen who is supposed to benefit out of all these new services and systems. So we are closely monitoring the overall area, and we ran a survey recently, and we asked parents of senior high school students about digital skills, and 85 of these parents said that acquisition of digital skills is a very important parameter that will influence their children's professional career. So we fully understand the importance of this reply. That's why we have the Generation Next program in place, offering to young people and of course teachers access and hardware free of charge, so that these people, when they make it to the labor market, they will have increased possibilities to become successful. So, ending. In Vodafone, we truly believe in collaboration domestically and internationally in order to raise capital that will drive digital transformation forward. We believe that on their own, the public and the private sector may play a catalytic role in making this thing a success. And of course, as a company, we provide the technology and the knowledge we have to this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kostas, I want to move to you next. Academia plays a key role in all of this. In some ways you're sort of observing, but in other ways you're generating the thought, the innovation, the ideas. So let's hear from you, your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. This panel is very interesting. We educators are storytellers, so I'll start by telling you a story, a real story. It was spring 2015. Greek economy is at the worst point of its recession, and the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the medical school there invited an excellent Greek origin professor of medicine at Harvard University. We invited him here in Thessaloniki to share some thoughts of his and his vision about the development and evolution of medicine and society in general. He gave a series of lectures and speeches where both academia and local government and central government and businesses participate. And he presented a vision for the city of Thessaloniki. That was back in 2015 when he said that Thessaloniki could become a technology hub. We all responded by saying, this doesn't happen in Greece. Something like that cannot happen in Greece. Forget it. But he was sad about it. Just before leaving the airport, he decided to walk by the sea here in Thessaloniki. The weather was fine. He was walking and he was thinking of the feedback that he got from the participants in those speeches he gave. And he had two pensioners behind him talking to each other. One said to the other, he said, yesterday I listened to a Harvard professor interview on Nerd 3. He said that Thessaloniki would become a technology hub in the future. That man is from Harvard. He might be able to see something in our future. 8 years later, right now, we're talking about this technology hub. And because I'm from the academia, I would dare to say that from the title of this day's session, I would dare to take the word potential, to take it out, because the technology hub here in Thessaloniki is a reality. Why? Because the entrepreneurs community comes to us, universities, and tells us the following, that 80,000 university graduates come out in the market and we can't find the right executives. So if you think about it, Thessaloniki and Northern Greece has got the whole range of fundamentals in order to become an important technology hub. Technology allows that to happen. We've said that we can do things online, remotely, so it's irrelevant where you live. It's not important. There is commitment by the central government and local authorities so that the necessary infrastructures will develop, and we can see that. There is an inflow of foreign businesses and local businesses in order to create this hub, and there is need for talent. And this need for talent is ready to operate in these businesses. This is a great challenge I'd like to refer to. I believe that in our panel today, we have representatives of all participants of a creative ecosystem that could support the development of Thessaloniki and Northern Greece in order to become a tech hub. These are the companies, it is the government, it is the academic community, academia, and journalism. And we think about it, at least that's what I understood from the previous presentations, all of us share a vision and a reality. The vision that we all share is that the development of Thessaloniki and Northern Greece is a reality as a tech hub. It is happening, it is taking place, we are part of that. And secondly, in order for this to occur, we should work together, we should cooperate. It can be done by one person only, and the examples given to us by Vodafone and Microsoft are examples of the activities undertaken by businesses and enterprises in order to help people to develop skills that become very quickly obsolete due to the fast progress of technology. In this framework, in order to have the necessary upskilling and reskilling and to make Thessaloniki and Northern Greece a tech hub, what is needed is a huge amount of resources. There is not only one entity that can manage that, in other words, one university, one company. What is needed is ecosystems of partners that will try to achieve that. On our part, ALBA works with companies, and one of them is Microsoft, so that we can develop, and we are developing, an educational program for university students on the development of employability. This program will be ready by the end of this year. This employability will be based on learnability. That is, on their ability to constantly learn. There, we go beyond the classical model of a university in the past that said, come to us, we will teach you everything. Why are we going beyond this motto? Because we in ALBA, we know that we don't know everything, especially in the issue of employability. And that's why we work together with companies in order to build up our curriculum, because it is the companies that know what skills are needed in the labor market right now. And that's why we work together with companies in order to build up this curriculum that will have a social footprint, and it will help the 70,000 Greek university students and graduates to be employable either in Thessaloniki or elsewhere. Therefore, developing the tech hub in Thessaloniki is a reality, and we, all of us here, we share the vision of supporting it, because a great challenge is to have employable talent. And we work all together in order to achieve that. Because I have colleagues of mine here from university. I hope that universities will do something similar. What Elba does is not enough. Other companies and universities should do something like that.
CEO of Nova ICT.
Is a subsidiary of Nova. It is involved in digital transformation projects. We want to contribute to change the image of our country so that it will enter in innovation and technology in a dynamic way. I'd like to make a brief introduction about Thessaloniki because indeed it is a best practice case. It can show us how a city, a region can create those growth conditions that are necessary. What has been achieved is amazing. I don't know who has conceived this plan. Right now, we have more than 6 or 7 technology colossal companies that hire and employ people from Greek universities, and they create true added value. That's extremely important. And we should fully understand the potential and the value is created there. The city is also changing concerning its infrastructure. Digital infrastructure is needed, of course, but also physical infrastructure is needed. And we see that this is happening. The airport has been modernized, the port too, logistics is changing fast. All these contribute to creating this regional development or growth pattern that has been created here. And of course, we have digital infrastructure, networks, 5G, fiber optics. Both my company and other providers try to enter in a dynamic way in order to provide the background needed. As the previous speaker said, this has led to having Thessaloniki as a hub of several startups and existing informatics companies develop and live beyond the borders of Thessaloniki and expand both in Greece and abroad. And of course, let's not forget what was mentioned, digital nomads. When digital nomads see all this ecosystem being developed and all this system that is friendly to young people, they are attracted here because they want to work remotely and live in a city that is friendly and technologically mature. We as Nova place ourselves in this ecosystem in 2 ways. The first one, by investing in infrastructure. Infrastructure is in our DNA. We wanted to build 5G networks everywhere. We have set out an ambitious program about the expansion and upgrading of 5G and fiber optics in more than 22,000 meters. And at the same time, we want to contribute to what the minister said, to have a truly digital transformation of the public sector. We have also entered this part, and we are implementing important digital projects that will upgrade the services provided to citizens. We're going to have the digital urban planning service. This will give added value both to businesses and citizens. Citizens will be served more efficiently and in a more qualitative manner. All these create high expectations, both Thessaloniki and the whole country. We are here to meet the challenges and the collectiveness needed. As the previous speaker said, it's important to continue this culture of ecosystem and the partnership and cooperation attitude created in this framework of the ecosystem. If we have a harmonious partnership of all the shareholders, then we'll have excellent results.
With the limited time that we have, I want to try and I want each of you, minus the Deputy Minister, to, because everybody's been very congratulatory about the area, its potential, the government's policies and so on and so forth. What I'd like is to hear from each of you, very briefly, a key challenge that you think will stand in the way of Thessaloniki and the region reaching its potential unless it's addressed. And then we'll give the Deputy Minister an opportunity to explain what he's going to do about it. So you first, Alexandros, please.
So apparently I have to say something to the Deputy Minister as a question, or is it addressed to the entire panel? No, just the Minister. All right. So the challenge. I think that what is really important in this period, with an eye to the future, is to see how technologies are being used in order to enhance the resilience of our cities. For 3 months, because of the climate change, we have experienced unprecedented, unusual weather conditions, catastrophic ones, and this shows that from now on we have to be better prepared. Actually, we have to be better prepared in order to respond. Of course, we need some statutory intervention, some strengthening of the capabilities of the Ministry of Civil Protection, the Fire Brigade, and all stakeholders. But allow me to say that technology may also play a role in that and contribute. So the question to the, actually, I would like to share with the Minister the dimension of resilience of the city through technology. How we can use technology, 5G networks, fiber optic, IoT, AI, of course, data analytics that might provide us with very useful conclusions in order to avoid relying solely on experience and theory. We have to rely on data in order to proceed with proper decision-making and risk management so we can provide our citizens with safety. I think this is a very important challenge for the future.
Challenge to raise. Kostas, you next.
Thank you. Technologies and ecosystems have a certain way of growth. Most of them, they struggle at the beginning and they don't go far and they die out. If they manage to get beyond the death valley, we call it, and they start growing, they can grow exponentially with a crazy speed. During this growth, the exponential growth, there is a single challenge, bottlenecks, when things, there are not enough resources to support this exponential growth. If we reach a bottleneck, then they die out. So we might have a quick success and a sharp death. Why I'm saying that? In my mind, my humble opinion is that the region and Thessaloniki have gone beyond the death valley and has the opportunity now to grow exponentially. That's why you see that the housing in Thessaloniki become extremely expensive. That's a bottleneck. Another bottleneck for this growth is the talent gap. The window of opportunity is short.
That's 2 challenges you've raised.
Oh, well.
You're only allowed 1.
I missed it.
Okay.
Well, but the opportunity, the window of opportunity is short. The good news is that we share common vision, and through these collaborations, we can manage these opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Yana, your opportunity.
Εγώ θα συμφωνήσω ότι το πιο σημαντικό, η τεχνολογία είναι εδώ.
So, I agree that technology is here. The most important thing for me is fast growth of human talents. equipped with proper skills so we can capture technology's benefits, be it the resilience for a country or the attracting new technologies, because if you have the right talent to properly utilize technology, then investments will come. So that's my challenge.
And now, Vangelis, your challenge, please, very briefly.
Very briefly. So the question can be very, and the question is how the success of Thessaloniki can be replicated throughout Greece, so it becomes success of Greece. And we believe there are two main components behind that. First component being the people who have the skills to develop the solutions, and people who have the skills to consume the solutions. So it's the human part. And then it's the conditions that the people need to find in order to flourish. So how Greece is going to become a Thessaloniki.
Great, excellent. Well, that was 4 really good tests for the Deputy Minister. We've got resilience, bottlenecks, talent and replication. What do you think?
Ωραία. Ξεκινήσω από την πρόκληση του καθηγητή.
So let me start with a challenge set by the professor. I agree with him. This is a great opportunity for Thessaloniki in order to reach this exponential growth rate with respect to its ecosystem. How can this be done? Companies, big or small, they have to have a 5-year, 10-year strategy, maybe even more, but they have to say within such a context of a 5-year or 10-year plan to identify their needs in human resources for the coming 5 or 10 years on ICT. They have to carry out a proper sorting, a very precise sorting or categorization of their requirements, of their needs, because some of these disciplines are not overlapping. So, Mr. Damopoulou, you mentioned AI. Okay, tell us, you, the companies, tell us, how many people do you need? What skills do you need for them to have in the coming 5 years? For instance, okay, then figures are just out of my mind. So, you need 100,000 people. So, these 100,000 well-paid jobs, it's something that we, the government and the universities, of course, have to be mapped or matched with specific curricula and specific number of people entering the university, so that from the university year, from the academic year 2024-2025, they have to start their studies having in mind this specific strategy. So within 4 years, we will be able to have this pool of human resources available to be channeled to the organizations. And perhaps we can do this thing also as a mapping exercise with the current 15-year-old people who, whenever they scroll on their mobile phone, they see stuff about the AI, the amazing things that AI can do, what this great AI-enabled app can do, etc. So they can copy your face using my voice and do something amazing videos, produce amazing videos and replicate that, or they can use ChatGPT. Okay, you are here, so I have to say that. In order to write my essay or my research project for my school. Okay, these technologies. Okay, let me rephrase that. We don't have to. I think that the next generation, the coming generation, wants to embrace these technologies because they want to see themselves having a steady professional development, living in their city, in our country. So if we're able to match the requirements, the needs of the business world with our curricula and the courses and the human resources, we will be able to build human resources and human capital the right way. This is how we can get the exponential growth rate that the professor mentioned. Now, talking about resilience. In this ecosystem, which we aspire to create, we need high broadband connections, right? So we do need the providers, the telcos, to keep on investing and perhaps increase their investments in 5G or fiber optic infrastructure and other technologies that might have to do with the next era of telecommunications. For instance, very recently, and I really need to say that, not many people know that, the Greek National Observatory is the first European institution which, in the context of a European project, managed to link by laser through the A satellite at a speed of 100 times more than the current fiber optic we have at the pan-European level. That's something that our country, if we use it properly, we can commercialize it. We can, let's say, export it. I think that telcos may invest in this technology and show that Greece is currently taking the lesson, understand where the future is moving to, so we are able to respond to this challenge for infrastructure. Now, Alexandros Senova has been very correct to comment on resilience, because it also has to do, resilience also has to do with the capacity of cities to withstand simple challenges. We saw that very recently. So given the announcements of Mr. Papasteriou recently, we're currently considering solutions that will be relying on existing infrastructure by telcos, like the antennas, because they are tall, they are very high, and they use power, they have electricity use. So we can have cameras in place that, using AI-enabled solutions, we will be able to detect smoke or flood very quickly and inform the fire brigade. Or we may install radars, and depending on the, let's say, the percentage of microparticles of dust in a radius of 10 kilometers around the antenna, we can very quickly identify whether there is a wildfire going on. So the fire brigade will be very quick to respond, of course, in collaboration with volunteers operating in the area. So if this is combined with the current project together with the European Space Agency, this means that Greece very soon will be able to have greater capabilities for Earth monitoring, as we call it. So the moment a wildfire breaks out, we will be able to identify and to diagnose where this wildfire, the reach of this wildfire, taking into account the weather, the gusts of wind. So all stakeholders, all competent authorities will be able to have a better understanding of the phenomenon, hoping that these wildfires, for instance, will be constrained in very quickly. One last thing, allow me to say, a comment on AI, which is something concerning Microsoft, of course. They have every right to do that because this is the future and the present. Currently, we are checking new tools that Microsoft has introduced in the global market. We are currently testing these tools at a governmental level, and I'd like to congratulate them for their efforts in AI, because this allows municipalities that have to tackle daily issues, and that's something that Thessaloniki, the municipality of Thessaloniki, should embrace even in a warmer way, if you like, because Athens has been doing that. So the ministries that handle specific financing or funding tools, and they have their own KPIs, timetables, etc., for specific projects to be mature and the absorption of funds to take place. This will allow civil servants of high level to learn how to use Microsoft Power BI in order to introduce data in the system and be able to real-time track what's going on with their services, what's going on with document digitalization, what happens with complaints handling in their department. And at the same time, they can do it, they can export it real-time and have a visualization so that every civil servant may get the information quickly and take the decisions necessary. I think this will be amazingly accelerate our efficiency, our performance at a national and European level and regional level.
On AI with all of you, because I think we would have a great conversation. But for the moment, we're out of time. Thank you very much for your efforts to stay on time, which was very much appreciated. Please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you. We need to have a picture taken, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, let's move on. Our next panel is going to be fascinating too. We heard earlier on from Shlomo about, I mean, it was implied from a lot of what he said about the importance of the relationship with Israel. And we're going to drill into that a little more deeply now, looking specifically at how Israel and Greece can collaborate through innovation. We have a great panel, and I'm really pleased to be able to welcome to join me on the stage Uzi Zwebner, who is the founder and CEO of Basecamp and co-founder at the high-tech park in Beersheba in Israel. Please come up and join me. Itai Green, who is the founder and CEO of Innovate Israel. Hi. Itai, please come and join us. And Nikos Efthymiadis, who is the chairman and CEO of Thes Intech. We have met before. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Please take a seat.
No one wants to sit by you.
Wherever you're comfortable, but yeah. So let's kick straight off because we are quite short of time. Do you need a clicker?
Yes. I think it's there.
Let me get it for you. Hold on a second. There we are, the magic button.
Maybe it's better
if you would prefer to be there, that's fine. Could have saved me the journey.
Okay.
But never mind. Okay, let's hand straight over then to Uzi, Basecamp and the high-tech park in Beersheba. Please go ahead.
Okay, hello and shalom everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this summit. I'm very proud to be here. This is not, as you will see, not my first visit to this lovely Thessaloniki. Our company, Basecamp, in fact, we are creating economic development by innovation ecosystem. And I use the word ecosystem instead of hub or center because, as you know, in biology, in the world, ecosystem is many collaboration between all parts that create the utmost result. I'll go directly to a success case, and then I will talk about the model we developed. This success case is the high-tech and cyber park we have developed in the city of Beersheba in Israel. 10 years ago, no one heard about the city of Beersheba in the world. Today, when I go and lecture and have meetings, everyone tells me we would like to do the same project you have done in Beersheba. So as you can see, it was a desert 10 years ago. And we started the land works at that time, and the first building, as much as I remember, we did not have even first tenant. Maybe the university took some, but that's it. We decided we're going to start and make it. And this is how it looks 10 years later. We have already 5 buildings with 4,000 R&D employees, and we have more than 80 companies, more than 12 international ones, and we also having the cyber campus adjacent to us, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces defensive cyber campus, which is a big anchor. So this is the 5th building, and you see they are very nice buildings. But the issue is not the buildings. It's important to have the buildings. More important is to develop the ecosystem. And according to our model, we were able in 10 years to bring these companies. You can see the best companies in the world came and are located in our high-tech park, or they are part of our ecosystem. And bringing each of them is a tough work. It's not easy. Some of them it takes 3 years, 4 years. Some of them would come within a year. It's discussions, the headquarters in the US, and so. But all of us, all partners, we joined together to this effort because we believed in the city of Be'er Sheva there should be a high-tech park. Our partners are Ben Gurion University. This is the first partner we had, and the municipality of Be'er Sheva. And all together, we started this mission. We have not completed the mission. We still have a lot of work to be done. But what we're trying to approach is look at it as a holistic approach. And once we connect all the dots together, this is very attractive for the companies, for the human resources, and for the government, and of course for the economic development of the region. The outcome of what we have done in the city of Be'er Sheva till now is that, as I said, we have 4,000 R&D employees working in our high-tech park. 85% are from the city of Be'er Sheva, and half an hour around it, which was a big surprise for us. The average salary, of course, went up because there is IT, and at that time, 10 years ago, there was no totally IT employees in Be'er Sheva, so it went up, and of course, the expenses of these employees boomed the economic development of the city. So as of today, for an annual average, they spend $280 million per year, and we expect in 2030 that $1 billion will be additional will be spent in the city of Be'er Sheva. Our model, as I said, the innovation ecosystem is based on quite many pillars, but I choose the main six ones, to let you know how we made it and how we're going to make it here in Thessaloniki. First of all, academia, the most important. We have in Be'er Sheva the University of Ben Gurion. Here we have the CERT, which we are in very good contact with, and the Aristotle University and the Macedonia, and we are starting now the assessment to try and reach the main fields they teach, the main manpower, the graduates they have, and this is very important for us to attract the companies. Academia, to me, is number one. Of course, they have research which we can connect to the companies, and we do all this work. This is part of what we have to do within the companies and within the universities. Government and incentives. So I was sent here by the head of the Israeli Innovation Authority, I think it was 3 or 3.5 years ago. And I came here, he said, Uzi, our prime minister promised the Greek prime minister that we'll try and help them, assist them to create an ecosystem and a high-tech park. So I came for one day, and I saw the site, I saw the people. That was my first time I met my friend Nikos Eftimiadis, which I will say a few words about him later. And anyway, I fell in love with the city, I fell in love with the site, but I fell in love with the people. It was kind of a gut feeling, Uzi, let's go and do it. And a week later, the pandemic appeared, and everything was shut down and stopped. And we could have a decision, well, let's wait, let's not do it, we have other projects and so, but my gut feeling says, go on it and do it. So in Israel, we went to the government for the high-tech park in Be'er Sheva, and we got special incentives for companies to come and approach our park, at least at the beginning. And they get incentives for lowering the cost of the employees. For 3-4 years, they get a quota. If you bring 100, you get this incentive. If you bring 200, you get more incentives. This is the idea how it works in Israel, and hopefully it will work the same here in Greece. Then we have the communities. The communities are very important, the communities for the human resource, for the communities for the startups, the communities we're trying to get all of them in a community with events, with hackathons, with meetups, with the conferences, in order to make them feel they are part of a whole ecosystem. This is a special spirit they need to have. Our stakeholders, we need always where we go, a good local partner. And here we have found Thessaloniki, headed by my friend, Mr. Nikos Eftimiades. He's the dreamer, the visionary, and the executor. To be honest, without him, I wouldn't be here, and thank you very much, Nikos, for that. And, of course, Basecamp, and we found an Israeli real estate fund that joined us, and all together, it's a kind of a partnership where Thessaloniki, of course, is the leading it, but we will have Basecamp within Thessaloniki. This is the idea. Tech companies, obvious, most important. Without them, we can have buildings, and this is something we warn wherever we go. We don't want white elephants. We don't want empty buildings. It's the worst. So that is why we have to start with the ecosystem. And today already we are working to bring some anchors here. We met some companies here in Thessaloniki, not just startups, but real companies. We are working on a field of medical tech, medtech. And one of our partners in Israel is Sheba Medical Center, one of the best hospitals in the world, and they are willing to come here and collaborate here on this issue, and I believe we will make it with them. Another important field is the cyber field. We are approaching the government because we need not the military one, the civilian cyber to protect all utilities, all municipalities, and so, and this is what we plan to do. But first, we need to bring the anchors, 2, 3 anchors, then startups come, accelerators come, everyone comes behind it. To my opinion, you build the ecosystem, you begin with the anchors. Don't leave the startups, don't leave everyone, but if you want to make it a strong ecosystem, you need it. Of course, the human capital is, you heard it in the former panel, is very important. We need experienced human capital. We also hope we can bring some Greek talent back to Greece because they are experienced, and we'll have to talk to the government about it so they can be experienced human capital. Of course, the graduates of the university here. For instance, with the cyber issue, we will arrange a course for cyber for 8 months for graduates that once they finish it, they are qualified to work with cyber companies. This is part of what we have to do in this ecosystem. So this is basically our model. I mentioned the fields that we would love to work with. I see time is running, so in the right below picture, you can see Mr. Eftimiades with the president of the Green University and myself signing the agreement between the Thessaloniki and the high-tech park in Beersheba. This is the Thessaloniki site, and this is the master plan. And we are starting now working with architects and engineers on the design of it. This is the location, very close to the airport. To us, it's very important. And this is it for now, because I know I'm running out of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you. Oops. A fascinating project and an example of collaboration in action. Now, Itai, I know you are a really enthusiastic evangelist for innovation. So I'm looking forward to hearing your words. Please go ahead. Of course, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Most of the smartest people work for others, for startups, for academy, for companies, and for other countries. Collaborate with them. According to a research from 2020 international cooperation have reduced COVID-19. Our world is changing. Companies and states that will not collaborate will be left behind and become irrelevant. There is a generational gap on international cooperation. Younger people see more value in international cooperation. Decision makers must acknowledge it. We live in a time of rapid changes. Technological advancements such as AI, 3D printing, electric and autonomous vehicles, automation and robotics, edge computing, quantum computing. These disruptors are changing our world. Those that will not leverage innovative solutions will stay behind. The arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. Big no. What you did yesterday is not enough for tomorrow. Define your challenges and share them in order to attract worldwide entrepreneurs with relevant solutions. Artificial intelligence is changing our world. If you will not experiment with AI today, and if you do not adopt the best AI solutions that are suitable for your challenges, you will become irrelevant. According to BCG, 2023 will bring most of the investments to the AI and robotics, which are both very much relevant to the Thessaloniki area. Technology will eliminate occupations and create new occupations. The more techy you are, the more flexible you are to deal with the rapid changes and future challenges as pandemic threats and economic recessions. In order to secure growth, efficiency, relevancy, competitive advantage, as well as creating new business opportunities, innovation is a top priority in 2023, again, according to BCG. Over 85% plan to increase innovation spending. Here are some of the Israeli unicorns. There are over 500 multinationals that constantly look for innovation in Israel, looking for the next ways. Follow them. This slide was created by WePeak AI, generative AI startup. Greece is facing challenges related to green and digital transitions, employment, skills and social cohesion, private investment, and economic and institutional transformation. Greece aims to modernize sectors as agriculture, manufacturing, services through an investment of 30 billion euros in grants and loans, particularly in innovative capacity building and digitalization. Tourism, with 18% of GDP, is a great sector for innovation. This is exactly where collaboration can come in. Greece can leverage the Israeli tech ecosystem to innovate and modernize these sectors. Make the Greek door the first one worldwide relevant entrepreneurs knock on. Here are few domains Israel has a lot to offer in. Every tiny logo here is an Israeli startup. This is for energy tech, this is for fintech, this is for retail, AI, travel tech. I was sharing some practical tips regarding the way to get value out of collaborating with startups based on the Israeli best practice. Here are few tips. How about make every Greek corporate has at least one board member with an experience in tech and innovation. In Israel, it is mandatory by law in every bank.
According to MIT, you better have 3 board members alike in order to positively impact the organization performance. Diversity is a must with respect to knowledge, experience, gender, and age. When 60 is the average age of board members and only 2% are below the age of 55, it is not diversity. Otherwise, your organization will become as that and become irrelevant. Our world is changing, and it is about to change even more radically. There will be crises ahead and many more disruption. But by working together today, by innovating together today, we can win together and be ready for tomorrow. Here, you were supposed to hear me speaking in Greek.
Yeah.
But maybe we can connect it. If not, I will send it to you afterward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Itai.
Can you bring the...
I told you he was an evangelist. It's only a matter of time before we're all replaced by AIs, but while we're waiting for that to happen, let's move on to our next human presenter, Nikos Efthymiadis, about whom we've heard a certain amount already. Nikos, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think that I want to thank specifically the Economist Conference, because you're about to hear today the first official announcement of what is going to happen, and which is extremely important for Thessaloniki, and it is going to happen in this conference as well.
Excellent.
I am the founder and volunteer coordinator of a vision that was going ahead for the last 10 years. And it was only due to the government, this present government, and I would like to say a big thank you to Minister Staikouras that is here already, that the government took that very seriously, and as I will say in a few words, they are making it happen with our help. I am a little bit worried, and I will take the responsibility for it, that the previous panel that was here did not mention anything about Thesintec, about what is happening here, because you all understand that it's not only AI. The ecosystem consists of a lot of things. It consists of health, it consists of the nanotechnology, it consists of energy, logistics, all sorts of things. That makes the ecosystem. But there is another need of where does this ecosystem work out of? And the ecosystem works out of a science and technology park that at this moment is not existing in Greece. I repeat, is not existing in Greece. We have research parks, we have technology parks, but there is no place in Greece that companies, universities, research people, and entrepreneurs, startups, mature companies are there together under the same roof to work together for a specific product, of an innovative product. So I would say to our previous panel, I take the responsibility because, as I say, we are working in Thessaloniki, we're a little bit lower profile. Mm-hmm. We don't want to shout too much. Mm-hmm. We have the support of the government, and for us this is very important. But there is a gap, and I take the responsibility of not informing them so much about what is happening here. I'm sure that a conference like this will lead the way to bring us a little bit closer with Athens, and because Thessaloniki has the ecosystem, but it did not have the hardware so far. Right. So what Thesintec is, ladies and gentlemen, is a public-private partnership, non-for-profit. Our shareholders are the 3 universities of Thessaloniki, shareholders, the 3 universities of Thessaloniki, the CERT Research Institute, and about 30 companies, enterprises that have put down the startup funds to make this start, to mature the project. Mm-hmm. So we have the confidence of the industry, We have the shareholding of the universities and the CERT. And actually at this moment, both universities and CERT are leading 6 mega projects that we have already in operation. Although we have about 2 years before this is actually starting. We're about 3 months, Minister Staikouras, away from starting it. About 3 months. I think in 3 months we will start it, and it will take us about 2 years to make this vision happen. I think that this is really what gives a great answer to the story that the professor of Alba was telling us of walking in the seaside and hearing two almost pensioned people talking to each other and say, it's not going to happen. That was in 2015. Well, it's happening right now. And I think we should take pride of that. And we should now, what I think is important to stress at this panel here is our cooperation with Israel. We thought that there is a great similarities and great relationship between the two countries, and there is a great tradition with Thessaloniki itself, which attracts quite a lot of interest in this, but it's not really emotional. It is practical. It is 120,000 students that go out of the universities every year. It is the export-oriented companies that build a tower in New York, or they build elevators in China. So it's happening. Yes, the ecosystem is here. What we are doing, and we do not want to make to feel inferior if we would go to Israel and say, you have a technology. We want this technology. And I met Beersheba, and I was impressed by what we saw in Beersheba. And then we decided that we merged our interests together. We talk to each other. It's about 3 years that we are talking to each other. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's business. Although we are a non-for-profit company, it's a business-oriented company. We are there to see who is going to make money out of what we produce in that hub. But it is really a place where it's going to be a game changer. I don't know if this is really, I don't want to spare too much of your time, because I don't know, we don't have much, but it gives you what was missing. That was the missing link that was missing out of our system. The academia was not really speaking in good terms with it's not only in Greece, it's going everywhere. There was a lot of, so what was missing was a science park. And this is one in Cambridge, this is one in Amsterdam, and this is the one that Uzi was just telling you what happened in 10 years. And we are sure that we're going to make it happen in Thessaloniki, because the ecosystem does exist. There are about 400 such parks in Europe. There is none in Greece. And we're going to make it because we have the potential. This is why it is in Thessaloniki. You can see where the yellow line is next to the airport. It's 760,000 square meters of land that was given to us for free from the government. And we collected about 5 million euros from the private sector to mature the project. This is the project, as Uzi said, the connectivity with the city. But this is more important now. We already have about 6 mega projects operating. A project in materials, a project in nanotechnology, a project in AI, a project in energy, in logistics, and in smart cities. And you can see a little bit vague, but you can see an example of how do they work. There are about, let's say, in each one of these mega projects, there are about 20 different companies that have a specific need from the academia and from research. And on the left-hand side, you can see the actual laboratories that are operating. And those people, it was a bottom-up approach. So what we did is we asked the companies, and these are the companies, there are specific companies, 70 of them, that said this is what we need. We need a lighter profile of aluminum because this is going to make one more store in my tower. So we said, all right, what do we need? We need to put together a team that will solve that. So this is a very practical way of looking at it, business way of looking at it. But of course, we don't want to forget our social needs, and that we need to whatever comes out of there, whether it's AI or that really brings brain back home, or looks at the unable people, or looks at the resilience of the climate, and of course humanities. And I think it was already covered that 3 months before we actually start digging, and 2 years before we start operating, the day of operation we already have the companies that have agreed with us, and the base camp situation, we will probably have more than 2,000 people working for us day one. Day one. Digital nomads you told about. There are a lot of multinational technology companies that are interested and we're talking to. I would love to see the previous panel interfering, integrated into what we are doing, because sometimes we do things complementary, but we don't know each other so well. We're hoping that we will create a Hellenic European Innovation District very soon in this country. And we are proud to say that we would like to say made very well in Greece. It's not just made well, but we would like to spread the message that things can be made very well in Greece.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Far be it from me to interrupt the applause. Just one tiny question which I need you to answer very, very briefly. Apart from his love affair with the city, why Thessaloniki for this project?
Why Thessaloniki? For him or for me?
For you. For you.
Well, for me, I fell in love. Because the potential is here. 220,000 students, many extrovert companies. The location is extremely important. There's this 760,000 square meters of land is on the sea. The digital nomads love it. We would like to create a quality of life, its synergies. And actually I come from the agrotechnology sector, and I fell in love with technology.
Right.
Some 20 years ago. It took me 20 years. It took me, I don't hesitate to say, it took me 20 years.
It took him about an hour, I think, didn't it? All right, thank you very much. That was super. We're going to move on to our next panel, but please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. We will have to have our picture taken, a requirement of the police, I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's good to meet you. Whoops. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. Okay. Let's move on then. I mean, we go from one extraordinary and vital topic to another in these conferences, and this is quite, again, a change of direction, but this is so central to everything that we've been talking about, infrastructure and transportation as drivers of growth. So I'm really pleased to be able to have this panel, and of course it's always great to have fantastic panelists. So we've got Christos Staikouras, who we've already heard about, the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport for Greece, is joining us for this panel. And then we're going to have a response from the business sector. We have Alexandros Exarchou, who's the Vice President of the Board of Directors and CEO of Intracat, Antonis Mitsalis, who's the Executive Director of the AVAX Group, Georgios Liompis, who is the Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors and General Manager at Sky Express. And commentating on all of this, we have Fotis Kolias, who is the Director at our partner Power Game. So gentlemen, please all come up and join me on the stage. Minister, pleasure to meet you again. Hiya. Hi. Good to see you. Hi. We have enough seats, don't we? We do. Okay, well, let's plunge straight in and hand over to the Minister. We've got subtitles here, the government strategy for effective and safe transportation. I imagine that's your wheelhouse, so I'll hand over to you for that. Minister Staikouras, please.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Firstly, I'd like to thank and congratulate the organizers. A really interesting and timely conference. I'd like to thank them for the kind invitation. And of course, I'd like to congratulate them on the title of this specific session because, ladies and gentlemen, as the title suggests, we know what is the potential role by infrastructure and transportation as drivers of growth. We know how important they are in order to create jobs and strengthening social cohesion, and how they may play a role in making the country more powerful. That's why we have at the core of our strategy to properly and effectively promote infrastructure projects, increasing safety and improving the quality of our infrastructure and transportation projects. So strengthening our green and safe transportation, the promotion of productivity and efficiency in all areas, improvement of efficiency in the use of resources, both national and international, our European resources, the wise use of all valuable water resources. This is very, very important for the coming 4 years, and the equitable and fair contribution of our country in the European networks, the so-called 10, the transportation European networks. So in order for this to happen, we have to have smooth collaboration between all stakeholders, both domestically and abroad. We know very well that a strong public sector is a necessary requirement for viably developing a competitive private sector, and a strong private sector is a necessity in order to productively use the potential of the public sector and of safe and healthy finances. So, having said that, with these principles, values and priorities in mind, we are currently designing and implementing specific sets of policies. We have already started in the first couple of months of our term. Let me give you a brief description of our 10 sets of policies. First one, public infrastructure or public works. Yes, currently, as a follow-up to what this government has done in the previous 4 years, we have hundreds of small-scale and large-scale projects underway across the country, aiming at building modern infrastructure and safe transportation projects. We have the Thessaloniki underway, the Metro as we call it, which will go live in 2024. 2 days ago, we informed the Greek Parliament about the award of the new contract for its maintenance and operations. This contract will be signed on October 4th in Thessaloniki. That is next week. Also, we have a very important part of the E65 National Highway until Kalabaka. This will be delivered in the first months of 2024. We have the Patra-Pyrgos Highway. It's moving on. 25% of the project has been completed, and we expect that the entire project will be commissioned in 2025. Also, and please pay attention to that, it's very important, we have had some really important interventions completed in the already existing Athens-Patras highway, by means of which we upgraded road safety. On top of that, 2 days ago, we informed the Greek Parliament for the new agreement, for the new contract to improve the 9th highway and the bypass of Yalova. The Aktio-Avrakia National Highway will be delivered this year. We have the Crete North Axis moving on. We also have the flyover in Thessaloniki, which is the largest road infrastructure project currently underway via a PPP scheme, private and public partnership. And this flyway, this new project will be toll-free. In the coming weeks, we will have the new Castelli Airport that will be delivered in 2027. Currently, we have works taking place in all the area, and the project has been completed by 23%. We also have the road between Ioannina and Kakavia. There is a new tender, and this will be awarded in the next weeks. The Lamia Karpenisi part of this road and the Bralos Amphissa and the Chalkida bypass are moving on, and works will start in the coming weeks. Most likely there will be some of the participants of the panelists saying something about that, and we have some preliminary works already taking place. This is the first set of policies. We closely monitor these policies, these projects, and we closely monitor that together with the private sector. Second set of policies: anti-flood, land improvement, and irrigation projects. These are the large projects that fall under our responsibility. These are the ones we handle, not the ones to the regions. Currently, we have designs of 28.9 million euros of value for large-scale anti-flooding projects. We have 10 more anti-flood projects amounting to 44 million euros currently being built in Athens, Attica, Thessaloniki, Macedonia. We have 4 projects of 197 million euros currently being awarded, and we have 2 PPP projects amounting to 497 million euros to be awarded shortly. Let me add on top of them another 49 big irrigation projects that fall under our scope. We took them from the Ministry of Agriculture, a total budget of 644 million euros, and all these projects are at a different stage of maturity. Okay, these are the large projects. I talked to you also about the irrigation and land improvement projects. Now, moving on to the third set of policies and priorities. For me, it's extremely important. That's something we failed to discuss for many, many years. I'm talking about the control and maintenance of existing infrastructure, because we keep on talking about new projects, but we don't follow the resilience and the sustainability of the existing ones. For instance, bridges. Bridges represent a very important part of our road wealth. Every bridge has to be maintained, assessed, evaluated. Let me say that the total amount of money needed to restore a bridge sometimes might mean 20 times more than the total cost for delayed for 20 times less than a delayed intervention to the bridge. So we have the High Council for the Inspection and Maintenance of Bridges currently working on that, and in the coming period, actually in the next couple of weeks, there will be a ministerial decision issued to approve the regulation for this steering committee for the maintenance and investigation inspection of bridges. So this committee will be properly staffed, so all bridges with a span of more than 6 meters to be checked. So now, talking about transports, we will further boost the e-mobility. Currently, we have 10% of all registrations of cars being EVs. It was quite lower back in 2019. This has been the result of the incentives provided by the Greek government to support EVs. Last week, we have had 2,226 new applications for such grants in the context of the several projects, Kinume Elektronika, I move using electricity, freely translated. And now our ministry is responsible for these projects as well. We will have some 5,000 more applications as of next year. 3 out of 4 applications have to do with mopeds, 2-wheel, 3-wheel vehicles, and this reflects the shift of the Greek market towards micromobility. Another important thing has to do with charging stations. In 2019, we have had 58 charging points. Now we have more than 3,500 charging stations, and the target is to reach 25,000 charging points by 2030. Another important thing also for Thessaloniki, we have to renew the fleet of our buses, mass transportation buses. In the first cabinet meeting, we announced that we have a 4-year strategy so we can have 1,300 new buses of new technology, non-polluting ones, by the end of our term. Currently, there is a tender for 650 of these buses to be procured, and 250 electronic buses will be commissioned by the end of April 2024. 140 buses in Athens and 110 in Thessaloniki. And 15 days ago, we launched the process for stage 2 of this round of procurement of new buses, anti-polluting ones. This tender will be launched in the first semester of 2024. Sixth set of priorities. Reforming the Greek railway. We are working to this direction very hard, despite the challenges that occurred recently. We signed a contractual agreement with the Greek railway, in the context of which financing from the annual financing of 45 million euros will reach 75 million euros, so that the organization will make the necessary interventions, while at the same time setting a specific framework of surveillance and auditing to the managing directors. And now, in the Ministry of Transport, we have a committee consisting of the railway stakeholders in order to properly support the modernization of the Greek railway. Let me remind you that we're talking about OSE, ERGOSE, GEOSE, and Hellenic Train, 4 organizations, where we need better coordination of all 4 entities. Seventh set of priorities, which of course relates to our panel. Further increase of safety in airports, aviation, and air transport. So we will have a new code of ethics under SAPA. The Civil Aviation Authority has been staffed even better. We have new safety managers in the Civil Aviation Authority per sector. We have the new public entity, as we call it, DIPA. We are also using RRF funds amounting to 107 million euros for the upgrading of our airport infrastructure, mainly in the 13 regional airports. Thessaloniki is exempted because the project, the works in Thessaloniki Airport have already been completed. Eighth set of priorities. Establishing metropolitan organizations or bodies that will be handling traffic-related issues, both in Athens and Thessaloniki. It's a huge problem, a huge issue, a major challenge. The aim is the following: to efficiently coordinate all involved stakeholders and reasonably use all resources for issues that relate to traffic congestion. We have already completed the preliminary study for Athens, and we're moving on for Thessaloniki. Next step: meticulously describing the job description, let's say, in the entity. And let me remind you that for Thessaloniki in particular, establishing such a body has been the proposal by the Greek Association of Traffic Experts since 2008. Ninth set of policies: increasing resilience of transportation, which is intrinsically linked to infrastructure, which means that we have to make sure that all new infrastructure projects are resilient to the climate. They are compatible with environmental objectives, and they may withstand unexpected weather conditions or man-made phenomena. We're talking about provisions that have been included in the regulations, in the regulation for building such infrastructure under review, according to the Trans-European Networks Regulations Manual. And this, of course, has to do also with railway. So we aim, and you see that very shortly, we aim at having Greek contribution in the new TENS, the Trans-European Networks being deployed, like the one linking the Baltics, Black Sea, and the Aegean Sea, the so-called 3 Seas project. We are also promoting the project of linking Thessaloniki, Kavala, and Alexandroupoli, Burgas, Varna, and Ruse by train. We're talking about the C2C project, and we also take part in the consultation, the negotiations for our country's participation in the alternative routes for exporting Ukrainian grain by building a solidarity route linking Ukraine with our country via Bulgaria and Romania, which means that we will be able to fully utilize the port's potential in northern Greece. And the 10th set of policies, immediate restoration of all damages suffered by the infrastructure in the areas hit by the various phenomena. In this case, we need both the funds and the time. In both issues, the government has taken very prompt decisions. Now, talking about the funds, we will review the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, and we will include infrastructure projects of up to 6 million euros of value, out of which more than 185 million euros will be earmarked for restoring the Greek railway system in those areas. Now, talking about the time, because we found the funds, if we will find more. As for the time, thanks to the law promulgated some days ago, the Ministry of Transport has been assigned to design and immediately build new projects for the restoration of areas that has suffered from these phenomena, although these areas do not fall under the scope of our ministry. 2 days ago, the first decisions have been taken by the cabinet, and there will be a cabinet act following the proposal by the competent ministry, the Ministry of Infrastructure. So we will start with the schools and the roads afflicted. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about 10 political priorities, initiatives that we undertook since day one of our second term in the area of infrastructure, so that the title of this event will be made justice to. We have the will, the strong will, to be very quick, to do projects with quality and efficiency, so that within 4 years we will be able to substantially argue that our country has strengthened its position as a positive player, as a success story. We will and we will do it. We can and we will do it. Sorry.
Thanks. Oops. Okay, excellent. Well, let's move straight on to Alexandros Exarchou, who's the Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors and CEO at Intracat. Alexandros, do you want to start from where you are there?
Yeah,
or do you want to take...
I'm fine here, yes.
Okay.
I'll take this in Greek. Καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I have heard what you said with a lot of pleasure, because these 10 measures mean that there are a lot of projects that will be tendered, and we, the construction companies, feel particularly happy about that. I would like to repeat what I have said in a previous event, is that it is important to have big projects, both for the economy and the construction sector. We have in the last 3 years 11.5 million projects that have not been completed, and now due to the resilience fund this amount will go up to 40 million. So 10 years ago we had no projects, and now we have so many projects. So the question arising is how we will manage to complete all these projects in an impeccable manner. Most construction companies have been making a huge effort to complete their capitalization in order to meet the demands of the non-completed projects that will increase in the future. There are 2 or 3 issues that are of concern to us. How could our sector be profitable and complete the project in an impeccable and timely manner? I am concerned about the absorption of RRF funds. I am afraid of the fact that Greek banks will have to meet the demand of the guarantee letters for projects amounting to 40 billion. This causes a great pressure to Greek banks, which have reached the point that cannot meet the fully capitalized companies. If this continues and a company needs a long time to issue such a guarantee letter, then this might mean that we won't be able to meet the 5-year period set by RRF stipulations. So I would like to suggest a solution that will give the possibility to insurance companies to issue guarantee letters that could be used by the public sector, and also legislation intervention that will clarify the scope. When the project is completed, then the guarantee letter of of impeccable completion should not be considered valid any longer. But nowadays we have guarantee letters that were issued in 2004, and the project was completed in 2006. These letters were not given back to the banks. They were lost, and this means that the companies still have to pay to the banks. And this does not facilitate the whole process. The second issue that makes us feel concerned is that the projects started being tendered at a zero inflation environment. 2 years ago, inflation was zero. So the contract signed then didn't have any provisions about the re-examination and the revision of the law. But then we had the geopolitical issue in Ukraine, and we have a different inflation. And we don't know when inflation will become zero again. The inflation nowadays is not controlled, and this affects everything. This could not have been anticipated and foreseen in the past. If someone considers that a construction company comes out of an 11-year crisis and want to tender for a project and ask from these companies to undertake the cost of a geopolitical war in Ukraine, is irrational, in my view. And that's not the international norm of risk-taking. We have force majeure in these cases. The damage caused by force majeure should be paid by the final user, and in public projects, it's not the construction company. I understand that the government has made efforts to tackle with this problem. I fully understand that, and I believe that Greece has made huge steps towards this direction, contrary to other countries that have done none. But that's not adequate, and it's not adequate in view of the uncompleted projects that are ahead of us. This means that we should try to tackle this problem not at the level of Greek government only, but as we must have a European handling of this issue and problem. Of course, the growth rate in Greece is much faster than in EU, and so Greece could ask for a system that could help us of not having private entities undertaking the risk of this cost. The risk of the cost the risk of the cost cannot be taken only by a private body. Who is responsible for that? No one. So what can we do? This will help the program of the minister to complete the 10 steps that he has just described. And we are very optimistic that he will manage to do that, and we will do our best to that end. And I'd like to refer to a final issue, referring to the damage caused in Thessaly and the needs created there. I believe that all companies have done their best to help government to tackle with this case. Intracat sent 55 machines in Volos yesterday in order to meet the needs. And we don't talk about expenditure and cost. We do our best. It's not only Intracat. I believe that all private companies do their best in order to help the government to tackle this unprecedented situation. And we will do it. And we will do our best so that the measures that the government will have to take in order to tackle with this unprecedented disaster to be done in such a way in order to meet the demands timely.
I'm interested, I want to stay with you for a second. One of the interesting things in Greece has been the success in the absorption of the RRF funds, of which Greece is a particularly prominent recipient, and deservedly so. So it's interesting that you mentioned that you've found these blockages, these difficulties in absorbing those funds. I wonder if you'd like to go into a bit more detail about that.
Well, I thought in Greek, I'm sorry.
The problem that I see is not the intention of the government. No, the government wants to absorb this as soon as possible. But there is a limit of the ability of the Greek banking system to support this great amount of non-completed projects. Most of the projects are projects of cooperation of the public and private sector. The result of the economic crisis in Greece is that the banks are controlled about their capitalization. This means that even if a company has a high cash flow and it is profitable and capable of carrying the burden of guarantee letters, the banks have given so many guarantee letters and they appear to be so much exposed to the construction sector, and they have difficulty in presenting that to their supervisor. So a systemic bank will need 6 months to give a guarantee letter of 25 million to us. What I mean is that time is a restraining factor. If it becomes more and more difficult to issue guaranteeing letters, then we will not be able to complete these projects. And if we have a deadline 4 to 5 years for the completion of the project, then time is important.
I hope to give the Minister an opportunity shortly to come back on some of those points, but before we do, let's move on to Antonis Mitsalis of AVAX Group.
Well, I am going to come back to this because this is what matters for all of us, and what the Minister and Mr. Exarchou mentioned are what I have in mind to discuss. Ευχαριστώ πολύ τους.
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us here. I would like to congratulate them because despite the hardship that we had in September, you managed to organize this conference. Indeed, we are at a period where there is a lot of boom and boosting in the construction sector. It's similar to what was happening back in 2004 when the Olympic Games were held in Greece. That was the great peak construction period for Greece. I would like to mention the projects that the Minister mentioned, the Line 4 in subway, the airport in Heraklion, the road between Patras Pylio. All these are being implemented. And besides this, we have a lot of other regional projects and several private investments in tourism and industry. I don't know if this existed in the previous decade. Finally, I'd like to talk about the Ellinikon project in Athens, which is the tip of the iceberg. I would like also to talk about another issue that is of concern to us. This has to do with human capital and human resources. Construction companies have made a lot of efforts to add people in their human resources. The good thing is that a lot of Greeks who had left abroad in the past, and they are very skilled and experienced, have come back to Greece. And the state has already started an effort to sign bilateral agreements with other countries in order to have experienced personnel coming back to Greece. Our neighboring countries have their own growth and development, and it's not easy to have people coming from these countries here to Greece. And we could also use people from Greece who work in other sectors in our sector, because it provides a good income. A lot of big projects will also be added. First of all, the road construction on Crete between Chania and Chersonesos. That's a big project. As the minister said, we have various public-private partnership projects that are in various phases. We have the big project by Ergose, and we have the new institution of model proposals where private bodies also propose projects. Our company participates as well. I wanted also to talk about the guarantee letters that Mr. Exarchou also mentioned. This amounts to 8 to 10 billion, and that's a conservative thinking, referring to the next 2 years. Speaking conservatively, the deposits and guarantee letters amount to 15 to 20%. This means that we have further needs that will be added to the existing guarantees, and they will continue. And we can add to that the projects will be financed by investors or by the RRF funds. This means that there is a huge need to see how we will increase this exposure in the construction field and sector. I believe that we will have some difficulty in responding to these needs. I'd like to conclude by presenting our company in Macedonia. Our company was founded in 1964 here in Macedonia. We are starting the flyover project together with Mytilineos. This is a complicated project because besides constructing, we will have to manage the traffic on the ring road. And this is something we have been working on with the administration. And besides that, the safe usage and operation of the road for 25 years. Soon we will start constructing the Children's Hospital in Philero here in Thessaloniki after signing the contract with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. We are also constructing various school buildings at Anatolia American College. We are expanding the DESFA network for natural gas transmission, and we're developing gas networks in various Greek cities. I'm mentioning all these because this is just a part of what is happening in Macedonia and northern Greece. And it's important to mention them because something like that hasn't occurred for more than 10 years. I would like to conclude by referring to the recent disastrous events. Two basic needs were the result, the destruction of the existing infrastructure and shielding the infrastructure that exists in the future. I'm certain that the country will be able to respond to these needs in a good way, and the construction sector will play the positive role it played in the past. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Thanks a lot. Let's move straight along to Georgios Lioumpis, who's the Vice Chairman at Sky Express. Please.
Hello. If you don't mind, I will
Please
go to
go
the
ahead.
podium.
Yeah. Do try and stick to time if you can.
I will.
Thanks.
Would like to thank Power Game and The Economist for the hospitality. My name is Georgios Lioumpis. I'm the General Manager of Sky Express. And together with the Sky Express team, we create beautiful travel experiences to all passengers traveling for business purposes or for leisure or both. We offer a flight experience that provides them with freedom and comfort to 34 destinations in Greece and 11 destinations in Europe with a very young fleet of airplanes. Allow me to say a few things about 4 specific issues. The success story of Sky Express, our focus on human resources, the importance of Thessaloniki, and our offering to society. Sky Express is a big Greek company that has registered a very important achievement during the most difficult times for traveling by air. In 2020, the year of the pandemic, the economy has been closed down. Actually, the impact was huge, and our company turned out to be extremely resilient and also took a huge step forward. We materialized, using our own resources and assets, a huge investment plan. As a result of that, we laid the foundations so that in the Greek skies we will have a new landscape, that may respond to the competitiveness in the field. Eurocontrol gave some facts according to which in 2022 Sky Express, the Greek company, has been the European company, the most rapidly growing European air carrier in 2019. We have had 2 new Airbus A320neo, and thanks to these additions now we have 23, if we heard correctly, airplanes. Yes, the addition of the 23rd plane has been extremely important because it's not just the final step, the completion of our first round in the investments we have already designed to materialize, but it's also the end of the first cycle of growth for our company, for Greece, because we are able to fully tap on the tourist waves into Greece and Greek entrepreneurship, because very recently we announced Frankfurt, Düsseldorf and Warsaw as our new 3 international destinations, strengthening our footprint in the European continent. So we offer new products like Business Plus, we call it Bliss in our jargon. As of the first trip to these destinations, we will have a business plan, and the same will apply to Thessaloniki, Rhodes, and Heraklion. As a result, we create even more opportunities for linking our country with other destinations and, of course, servicing our passengers throughout the year in very competitive terms. Currently, our company turns out to be an ambassador of our country wherever we go, thanks to our fleet, thanks to our people. We continue our growth on our growth path, enriching the experience we offer with new offerings and, of course, always having highly qualified personnel. That's why we keep on investing in human capital, and this is equally important. Currently, we employ more than 700 people, most of whom are women, and at the same time, we are committed to meet the 25 by 25 initiative by IATA. We also employ people from various nationalities who have the right to work and reside in Europe. They are highly qualified experts, and this expertise has been conquered, let's say, thanks to our international experience. We keep on training them. We use our own in-house system for that, and we have been approved. We have received a full approval for our own academy, which will be a new pool for highly qualified crews based on the very strict standards that we have introduced. This high qualification, these very high standards of qualification also relates to the maintenance committee that we have that make sure that our fleet is very meticulously maintained according to the strictest international standards. So, having our fleet as the core of our attention, we have been able to reduce our CO2 emissions in 2022 by 38,000 tons. And in 2023, we have reduced them by an additional 5,000 tons, which equals to the annual emissions of 9,000 private cars. We keep on investing in our own spare parts inventory and warehouse, which is actually used also for third companies. So all in all, we contribute in the Greeks' long-standing contribution to aviation globally. Thessaloniki plays a very important role for Sky Express. That's why we have invested heavily in Thessaloniki. The IOGR group, part of which of course includes Sky Express, gives a job to 400 people who live, work and reside in Thessaloniki. And also we have the land crew through SkyServe that we employ. Sky Express links Thessaloniki with important destinations both in Greece and abroad, and brings Thessaloniki closer to Cyprus through our direct flight from and to Larnaca. So we have a very strong relationship with the city that was made evident in 2021 when one of our first Airbus A320 Neo has been named after the city, My Thessaloniki. So we have this strong link with the city. We stand by the city and its people. We stand by the local stakeholders and our partners. And this is a very tangible proof that in difficult times, March 2022, it was Sky Express that transferred free of charge lots of students from and to Thessaloniki, having also been supporting important events like Posidonia or the Megas Alexandros International Marathon. So in the context of Sky's Express response to the devastating wildfires in Rhodes Island, we have also been quick to mobilize our support mechanism both within the Rhodes International Airport and in our headquarters in Athens and in Thessaloniki. So offering is part of our DNA. So, in this context, Sky Express, along with meeting its commercial targets, takes care also for the social environment and the natural environment. We have next generation engines, proper arrangements for AC, and as a result, we shrink our environmental footprint. So our initiatives, our actions are the outcome of hard work, non-stop work, but it's actually the outcome of our dedication to the vision we have for this company, for the present and the future of air transport of our country, and of course in support of our Greek tourism. You allowed me, as I told you, I will talk to you about 4 things: success story, investing in people, the importance of Thessaloniki for our company, and the social offerings of Sky in difficult times for our country. So, Sky Express is the brand new choice. Thank you.
Very much. That's going to be. You are fine. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to you, Fotis, for your thoughts on what you've heard. I'm afraid, going to ask you to be really brief because I do want to come back to the Minister. He heard a lot. I'd like to give him an opportunity to respond. So please go ahead.
I don't want to make a comment. I'm just going to ask something very quickly. We have 2 individuals who have a set of projects to construct of 8.5 billion euros. Intracat, by the end of this year, Intracat and AVAX will have to take care of projects that amount to more than 8.5 billion euros. And this minister will have to handle some projects of a total of 40 billion euros, just to put everything in perspective here. So the question is the following. Is the public sector ready to handle all this workload? Because you didn't say anything about that, although you have been extremely detailed. Moreover, how are the companies to solve the problem with the human resources and the equipment used? Because they have to double their size in order to respond to the challenges, like Intracat.
Respond to everything you've heard, Minister.
I believe that out of all the things we have said, there is a common thread. And I will agree on that. That's my belief as well. The area of constructions, infrastructure, has been a steady provider for this country's growth and also for this country's extroversy. In the past decades, we know very well that there have been huge projects built by Greek construction companies, both in Greece and abroad. So, we do have the quality of the human capital needed and the experience required to bring these major projects to an end. I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank them because in the past weeks, in whatever we asked them to do, both the central government and local governments, they have been there. They used to be here and they are still here during the natural catastrophe. They provided us with their equipment, their vehicles, and they supported us in order to deal with the daily issues that our citizens face. And they are willing to continue playing an important role in that. So for these 2 reasons, I'd like to congratulate them. I'd like to praise them. Truth be told, we are currently at a specific point of this economical cycle. What do I mean by that? The Greek economy is doing far better than the EU average. But at the same time, we're facing challenges. Mainly, I'm talking about inflation, which is something that other economies also face. I will disagree when somebody said uncontrolled inflation. No, it's persistent inflation. It's higher than what the original expectations suggested. There are serious efforts taken by the ECB to harness that monetary policy and by the government's fiscal policy to harness this inflation as quickly as possible. But there will be relatively high inflation rates for a long time. So we will have to live with these high inflation rates for a long period of time. This means that the Greek government, with respect to its policies, will have to consider that, to take that into account. Now, more practically, we have 2 challenges, 2 notions, the challenges and the non-performed projects. Talking about the non-performed projects, there is a negative way to see it. We have a lot of projects to complete. How are we going to deal with that? And there is a positive interpretation. We have a lot of projects to be built, so Greek companies are healthy and they have a lot of work to do in the future, so let's support them. Both apply. What are we to do, the state, the government, I mean? We have to keep on putting pressure on companies to reduce the list of pending projects, of non-completed projects, while at the same time recognizing the challenges they have to face. The inflation, collaboration with the banking sector, another challenge. Human capital, another challenge. Let me add some more. Expropriations, this is a huge challenge. The public administration and the maturity of designs and studies, another challenge. So we know very well, we are well aware of the challenges ahead, and we try in these first 2-3 months of our term to contribute as far as we can in order to simultaneously tackle all these projects. 2 days ago in the cabinet we discussed about expropriations, about how we can have the e-expropriation service, the online expropriations. Okay, it will take a couple of years so we can have a full picture of the landscape in expropriations. Yes, we are ready to cover part of this cost that relates to the inflation. And as I heard before, there are specific initiatives taken by this government in order to attract human capital in order to be involved in building these projects. But let me be clear. I've said that before, and I'm a steady supporter of this belief also in the past 4 years, when in my previous capacity I had to face many things. Not all cost may be incurred by the state. There is no country in which the state may incur the entire cost. Because should this be the case, should the Greek state pay for the whole thing, making it into new budget deficits, this would have been to the detriment of the private sector. This would create a vicious cycle. So we have to contribute as far as we can in order to mitigate the challenges ahead. We have done that. We will continue doing that. I believe that, as far as I'm concerned, we have a very good level of collaboration so that the list of pending projects will be reduced and the projects will be completed. And as a result, new projects will be tendered and at the same time assess the sustainability and resilience of the existing infrastructures, while at the same time supporting the private sector against their challenges.
Thank you very much. This discussion will continue beyond the realms of this conference. For now, we're finished with this conversation, so thank you all very much. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Please stay with us while we have our picture taken, because I know how entertaining that is. And as soon as we're done, we'll break for lunch. Then we'll see you all back here in an hour. Thank you very much.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλιά που φωνήσει.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
know is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
HEDNO is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. HEDNO.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά που φωνήσει.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I enjoyed mine. You didn't really need to know that, but I did. It was very, very good, so I'm grateful for that. We're going to move right on for our next session, the first after lunch. It's about a topic of which I am extremely unfamiliar, which is youth. It's a long time since I had anything to do with youth, so I'm expecting to discover a lot today. New horizons in Greece's politics and business. This should be, I hope, a hopeful session. Let's find out. I'm going to invite up onto the stage my two panelists for this session, and they are Pavlos Marinakis, who is the government spokesperson, secretary of the political committee for New Democracy. Pavlos, please come and join us. And Dimitris Mansos, who's an MP, parliamentary representative for PASOK Kinima Alagis political party. Please come up and join us. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So, not being rude, they're not too youthful. I think I'll be all right. Okay. We've got quite a broad brief here, so we can talk pretty much about whatever we like, as long as we keep things cordial. That's really all that matters. Let me hand straight over to Pavlos. Give us your thoughts, please, on this area.
Thank you very much. Επειδή μας είχαν πει να προετοιμάσουμε.
We've been told to prepare a speech in Greek. So if you don't mind, I will have my presentation delivered in Greek. Thank you very, very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for this important opportunity, and I'm really happy to be here together with Dimitris Mansos. We've met in many pre-electoral panels, but I dare say that he's one of the very few people who, although we belong to a different political party, he's always very kind, polite, and we have had some great exchanges. I think that economists, both in our country, and given the efforts by the organizing committee, the strong team, has managed to have these events institutionalized. We all want to attend to exchange and set objectives based on which people will judge us. It's an open discussion, and this is a great opportunity also to take stock of the political landscape and the developments, from a distance, despite the political confrontation.
I am one of the several and plenty that belong to the younger generations. not that young, 35 years of age, but much younger than others. And we were used to start working for economy, knowing that our country has been on the front page abroad for not good reasons. And that was happening for several reasons. Greece was traveling electronically as the scapegoat, the black sheep in Europe. It was a country where a lot of debts were created. And we have heard the phrase that we belong to a generation that was paying for a crisis that it wasn't caused by this generation. So it's extremely important to have two pictures side by side. The picture and image of Greece 5 or 6 years ago, throughout the crisis from 2010 henceforth, and the current picture of Greece. Nowadays, we can talk about an employment rate at 10%. We dropped it 7.5 percentile units in 7 years, in just a few years. We can say nowadays that this term, we have the second fastest growth in the EU. We can also have 15% increase the average rate and 20% increase in the minimum wages. This is important news, but definitely it's not enough. Why? Because in Greece, the citizens experience an extended inflation crisis, especially the youngest ones, and we feel it more intense. Okay, it's important that youth unemployment has dropped by 10 percentile units, but still it's the highest in Europe. Therefore, I believe that what we should do is to keep in mind the positive aspects, but we should not lay back and feel that there is even 1 second to celebrate. We can't celebrate when we experience so many crises. The most significant one is that nowadays we can talk about a country that has good housekeeping. We talk about a government that does two things that are totally contrary to what the previous governments were doing. The first one is whatever the government says that it will do before the elections, it does them after the election. And that's important for younger people. The fundamental reasons why the younger generations are opposed to politics is because they believed, I hope they will stop believing in that, that depends on us, and they believe that whatever they hear, it will be turned into practice very difficultly. Secondly, we live in a country that used maximalist terms for many years. Who's going to give the most? Who's going to promise the most? But nowadays, this government does not want to be pleasant, but the future generations to pay a high price for that. The most important thing that must be done and should be done following the previous 4-year period is that this positive news should become closer to the daily practice for civilians. The fact that we are champions in exports and all the other significant positive markers I've mentioned should become part of our daily life. The first big struggle that we give is against high prices, and the second battle is to have even better wages and salaries. The Prime Minister himself said that the average salary should be $1,500 monthly until young people will be able to find a cheap rent. And now we have a third goal, to reverse this negative and bad wave of demographic problem of reduction of our population. In order to achieve all this, young people should feel certain and safe. We must have better wages. Therefore, if we want to describe it, we were in the basement. Now we have gone up to the second and third floor, but we still have a way high up. And a few words about the other topic, about education. Before coming here, I had a look at the priorities that the government set in the previous 4-year period. We gave a lot of effort, we made a lot of effort to fill the several gaps that existed in our education system due to the situation and the memoranda and bailouts. Greece used to be a country that hadn't appointed permanent educators for 10 years. For another country, this might seem to be self-evident, but not for us. That's why we appointed 27,000 educators. And it was the first time that we appointed special educators, specialized in special education. That happened for the first time. All this is proof of evidence that public education is and was a priority for the government. And we continued this direction. Recently, we doubled the personnel that is going to be used in parallel education. Nowadays, we still have a lot of things to do. We should further reinforce public schools and public universities. But I believe that the elephant in the room is to take out the education issues from our harsh contradiction. If we look behind us, those who studied public universities, to think of the semesters that we missed due to revolutionary gymnastics, if you allow me to say that. But let's think what this populism wave gave us. I believe nothing. So let's agree upon the basics. That one of these basics is security and safety at universities. I believe that no one should feel threatened, neither professors nor students at universities. A graduate from a private university might say that it is hypocritical and unfair for an 18-year-old in Greece not to be able to study at a private university here in Greece. That's a personal commitment that the Prime Minister himself gave. Let's all agree that education unites us. It unites us through policies that make schools and universities better. Which are these policies? It's a series of actions in our program. Emphasis should be given on the fact that we should continuously improve conditions, but what is taught at universities and schools should touch upon reality. And of course, we should reduce inequalities. And that's why we will give even more great emphasis on special education, on parallel education, and not having students of 2 or 3 categories and tiers. We must have social policy in practice. Thank you.
Dimitris, what of what you've heard do you disagree with?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a personal honor for me to be here. I will follow the example of Mr. Marinakis and carry on with in Greek and follow the protocol. I'm afraid it's too Greek to you, but I hope the interpreters are doing a fine job. Thank you. Thanks to them. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much for inviting me and honoring me to be one of the speakers in the Economist Summit, which has become an institution. I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to all those people who work for that and open the agenda on critical and vital issues that are economic and policy and social issues in Europe and in Greece. I have the pleasure to participate in this panel with Pavlos Marinakis, the government spokesperson, who is younger than me, and he is definitely part of the younger generation. They say that for me, that I am 41 years old, so since he is 30-something, he is definitely there. Age is a qualification and it's an advantage in politics. Being youth is not a passport, of course. What is needed is essence, effort, and participation in politics of our country and of our society, so that we can all be useful. That's the deepest meaning of this thematic session, because all the young, the youth in general, has the special characteristic of being among the few young people in the world that have lower income than our parents used to have. In recent years, there has been a loss of income in our country. I will continue to that in that sphere. We are among the last countries concerning the consumption, purchasing power of people. And let's not forget that even before the pandemic and energy crisis, around 20% of the income was lost in our country. And yes, we do have reduction in the unemployment rate, but we should look behind the figures, and we should look at the qualitative characteristics so that we will see whether these flexible jobs that are of low salary should make us feel optimistic and happy. So let's see what we should further do in order to reduce social inequalities. Unfortunately, the indices still remain alarming to a great extent, and if we could add something in these problematics, or justified problematic condition, is the demographic issue. We have a drop in the population of our country. We have one of the worst demographic records in the globe. And of course, we have the infamous brain drain that was significant the previous years. It has been reduced now, but still it is a barrier to the growth momentum of our country. I heard this simile of going from the basement to the upper floors. I'd like to say that education was the mobility elevator in Greece. It has always been this way, and this elevator seems to have been out of work. This is what OECD and other international reports mention it. The education system in our country faces problems. Although it was an key of our country and our democracy, we have lost that. So what is needed is a sincere, frank and honest discussion about education in our country, from pre-K up to PhD. The whole course of education has special significance for the future, for the young. And we do have the PISA markers by OECD that tells us that our students don't do well. But the most alarming thing is that they have low marks even in fundamental subjects. There are several students who, because of social and economic difficulties, they cannot meet the fundamental education prerequisites. So yes to discussion, yes to reform planning from A to Z in education, and yes to a better financing scheme, because yes, the European Commission tells us that we are the last ones in the EU concerning the amount of money we spend to education, only 4%, and there is an internal inequality. Most of this expenditure goes to higher education and research and development, whereas we don't spend money on primary and secondary education, where we have the very beginning of the life of our young fellow citizens, where these people will acquire the first tools and skills for their lives. Obviously, we should also talk about constitutional review and revision. This will start after 2025, but be cautious. Article 16 cannot be a panacea and the only discussion that will be suggested for education. As I've said, educational system does not start at universities. It starts from pre-K. Alas, we should not think that just changing one act we will solve the education problem. This was not solved with the abolition of the university asylum and with an act about higher education. No reform can be successful if we don't have two necessary prerequisites. The first one is to have a strong regulation and supervision of non-state universities, strong supervision and regulation, so that what is valid for public universities concerning the quality of studies provided there should be equal to private universities. And secondly, equally important is that the financing should become even higher for public universities in order to be supported as terms of extroversion, in order to be competitive educational institutions, not only domestically but internationally as well. These are necessary prerequisites that should also be included when we talk about a revision of Article 16 in our country. I would also like to remind you that what we are discussing here might seem to be obsolete when in all international fora there is open discussion about AI. AI is considered to be both a risk and a tool for education. It seems that our country hasn't still solved more fundamental issues. For example, the vacancies in schools and school infrastructure. Yes, it's fine that we have appointment of educators, but it is still bad that we don't have an objective monitoring system of vacancies in the public education system. And it's bad when the school year starts and a school here in Perea, here in Thessaloniki or in Athens won't have all the teachers needed in order to teach all subjects. And one last thing about the economy. Yes, young people, besides education, do need to be well received in work life. We have a lot of difficulty here because there is labor poverty, because we said that we have a decrease in unemployment rate, but in salaries don't go upwards. We must have two necessary preconditions in order to have increase in salaries. The first one is to have real growth. We are moving developmentally, but we don't have real growth that gives added value and creates good jobs in our country. So what is needed is to have truly good and fair growth. Secondly, we must have collective bargaining. agreements. Social partners should be able to be self-regulated without the state control, as it happens in other European countries, and to have the minimum wages at European levels. There are solutions when there is political will and study. We can't talk about waiting for the salary increase and wish for that, but waiting for that, we still have high living cost. We must have a program for young houses, for new houses. We talked about 150,000 houses that will be a pool of houses. We welcome that. We should also revise the student dorms. What's more, we should use NSRF in order to subsidy the labor cost, especially for young people that will be employed for the first time, especially young, the disabled and women. Programs to support startups and our farmers. Let's not forget our farmers, especially after the unprecedented disaster in Thessaly. Young farmers should not be turned abroad. They should stay in our country. They should receive the support they need here in order to produce in our country. These are the policies that we should promote beyond political parties, because this is the imperative that the future imposes on us. Thank you very much.
Thanks. It's very encouraging to discover that the younger generation of politicians in Greece talk just as much as the older generation. So
yes, it's inherent.
It is. I think there's a sense of continuity there, which I think we'll all find reassuring. We have to move on, I'm afraid, but I'm very grateful to you. Those were two overlapping but slightly different presentations, I thought. So please join me in thanking our presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Με έχασες, Υπουργέ. Αργήσατε. Δεν είχα ειδοποιήσει.
Thanks very much. Thank you, gentlemen. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to our next session, and I'm pleased to tell you all that the moderator of the next session is not me, but Eftikis Palikaris, who is an advisor at our partner at this conference, Power Game. Eftikis, please come up and take over.
Take a break. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Δεν σε ακούμε.
Το μικρόφωνο είναι...
Ναι, τώρα ναι. Μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε στο επόμενο.
So let's move on to the next session. It's quite interesting given the developments in our country, and our topic of discussion will be whether the conservative values are on the rise and whether there are dividing lines between conservatives and progressives in today's European politics. So this is the question I'd like to invite to join me in this discussion. Mr. Makis Voridis, Minister of State from the Greek government. Hello, Mr. Voridis.
Τι κάνετε. Ευχαριστώ. Έχουμε τον κύριο Παναγιώτη, ναι, σωστά, Παναγιώτη.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Panagiotis Doudonis. He is the head of the national list of PASOK Kínημα Αλλαγής, an MP. Hello, Mr. Doudonis. and we are waiting at anyone. He's here. So I couldn't see you. That's why you didn't invite me. For the past 2 days, you haven't been out a lot. You have been hiding. Mr. Papas, an MP of the Hellenic Parliament from the Syriza Progressive Alliance Party. Hello, everyone. So you heard the title. I know it's a bit restrictive, but it's quite tempting to give an answer. So the question should be addressed first to Mr. Voridis. What are the dividing lines between conservatives and progressives, and how do you feel about that? Are you a progressive? Are you a conservative? Something in between? One question is conceptual, because I don't want to get lost in that. For me, the right dividing line should be whether so we can have our discussion in 3 parts. So, conservative, progressive, or reactive. I'm a conservative. I define conservatism in a very concise word, in a very concise way. According to Burke, which is the following: if something works, you don't change it. If something doesn't work, you change it. That's why I said this distinction is useful, because this question brings us in front of another question, whether something with a mechanism delivers. So conservatives normally address this question. They do change things, of course, and as a result of that, there is progress. But they don't change things without carelessly. Every change is not necessarily good. Every reform is not necessarily right. So you have to know how to set the questions. So I love the question, to be honest, of this debate. Let me bring it down to earth, to a more political level. So to what extent do we have in Greece and in Europe this disruption of what I have described as the ideological dominance of the left? So what has this dominance used to be? I said used to be because there is nothing like that anymore, I think. And this dominance had to do with a fixed idea and rooted understanding in the citizens that there are certain policies linked to the value code of the left. This is something that has been defeated, and it's being defeated as we speak. Recent elections in Greece have shown that. And I think that to a certain extent there's the same journey currently in Europe. So what is being defeated as we speak is the set of ideas. Let me give you some examples. If 20 years in Greece one was to say that there have to be restrictive migration policies, you were described as a fascist, as a far-rightist, you should be burned to hell, because we used to have this open border policy and welcoming all migrants. Currently, it is mainstream. Restrictive policies in migration, it's what Macron, Mitsotakis, the Italian Prime Minister are currently discussing. Now, if 20 years ago one was to say in Greece that we want to have non-public universities, private universities, I'm not saying about Nikos. Nikos will represent the left, but PASOK 20 years ago, in the last time I checked, they have declined, have rejected our proposal to have a constitutional amendment in favor of private universities. I think this is about to change. There's a demand by the society for that, to have something like that. If 20 years ago one was to say that we will decrease corporate taxes, because if we do that, we will be able to grow our economy, have a capital-intensive economy, increase the GDP, etc., blah, blah, blah. So if you were to say that, most likely one would tell you, they would tell you that you represent the capital and you want to suck the blood out of the workers. Okay, this has changed completely. I can go on, I can deep dive in this list, talking about the PPPs, relations between the working relations, the counter-crime policies. So what used to be the past, totally accepted 15 years ago, and used to be identified with the left, now, today in Europe, it represents the minority, and it's getting a specific minority also in Greece. So it's not about the political defeat of Syriza, because that's something that comes and goes. Yeah, it comes and goes, yes, if your defeat is political. In your case, I think it's not just that you have a political defeat to handle, you have a strategic defeat, a defeat of your ideas. So you have a much more complicated issue to handle. That's why it cannot be tackled by just changing your leader. And I'm not getting into the kind of person you changed. Whether you picked Kasselakis or Akçoğlu, you would still be the same strategical dead end. Because the left said, I want open borders for the migrants. That's the right policy. Nobody wants that. The left says, we need a new penal code to alleviate sentences. Nobody wants that. The left said, we will have a policy in order to take people out of the prison because the sentences for me, they're not right. So we're going to have alternative sentences, pecuniary ones. Nobody wants that. The left said, we want no private universities. And everybody wants private universities. So the strategic challenge is not whether Efi Akçoğlu or Stefan Kasselakis is better to lead Syriza. The strategic problem is that your ideas are not decided by the people. This might be called a victory of the conservative ideas. I don't believe in definite defeats and victories. That's kind of dialectic struggle. It will go on. But currently, in this historical cycle, it seems that it's taking place in Greece, across Europe. You can see that by the dominance of the European Popular Party. To a great extent, you see that this is a debate, a very fierce debate in the US. So I think it touches everybody. Now, I can go even deeper, but I'll stay here so we can discuss and see what Nikos has to say about that. Mr. Papas, I know that you're ready to explode. No, I'm not. No, I enjoy discussion, especially with Makis. Has your recent defeat in the elections, has it really been an issue of strategic failure, bad management? What? Because you just elected a new leader, but we still don't have an in-depth analysis of what was the reason for your defeat. So the challenge by Mr. Voridis needs to be addressed, right? So he knows very well that when he challenges me, I will reply. When he challenges me, I think Nikos Voridis has played an important role by means of his personal career to this political shift in the Greek political landscape. I think he missed some points in his contribution. So let's see what's going on at the European level, because he mentioned Europe. I didn't intend to kick off like that, but I think he gave me a good reason to do so. Firstly, I was really amazed when I first read the European Commission's announcement on the crisis, the energy crisis mitigation measures. I don't know who was the one who signed it, but this includes measures that nobody would have discussed in the previous period. Like, they asked for the countries to dynamically intervene by means of fiscal measures. Your previous government made some 50 billion euros of fiscal expansion. You spent greatly on that, so we have a huge debt. According to the announcement, we had to be at the brink of state grants, and was in their proposals. There was a set of other proposals, which the Greek government didn't do, some other governments did. I don't think the European Commission has had some communist motives to do so. But anyway, things are not static. Things are dynamic. Apparently, over the past years, there has been a shift, ideological or political, but the pendulum is once again on the move. Also in Europe, and I will give a couple of examples. It is clear that In 6 or 7 years, there is a convergence between the right and the far right. So as a result of that, we have new dividing lines emerging between political forces. And I would say that at the European level, there is a specific dividing line between the conservatives and the progressives. And this is on the axis of consolidation or integration or national going back to the state. There are some who believe we are federalists because only united Europe has a future, and this is what the progressives believe. And this was something that was evident in the discussion triggered by the French government on the future of Europe, during the discussion on the future of Europe. So the Greens, the left, the socialists, the liberals, part of the European Popular Party approved that, and the far right said no. And part of the European Popular Party, which was in favor of nation-centric wrapping or taking steps back. So we also have the conservative approach in the UK, according to which everyone has to take care of their own backyard, and that's enough. No, that's not enough. As Mr. Schäuble used to tell us at the onset of the previous decade, take care of your own garden and everything will go wrong. Maybe you remember, Eftichis, that back then the discussion about the European bond was a forbidden fruit. Now we have it. What was the pretext? What was the reason? The pandemics. And because of the pandemics, we have once again a discussion about how to further strengthen the state healthcare systems. A very telling example. What do conservatives say, with the leader being Mr. Weber? No major interventions against climate crisis because we're going to have a food supply crisis. So because of the climate crisis, because of the inertness, we lost 1/3 of our primary production because of floods. Institutions. The European Parliament is also our parliament. So when there is some investigative committee, that's something that affects us all. So do we want national governments closing the door to European Parliament run investigative committees? Oh, okay, I will stop here, but let me make one more comment about the European institutions. There has been a very dynamic discussion in 2014. Let me remind you that in 2014, there used to be 5 candidates for the European Commission presidency, all heads of the European groups, Juncker, Kacker, Verhofstadt, Liberals, and Tsipras from the left. There was unanimity that the next president of the Commission would be one out of these 5 people, the head of the ruling majority in the parliament. It happened, not without reactions. Even when the European Popular Party took the majority, there were some reactions against Weber taking on the presidency. And let me remind you, let me give you some, remind you what Tsipras said. Tsipras had said that Juncker should be the president of the Commission because that's what the democratic process suggested. In the next stage, this didn't happen. The European Popular Party had their own candidate, Weber, but Mrs. von der Leyen won. So one can say that there is a very clear dividing lines between the progressives and the conservatives in Europe. And to close, the conservative ideas cannot guarantee the future. Progressive ideas of federalization and deep integration may help restore the idea, the vision of Europe, and to rehabilitate Europe as an actor in the international scene. Mr. Varoufakis, please contain yourself. No, it's okay. I've been through worse. Now, let's talk about these dividing lines with you, Mr. Donis. I understand that the 2 previous speakers were quite clear about that. But the red lines, these dividing lines, the red lines are not that clear to see, right? Are not that discernible. So given that you represent another political area that's going through crisis in Europe, so how do you see this conflict between these 2 waves? Firstly, let me tell you that the fundamental distinction for many years has been the one between anti-systemics and the forces of normality. Being anti-systemic vis-a-vis being in favor of normality means that the main division, center-right, center-left, median voter theorem, and its application on elections cannot deliver, cannot function as a description. We won't talk about the regulatory aspects. When it comes to Europe, we see that there is a rise of anti-systemic parties, which, although you take it for granted, it doesn't go hand in hand with the fall of the European Socialist Party. According to the polls, at the European level, in the European elections, it will be at the same or even better position. What we see is that there is a shift of the debate, and as a result of the ability to reach consensus per se, from the axis of progressiveness and progress to and conservatives to the axis of counter-systemic and systemics, because this is a bomb in the foundations of the European edifice and in the foundations of the so-called Western societies. So when we talk about the main distinction is this one. So we cannot have some kind of consensus because the forces on the other side want us to be destroyed. So let me tell you something. Representative democracy, as Berk used to say, Mr. Voridis mentioned that, is a regime in which the delegates don't go in order to present their passions. That's what Berk used to say in his Bristol voters, but they carry the consciousness of the citizens. So what they have is a free mandate, an open mandate to achieve coexistence. When people sit down and talk or stand up and talk in the parliament, they want to have all voices heard, but they want to evaporate one another or to destroy one another or bring them down. So the forces in the uprise, without spending that we are all in a free fall, let me tell you that the European Socialist Party is not at a free fall. Some parties that created the pacification term might be at the 1/10 of our current force, of our current power, but dynamics is something that changes. Despite that, this doesn't mean that the force of socialism falls. SPD was part of the government. There is a fall in the polls, but this doesn't mean that it's not able to create, to set the agenda. As Mr. Papa said before, the Spitzenkandidaten Reform, this clause that the head, actually the candidate of the parliamentary delegation with a majority in the parliament will take the presidency. That's something that the Socialist Party suggested, even when we knew that we did, even when Juncker was voted, and we did the same thing last time when we have had another person who was elected, although there was no candidate by us. So indeed, there is a rise of the anti-systemic vote, but on the other hand, we have to do our job, and our job is to give more space to democracy, more space to control by the majority, which means independent authorities. It means respect to justice. It means that we have to have an authority or a power that feels and truly is harnessed, and that's another difference based on Berk. As you know, Mr. Voridis, he didn't like the idea of a written, codified constitution that would limit authority or power. So progressives believe that power should be constrained. This doesn't mean impotent. No, it means powerful to do their job. Full stop. Not to do what other powers are supposed to do. And this is the kind of understanding the whole system has to be based upon. But let's see the big picture, because I heard Mr. Voridis, you said, Mikis, something about Greece. So let's put on the headlights and see what's going on in the world. Because Ireland is not aligned, and no man is an island, as one would say. So this is a peninsula. So we all communicate with one another. In the US and in the UK, this anti-systemic logic has been expressed with the introduction of the development, evolution in Tories and the Republicans in the US. By means of a process that led to less self-knowledge, this happened with both Johnson and Trump, so they did exactly what I just described. They let people from other political areas to join them, and this had led them to defeats. We saw that both in the presidential elections. We will see what happened in a few months' time. We see what's going on with the UK in the UK polls. Actually, the Labours have double their power at the polls compared to the Tories. So within a few years, they were able to dismantle main and fundamental infrastructure of the countries. As Levitsky had said about the death of democracies, the counter-systemic, the anti-systemics collapse after they take on the power, because the people sees that this anti-systemic approach may not deliver, and it is completely unable to offer something to the country. So how do we stop them before they take office, or at least how do we control them after they take office? And my last comment. The Greek political system, as built from 1875 onwards, following the introduction of parliamentarism by Trikoupis, before getting into the bipartisanism. So we have this kind of political structures very carelessly, let's say, identified. So some countries, some parties represent more ideologies than they were supposed to, and some of them, they are conflicting. So given that we are currently experiencing a transformation of the political landscape, and I don't want to anticipate how this will evolve. So currently there is a transformation of the landscape. That we have to have one, let's say, guideline, which is to build progressive poles that will express themselves as such, as progressive ones with ideological identity, of course, with certain differentiations, because we will be talking about big parties. Now, talking about the ideological dominance or hegemony of the left, I understand this is the outcome of the multi-year fatigue of the right because of the dominance of the left and PASOK, but after a certain point, I think they express more the desires, the deep desires of the right, rather than the current reality, because currently things are volatile, very interesting, and very fluid.
We do have time for a second round. Yeah. A lot of things were raised, so I'd like to comment on three things. In my opinion, the distinction between the left and the right is still current and strong. And in my view, it won't be substituted by a system that wants to deduct strong political ideas that have big systems as foundation. This reminds me of memoranda, and when this is over, I believe that these distinctions will remain and they will be strong, because behind them, underlying, we have very strong, deep political theories. I'm not saying that this doesn't change, but this happens through a relationship where these theories change. Secondly, to my view, what Nico said is very important. He described how political forces are placed concerning the competencies of state. To my view, for several reasons, and Europe is an addition of national states. European Union heads very cautiously to a direction where it forms primary law and tries to find the right balances. But this is happening very, very, very cautiously, because in reality, still Europe still remains an addition of national states. Isn't that defined by left or right? Is the question. Now we're moving and heading to a big discussion as well. Very briefly, I would say that I don't consider that there is a distinction between left and right. What do I mean by that? There are rightists who are federalist, and there are leftists who are federalists, but there are also leftists who believe that the national state is an important political tool. So that's a horizontal distinction, and I don't want to limit it there. I believe that Nikos raised another issue and moved to another decision about system and anti-system. You will see that, and you will see that it will become weakened. Why? Because there are two political issues that are occurring at this very moment. These are the issues raised by populist parties, because populism in reality steps upon and is successful when it touches upon real political issues. That is, there is a problem in the society, it isn't tackled by government forces, and someone else comes up and provides a very easy solution that is appealing to people, and thinks that that's the answer. If the right answers are given by the government, this whole thing will fade away. So in reality, what is critical here is that this derives from the fact that real issues are not tackled upon in a sufficient way. Why aren't they answered? This has to do with the architecture of the system and the priorities it set, that it misses its goal because it hasn't prioritized the policies that it has. Yes, the question is the right one. You will see that the left is defeated everywhere. So the European answer is yes, a coalition change, and of course new issues will come up, but at this current situation, I believe we are moving on the right track. Yes, there are leftists and right lines, but Mr. Voridis believes that the left is losing power. What I said is that the left is gaining power, but Makis omitted it in his intervention. The fact that we had big public expenditure, I fully agree with Makis that the distinction between left and right is a distinction that keeps on since French Revolution. Political science deals with it, and it is as if we ask from a university student to carry out research without using these notions. I'll come back to what Panagiotis said. It is obvious and evident that these distinctions are useful and functional, because if we see what occurred in Europe, he will be convinced. Because they say, didn't they have an agenda of going out of Euro? Yes, it did, but they forgot it. But in Europe, the basic distinction line for its future is obviously evident that it is close to the European Popular Party, whether we will move on to federalization in Europe or will go back to national states, nation states, where none of which will play a role in the international arena. A short comment. My feeling from Europe and the way things are happening is that this system, anti-system notion will keep on existing, but at a superior form, like the resurrection of the Christ. We have the reality that all this will lead to a coalition of extreme left and extreme right and part of the center, and the answer will be awkward. What does Timac say? Climate crisis, energy developments, industrial developments will occur anyway. The objective is the UK to be leading and not to be following. The same can be said about Greece by any progressive person. Climate crisis is there and we see it. But the question is, will we lead or will we follow? So far we've been following. So progressive against anti-systemic manner is a rationale of going backwards, parochial, but very dynamic. In the elections and victorious, the point is that we should be leading in developments and not to be following them. And in order to be leading at European level, we must be united because the forces are such. And if Europe does not deepen, it won't be able to manage anything. We talked about energy crisis. We talked about resilience fund. It occurred to be an one-off solution. It was set up to tackle the coronavirus pandemic and the health issues, but it doesn't include health per se. But if we don't move to a climate fund rationale right now, this will cost us several millions later on. Thank you very much for this discussion. I hope that the audience here and the attendees manage to have a clear view of the demarcation lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll have my chair back. Thanks. My reading of that, and I may be wrong, was that both sides were attacking Syriza. And in political science, that normally means he's the one they're afraid of. So let's see. Let's move on to our next session. We've talked about Thessaloniki, we've talked about northern Greece, we've talked about the Eastern Mediterranean. We're going to widen out even further now and talk about relationships in business and investment, but also, I suspect, in politics between the Eastern Mediterranean and the United States. An incredibly important relationship, obviously. So let's explore that a little with our next panel. And I'm happy to welcome onto the stage Kostas Krekas, who is the Minister of Development for Greece, and Jerry Ismail, who is the Consul General at the US Consulate General here in Thessaloniki. Gentlemen, please come up and join me. I'd also like to welcome up to give us a business perspective Panagiotis Mourgos, who is the Managing Director at Texan Envipco Hellas Group. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
Hi.
Sir, nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat.
That's fine.
Okay, let's hand straight across to Mr. Skrekas. This is a vital relationship. How's it going?
First of all, very nice to hear you, to be with you again.
Likewise.
We have met so many times over the last years that I think that you should...
It's becoming a struggle to find new questions to ask you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, now I'm talking from a different discipline, from a different ministry, but anyway, you should start considering of moving permanently here to,
I've considered
Greece,
it.
to Athens or Thessaloniki. Not because Athens or Thessaloniki are beautiful cities, not because of the culture or the history, but because now is also the time to invest in Greece, here in Greece. So let me turn into Greek in order to explain you why now is the time for someone to come and take the risk and invest here in Greece. Καλησπέρα κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome Mr. Metaxas from Hellenic Petroleum and Mr. Efthymiadis, who is organizing the technological park, which is the first, the biggest in Greece and the Balkans. And I'd like to say that this very moment is a period for someone to come to Greece and invest in Greece. But why to do so? First of all, because we have a very strong government, we have a very fresh government that has a clear mandate for the following 4 years, so we have political stability. Secondly, we have a strong and steady and stable economy. 4 years ago, this economy was among the last in the Eurozone concerning growth, but now, 4 years later on, we are ranked second from the top concerning growth. We have 4 times growth compared to the European Union average, 4 times more compared to Germany growth. We are a country that has a government with strong reform agenda, the reduction of bureaucracy, simplification of procedures, and digitalization is a process that we started in the past. We continued it in the previous 4 years, and we continue it even stronger so that the investment environment will become even more attractive, so that issuing license will happen in a very short period, so that the investor will come here and see the yields and the benefits of this investment. All these things that we have achieved, strong political system, a strong government administration, a strong economy and reforms, is something that occurred after tackling and handling several global crises. And I'd like to resume from the previous session whether we have dividing lines in politics. I would say that there are these lines, but these become blurred and erased when you have to tackle a real existing problem in practice, when you're called upon to give a realistic solution to a problem that society faces. So as Greece, we overcame an energy crisis in a clearer and more effective manner compared to the majority of the EU countries. We implemented innovative mechanisms limiting down the excessive amount of profits that were taxed, and we gave back the money to the society and households, and we supported both the economy and the society. We also tackled the pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic. In the past, Greece was the black sheep in Europe and a country and an example to be avoided. Suddenly, they became a country to be imitated. So it's not accidental that nowadays Greece has 3 or 4 times higher growth compared to Eurozone average. And we also have tourism record numbers this year, whereas our competitors, Italy, Spain, Portugal, didn't have these tourism record numbers this summer. What do I mean by that? This is the result of the plan that our government set. We have a good, capable, efficient team that has a good coach, because we must have both a good coach and to be a good player in order to have the good results. Because in a football pitch, both teams want to win. One wins and the other one loses. But here in Greece, we have a team that takes our country forward. In order to succeed in that and continue doing so, we provide incentives in order to attract investments. These incentives are financial. We also provide infrastructure so that we're able to attract this kind of investment. And above all, to top it all, Greece is becoming a fundamental pillar for the growth of Southeastern Europe and Southern Eastern Mediterranean, a fundamental pillar of stability, a fundamental pillar of peace, and a country that finds itself in a geographical position with its ports, airports, railway connections, and could be used as a basic gate and transit commerce for the broader area and region. So the investor comes here not to invest only for the Greek citizens that amount to 10 million people, but to this broader region and provide these services to millions of citizens. That's all as a beginning. So it's high time to invite someone to invest in Greece.
That's super. Okay, well, I'm going to pass over to Jerry. You have an election year coming up. It's going to be an explosive election year. How things go. Do you have time and attention for this area of the world? And if so, what is the, why do you have time and attention? What is the significance of this part of the world for America and Americans?
Well, thanks, Alistair. It's great to meet you, and Minister as well. It's great to serve on the same panel with you and Director Morgos as well. Let me start by saying it's a pleasure to be here and talk about the American political election season coming up, but more importantly, how our bipartisan and bilateral relationship with Greece has never been stronger, and how we have built over the years closer and closer relations. So whatever happens in November of next year, I doubt will have the slightest effect on our United States relationship with Greece. It is rock solid. It is built on trust, tremendous amount of overlapping values, and of course our shared history and values. Greece played a very big role in the United States independence from Great Britain, and we feel very close to the principles that were espoused by Greek philosophers in its own independence movement. I would just like to say as well that we have our policies, but the proof of the relationship is really in our companies and how they invest and see things. Over the last couple of years, the government of Greece has done a tremendous job tackling the hard steps to make the painful reforms, to pay down its balances, to actually accelerate its payments, bringing itself back to investment grade status. As a result of cutting its red tape, digitization of government services, prioritizing innovation, it has made itself a very attractive goal and destination for American companies. And I'll just name a few. I mean, starting with Amazon and Chubb and Cisco and Deloitte and Google and Meta and Facebook and Pfizer, to name just a few, and there are many, many more. They have all set down roots in Thessaloniki. For the last 2 or 3 years, we have seen more American companies calling Greece home. And that's proof in the pudding for us that this has worked out, that the policies of the government and the interests of the United States in seeing a stronger investment climate have actually resulted. And if we look at what that means, we see thousands of jobs being created here just in Thessaloniki. We recently celebrated the 87th International Thessaloniki International Fair, and we did a ribbon cutting with Chubb Insurance and with Deloitte, and they're each adding hundreds of jobs to the local economy on a regular basis. And as we heard there will be more to come. This is not the end of the road for Greece. This is just a new chapter, a very exciting and optimistic chapter for us. And I do not see any change on the horizon, no matter what the outcome of the elections is. We have a very strong relationship, a bilateral relationship that can only get stronger and stronger. Our interests are aligned in the Eastern Mediterranean, for instance, with energy security, with the Greece-Bulgaria interconnector, with the Greece-North Macedonia interconnector coming online, with the floating storage regasification units in Alexandroupoli. Greece is going to play an integral part in energy independence and security in the region, weaning us further off of unreliable and, let's face it, unclean Russian hydrocarbons, which is a strategic goal of the United States and for Europe as well as Greece. Finally, I would just like to say we do have to take the global headwinds into account. There is a brutal war taking place in Ukraine, and Greece has played an instrumental role in supporting Ukraine and helping the United States and the allies trying to come to a point of ending that war and having a peaceful settlement. So we thank Greece for its support, and we know that it is instrumental. However, that war continues on. Unfortunately, it is brutal. It is unprovoked, and it is ultimately going to prove to be foolish and foolhardy on Russia's part. Lastly, I think we have a growing space of convergence of shared values in diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We just saw the President Biden's special advisor on international disability rights come here 2 weeks ago and speak at TIFF and speak at the Thessaloniki Futures Dialogue and talk about the importance of making sure we harness the values and the contributions of all of our citizens. And that's something we're all becoming more aware of, that actually harnessing the native inherent skills of all of our people is not only a moral imperative, it's a good business decision to ensure that we have future growth and opportunity for all of our citizens for generations to come. So those are values that are very strongly held in both communities and will only get stronger in practice here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is principally a business discussion, but since we have you here, I would like to extend a little into geopolitics, which of course is the very strong crossover with business interests. We chatted a little bit earlier on today in one of the other sessions about the shifting foreign policy of Turkey. Erdogan appears to have come to a decision that Western ties are important again to him, and is renewing them, is active in repairing perhaps some of the broken fences with Western Europe. How is America responding to that, to his, if you agree that there has been a shift in approach, what is America's response, and what is the significance for politics and diplomacy here in the Eastern Mediterranean?
I think I can tackle that question from the point of view of the growing ties between Greece and Turkey. As we recently saw, the President and Prime Minister Mitsotakis met recently in New York and had a very constructive meeting on the margins of the high-level week in Anga. As I understand it, both sides have pledged to meet again here, I believe in Thessaloniki, as possibly as soon as December. I think the United States always supports rapprochement between countries who are strategic and defense allies. It can only strengthen our collective security to have two NATO allies and members talking with one another. We really are appreciative of the steps that the Greek government has taken to forge these openings, and we are glad that Turkey appears at this point, Turkey appears to be reciprocating, at least in recent times. That has not always been the case. Certainly we have seen that. But we're ever hopeful and cautiously optimistic that things are moving in the right direction. And again, we are talking about collective security in the Eastern Mediterranean, where we need every asset available to be working in the most optimal way. And we do see things moving in that direction.
Okay, well, that's a positive, encouraging response. Thanks very much. Thank you. Let's get back to the business angle. You're welcome to weigh in on the geopolitics questions if you'd like, Panagiotis, but let's stick with probably with the business angle here. Texan and Vipco Hellas Group even sounds like a merger of American and Greek interests. So give us your thoughts, please, on this area.
Texan and Vipco case, it's really a unique case. One of the best practices from how the American investment can go ahead and help the Greek society, the Greek environment, and to everyone to be understood that with the cooperation of two countries and the two different economies, we have the best results for all of them. Αξιότιμε, κύριε Υπουργέ.
Distinguished Minister of Development, Distinguished Consul General of the U.S. Consulate General here in Thessaloniki. Welcome, first of all. We're very happy to have you here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a particular pleasure for us to participate as Texan and Vipco Hellas Group in the Third Economy Summit held in Thessaloniki, and to contribute as gold sponsors to the organization of this conference, because it is an important conference that is held in Thessaloniki, putting forward the important geostrategic role of Thessaloniki in the broader region. We're particularly happy that in this panel we've got Mr. Skrekas, the Minister of Development and Investment, who continues the investment strategy of the government to support the policy of making Greece an attractive investment destination. But Mr. Skrekas was also Minister of Environment, so he served in the field of energy and renewable resources. This is a sector that attracts a lot of investments. The European Green Deal is a strategic choice of the European Union, that it will allow it to be a leader and make Europe a union that will contribute to a sustainable growth. our planet cannot wait. We have become witness in our country that climate crisis is here. It's not in the future. This means that we should all contribute through our attitude, through our business, so that we will be more friendly to our environment and our planet. Let's not forget that we should deliver this planet to future generations in the same way that we received it. So what is needed today is synergies of young people in order to achieve these goals. As for us, we are particularly happy that today we have the representative of the Embassy of the USA here. The whole team of the Embassy has done its best in order to have our company here in Greece. In 2019, we had the official opening of our company by the then ambassador, Mr. Paget, and Kyriakos Mitsotakis. We have the pleasure to announce that in the following 4 years we will provide 1,000 green jobs. This is the result of our growth. It's important to understand that the economy provides a lot of business opportunities and well-paid green jobs. It's important that the U.S. Embassy, in cooperation with the Greek government, significantly contribute to attract new American capitals and investments in Greece, always through synergy and strategic dialogue between the two countries to have strategic results. Such a result is our company, our group. We feel very proud that we can announce that we will provide and create 1,000 additional jobs in the following 4 years. There is a great social problem nowadays because we keep on experiencing repeated crises. First of all, we had the pandemic crisis, then the energy crisis that was the result of a war that broke out in Europe. We hadn't experienced such a war for several decades. And all these successive crises cause difficulties in social cohesion. That's important that business people and governments can play an important role to achieve social cohesion. Our company has started a social responsibility program for environment, health, education. We give 1 million euros to agencies and bodies that will be able to materialize and implement activities in these sectors. It's important business people and companies and entrepreneurs at this moment that society has been going through a tough time to undertake actions of corporate responsibility, going hand in hand with the efforts that the government has been making to support the society. Our group declares that we are present here and we will promote the American investments in our country. We are planning to have 2 new investments in circular economy and several well-paid jobs in the field of energy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Jerry, I'd like to come back to you. Mobilizing all of your diplomatic skills, no doubt. I'd love to hear where you feel the bottlenecks and the challenges are for American companies interested in investing for the first time or increasing their investments in Greece. You have the Minister here of Development. He's the person to clear them away. So what do you think the priorities should be for this government?
You know, it's a great question. I think largely the concerns that we would have had several years ago that were actually acting as bottlenecks have by and large been resolved. I think the key for American corporations, like any other international corporations, is predictability, stability of investment environment, and of course the most important thing is really return on investment. So when a country like Greece takes those hard steps, like we talked about before, reducing the red tape, cutting the time for permits and allowances and construction, whether it's providing information for tax documents so that companies can bring workers into Greece faster. Greece has done that, and it has made a big difference. Just being able to bring in an international team and set up a hub here and then start hiring is a win-win situation for everyone. Another thing would be the digitization of government services, making things faster, more accessible through the internet, through computing, and finally prioritizing innovation. The job sectors that are going to grow the most and attract the most FDI are undoubtedly going to be high-tech and renewable energy. And I think Greece has done a remarkable job setting itself apart in the top of the EU, certainly, for its renewable energy policy. So I think it's done all the right things to signal. Of course, no situation is perfect. You go to the United States, you need to get a driver's license. You know, it can take you several weeks to do that in some jurisdictions. Certainly COVID played a big role in slowing things down. But I think also the pandemic gave us some opportunities to digitize and take paradigmatic changes in the approach to doing business around the world, because we had to. It was essential that we come up with another collective model that worked. So I would like to say, I would urge the Greek government to continue doing the reforms, the effective reforms that it has already undertaken, continue to deepen those. You are continue to send the signals to large American corporations that now is the time for Greece. It's its breakout moment, if you will, in the economy. You see all of the tech companies coming here. AI has potential to bring even more. I'd also like to point out that education and educational exchanges remain a large area for potential growth here. So for instance, Anatolia College in Thessaloniki will be bringing 500 freshmen from the United States this academic year alone. So there's a lot of potential. There are universities in the United States that are making their exchanges more robust because of the ease of doing business here. Again, no place is perfect. The United States is not perfect, but we are getting much, much closer. And I think, as I said before, the results speak for themselves. The thousands of jobs being created by American companies here are proof solid that the reforms are bearing fruit.
Okay. Well, Minister, peeling aside the diplomatic language, of which there was quite a lot, I heard red tape, digitalization, and skills. Do you want to come back on those three priority areas, what the government is doing about them?
Let me add to what I said before, that a few years ago we started a very visionary project to simplify and digitize 75% of the economic activities in Greece. The rest 25% are activities that are connected with the public state. So in fact, by the end of 2024, we will be able to have not one-stop shop, but someone from his own desk to be able to take all permits and construct whatever he wants without moving away from his office. This is a project, an ambitious project that shows where we want Greece to arrive. Of course, many other things. We invest a lot in research and development. Greece is among the first 6 European member states when it comes to the absolute figures, to the investments, to the public spending in research and development. And that happened over the last 15 years. That was not the case before. So now activities and initiatives like Thessaloniki, which will help us a large area of almost 100 hectares to be transformed into an area that will accommodate institutions, research institutions, but also high-tech companies. Already there are many US companies, Israeli companies, European companies that they want to come here, or institutions to come here and set a basis, set a branch here in Thessaloniki. An early example is what Pfizer has done. Currently 700 people, 700 persons, scientists, are working in Pfizer's premises here in Thessaloniki. That shows the belief that many multinational companies, very large companies from the US, are showing for the Greek personnel, human resources. Apart from that, when we say that we are here and we are waiting for large companies to come and invest, the dearest Chancellor Jerry said something which is very important: predictability. So this is something that we have tried very hard to maintain here in Greece, with the political stability, I said, and with a strong economy. Of course, we're not satisfied, because we need to do much more things, and of course, continuous improvement is something that is always in our minds. Continuous improvement of the marketplace, continuous improvement in the skills and expertise of the human resources. So we have large projects, we are implementing large projects of upskilling, reskilling of our human resources here in Greece. And of course, the very strong ties between Greece and US are going to create new opportunities for US companies, United States companies, to come here and invest in Greece, and therefore be able to create more jobs, high-paid jobs that finally will help us to establish and maintain a robust, inclusive society.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The Minister's going to stay with us for our next session, but please do join me to thank our three panelists for an excellent session. Thank you. Please stay for the photo.
Technology. Come closer.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. You might as well just stay here. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. Okay, we're moving on to the closing session of the day's activities, though we will be carrying on into the evening, about which more later. As I said, we have Minister Skrekas staying with us for this next session. We've talked about this. It's popped up, as it always does, from session to session, but this time we're going to grasp the nettle, as they say, and we're going to look at Greece's investment and growth prospects in view of the green transition. We have the Minister here. I'd also like to invite up onto the stage Giannis Papadopoulos, who is Chairman of the Board at DEPA. Good to see you. And Spiros Kiatsis, who is Manager New Technologies and Alternative Energy Sources, Hellenic Energy Group. Welcome. And Antonis Metaxas, Managing Partner at Metaxas and Associates Law Firm. I think you're the first lawyer we've had all day. That's pretty rare.
Well, you had Mr. Dodonis also.
Yeah, but he's a lawyer, but he wasn't here as a lawyer, if you know what I mean. Okay, you're all welcome. It's great to see you. Let's jump straight in because time, as ever, is short. I'm going to hand over again to you, Minister, growth prospects in view of the green transition.
Roswell, I left a few things to say about energy in this panel. So, ενεργειακή στρατηγική.
So, energy strategy and the post-lignite strategy for Western Macedonia. Both issues are interlinked. Firstly, talking about the green transition. Our country has followed, over the past 4 or 5 years, a specific strategy that has brought our country ahead of the current at European and global level. Let me give you two figures in order for you to understand that. According to the Ernst & Young's report of 2022, ranks first when it comes to attracting investments in renewables, globally speaking. Greece ranks 7th in the world when it comes to the contribution of renewables in power generation for our domestic energy mix. This wasn't the case some years ago. In the 5 years, 2014-2019, in our country, we used to build and connect with the grid some 200 megawatts of renewables per year. In 2022, we built and connected in our grid some 1,700 megawatts. So something like 10 times more. And this goes on this year, the year that will follow. More than 2,000 megawatts of renewables will be built and connected per annum. So as a result of that, and currently 50% of energy consumption, of electricity consumption in Greece comes from renewables. We have been able to bring down the contribution of lignite to our energy mix, and we are gradually reducing the share of natural gas in power generation. So we are attaining our goal, which is to become independent to fossil fuels. As far as gas and oil, we've been importing that by 90%, 95%. And as for lignite, it's a very dirty fuel, and it played a very important role in aggravating the weather conditions and playing a role in the climate conditions. So what we want is to have at least 50% of our energy consumption by renewables by 2030. As I said, we have a strategy. This strategy is based on 3 axes. First, building more renewable projects. Second, upgrading our grids for the transfer and distribution of electricity. I'm talking about also about the electrical grids with our neighboring countries. And third, building electricity storage projects. Electricity coming from the wind and the sun. Our ambitious target is by 2030 to have some 8,000 megawatts of storage capacity in Greece. Currently, we have a pump system of 850 megawatts in Amphilochia being built. And the last one that has been licensed by the regulator recently allows us to fund the construction of 1,000 megawatts for batteries. This will bring Greece quite ahead of the current with respect to green transition globally. On the other hand, there is a drawback. There is a negative aspect, especially for an area like Western Macedonia, which used to be the energy hub together with Megalopol in the Peloponnese. They used to be the energy centers of Greece because this is where we used to produce 100% of our electricity, for the electricity that our country used to consume in the past years. So by reducing the use of lignite, we need an extensive transformation of our productive model. That's something we have started 4 years ago. We're about to invest more than 4 billion euros in changing the growth paradigm of Western Macedonia. We have more than 300 projects in the pipeline. Investments in R&D is also in the pipeline using the assets of the University of Western Macedonia. The university was established a few years ago and currently is ranking among the first ones in terms of the growth and the number of students signing up. And we're talking about a very dynamic university at the European level. Some of these of its faculties are dedicated in order to support this transformation of the productive model. So we create technological incubators, and this is where the first mega computer will be built in Western Macedonia. We are also building industrial premises that will be ideal in order to attract new investments. A will has been expressed by major players to build the so-called mega factories, for instance, production of lithium batteries. So all these things, and of course the transformation of the existing industries and the transition from lignite to other factories, to other industries supporting green transition, or the development of our primary sector and the tourism, and of course development of high-tech activities along with R&D activities. These are the areas in which we have plans on the table, so that Western Macedonia will be not just a region where the living conditions will be maintained, as it was the case in the past because of the operation of the big lignite-powered plants, but this region will be able to take a step forward and make sure that in the coming decades there will be strong local growth and new jobs for the young people of the region, so they stay at their homeland.
Thank you very much for that. It's easy to forget what an extraordinarily major project on a human scale the green transition is, I find. And we talk about it, we reel off these numbers and targets, but it is the most extraordinary thing that we're all involved in. It's the responsibility of our generation in many ways to get this right. So it's good to hear that the government is making such energetic moves. Let's move across then to the private sector, and Giannis, DEPA, tell us about where DEPA is on this.
First of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation for being here today. I will speak English as well, so yes, it's easier for everybody.
Η DEPA participates in the framework of the National Plan for Energy and Climate that has set extremely ambitious goals concerning energy transition. Our strategic goal, ever since we have taken over the administration of this company in 2019, our active participation in energy transition. We have got an energy plan aiming at transforming and turning DEPA into a fully verticalized energy company, aiming at green transition and the development of technologies and energy means that will contribute to the improvement of energy footprint. In this framework, it is evident that natural gas has been playing an important role because it's a basic factor. In that sense, it's extremely important to have a look at the geopolitical data and the new conditions formed worldwide. The roots that will exist concerning natural gas transmission. DEPA has played a very important role because it participated in the IGB as well as in the LNG station in Alexandroupolis, the well-known FSRU. This project was implemented when Mr. Skrekas was in the Ministry for the Environment. These two projects provide a new era and a new strategy that will allow natural gas to reach Balkan countries as well as Central European countries. It will play a critical role in the years to come. In this way, we are turning Greece into an energy hub in southern Eastern Europe, and it's going to be one of the most important ones that exist nowadays. Alongside with the needs that exist for the infrastructure concerning the storage of natural gas, an extremely important goal is the goal that we have set to participate in green transition. Our investment and our strategy always had to increasing our green energy footprint. That's why we have developed a portfolio of RES that is over 800 megawatts. This has to do with RES projects. At the same time, we participate in the project for the production of electric power generation in Alexandroupolis, amounting to 740 megawatts. Through this, and thanks to this investment, we will reduce the negative impact of lignite on the energy mixture, because it will have a positive impact on green transition. It is also well known that we have made efforts concerning biomethane and hydrogen. We have taken a series of initiatives and we have invested in this sector. I'd like to point out the extremely important investment that was completed and has to do with biomethane in Hitas farm. This is a reference project referring to the new forms of energy that can be created and support Greek industry. Besides all these, we have been developing small-scale LNG and CNG in order to help remote areas and businesses that are not close to energy hubs. So these regions will be able to reduce their costs, become more competitive in their sector, and reduce their energy footprint. Finally, an important initiative of ours is our participation in maritime transports, in sea transports, and investing in them. And using gas for the traffic of cars. We provide natural gas in 20 gas stations. In this way, we support the movement of cars in Greece. With all these things, thanks to all these things, DEPA is a fully verticalized energy company. We're very proud of that. We participate in the competition in this sector. We contribute to green transition, and we support the social footprint. Because you might know that in the last year, through the processes undertaken by the ministry, we returned to the society around 180 million euros of our profit. And in this way, thanks to this 180 million euros from our profit given to the society, we can reduce the energy cost for consumers.
I'm sure consumers will be very grateful to have their energy costs reduced. It's been a major political issue over the last couple of years. Let's move along to Spiros from Hellenic Energy. Give us your perspective, please.
Hi, thank you. I will switch to Greek also.
Of course.
Νομίζω ότι όχι μόνο οι καταναλωτές είναι περήφανοι για τη ΔΕΠΑ εμπορίας, αλλά και...
I think that with the shareholders of DEPA, we are also proud of what DEPA does. Hellenic Energy has 35% of DEPA shares. We are very proud of the way that the company is been changing and how our group is been changing. and we are moving to a direction of low carbon footprint. Being one of the biggest energy companies in Southeastern Europe, last September we had a different name. We were called Hellenic Petroleum. We left it behind us, and now we focused on this transition, on this energy transition that we called it Vision 2025, aiming at reducing our carbon footprint. All this through a holistic approach in order to have a creative coexistence with the society. We have a lot of challenges to face, technological challenges, economic, environmental, regulatory challenges, but we still go on investing in a dynamic way. We invest in RES, we invest in energy storage extensively. We are blessed and grateful because we managed to obtain one of the first licenses in order to develop one of the biggest systems of battery storage that the minister mentioned, and it's very important for us in the future having a pipeline of 4 megawatts in RES projects and with half a megawatt in operation, not only in our country only, and to have a footprint of RES projects in the whole Southeastern Europe, in Romania, in Cyprus. We have already announced some projects there, and we're also looking into investing elsewhere, always starting from Greece, of course. We believe that we should also have important presence in battery accumulation and storage besides energy transition. We also want to invest in sea parks, wind parks. We've been cooperating with AVE from Genergy. We have a 50% joint venture, and we look forward to playing an important role in offshore wind farms. Refinery is an important part of our activities, and that's an industry that is very difficult to reduce its energy footprint. This is the hard-to-abate industries, as we call them. We can achieve that by using green hydrogen of low carbon footprint. So green hydrogen, clear hydrogen is another field of our investment. This is important renewable electric energy, and we want to be able to store and use carbon dioxide. We want to take carbon dioxide, store it, and reuse it in order to make green fuels and to make advanced biofuels and sustainable aviation fuels, and all these by significantly reducing the existing carbon footprint. These things are not easy for one reason only, not only because we don't have the investment environment or the will or financing projects. It's not easy because we should overcome technological challenges. Many of the things that I've mentioned are still at early stage, and what they need and demand is a lot of innovation in order to evolve, in order to be able to use them. And of course, it should be embraced by the society. These technological challenges, however, become the starting point for us to invest in innovation. For us, innovation in the energy sector and transport, which is our main field of operation, is the most important thing for us. And the human capital, our human resources, that we feel so proud of that. Our colleagues, fellow workers that work in refineries up to RES or electricity generation plants are the people who make the difference, and they contribute in cooperation with research institutes, education system and schools of our country, and contribute to all these advanced sectors. I think this is what I'd like to share with you as a starting point.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump in with a very quick question for you, and I'll pass it over to you as well, and then I'll come to you. Do you see the green transition as a drag on your business or as an opportunity? This is
for Spiros.
Yeah,
for me?
For you, Spiros.
It's a huge opportunity. Είναι μια πάρα πολύ μεγάλη ευκαιρία.
It's a huge opportunity. Anyway, we have set our course towards this energy transition. We have said that we will support the activities we have taken so far by reducing their energy footprint. At the same time, we will significantly invest in green energy and energy transition. Half of the money of our investments in our company, which was a number of millions of euros, were used to RES, new technologies, in this whole sector called new energy. We're not afraid of dealing with that. It's not something that we have to deal with and it's a question mark for us. No, this is our standard practice. Further on, we have to overcome a lot of issues. These issues have to do with convincing local society or overcoming bureaucratic problems or contributing in order to fill in regulatory gaps that exist, or how we can approach foreign investors in order to co-invest together, as we have done so concerning offshore wind farms.
I wouldn't expect yours to be terribly different, but do you see this, commercially speaking, as a headache or as an exciting business opportunity?
Νομίζω ότι το βασικό στοιχείο είναι ότι
I think that for us, green transition has been a great opportunity and possibility. But from a philosophical point of view, if we see how we should distribute the wealth all over the globe, the cost of energy in the last 60 years was the main factor that distorted wealth allocation all over the globe. There were countries that had low energy cost, and that's where they based their advantage. And there were countries like ours that suffered a lot from high energy costs that made it financially weak, and the companies that existed there were not competitive. So we should discover energy transition, we as Greeks, in order to be stronger in global competition. For us as a company, I think it is a blessing that we participate in that. This will help us because it will provide us steady and stable profitability that will help us in order to be sustainable and to keep our perspective steady. It will help us with our social and environmental footprint, and it will help us in improving the competitiveness of our country and participating in equal terms in global competition.
Very much. Antonis, let's move across now to you. We've heard quite a lot from our three participants. What are your comments? What are your observations on what you've heard?
Thank you.
Firstly, allow me to say that today the conference was extremely interesting. That's my general comment, if you like, given that I have been privileged to be the last speaker. So this meeting introduced in public debate certain things in a specific order, let's say, then these issues might not be exactly compatible with what's currently in the news, because overwhelmingly the media are being, let's say, overwhelmed by issues of minimal importance. Anyway, we're talking about the restructuring of our productive model, the concerns about how to attract more investments, issues that relate to linking productivity and education. I have the pleasure of being here with two hats. Yes, I'm a lawyer, you said so, but I'm also a university professor, so I'm able to let's say, fully understand how this link between productivity and education develops. So important things have been discussed, and I would say that these important things have been discussed both at the level of theoretical announcements or pledges, but also we also discussed about practical terms. We know that political time is measured in a different way. Nobody would expect the pandemics to hit us. Nobody would expect other things. And of course, the issue of climate change, which severely hits everybody and our country. And we have to say that our country has been severely hit in the past months. So at least this has led to the following. Given that I have an idea of what's going on in the Greek energy landscape for the past, 20 years, I would say that the issue of energy transition and orienting ourselves towards renewables was not governed by some kind of consensus in the past. No. In the first years, there was some kind of tension between advocates of fossil fuels and others. Not only in our country, there was a debate globally, but also in our country between, fossil fuel producers, merchants, traders, and renewable project owners, etc. So this tension led to the delay of what we were supposed to, about our reaction to what we were supposed to face, the climate change. And now we are experiencing that in a very abrupt or tragic way, if you like. I have had the opportunity to be in the same panel with one of the most successful, and I'm not here to compliment anyone, that's not my soft spot. I think this has been one of the most successful ministers of energy in the past years, Mr. Skrekas, and one can tell that he knows what he's talking about, although he's now moved to another portfolio. He is the Ministry of Development. So Mr. Skrekas discussed, and that's my closing remark. Anyway, there's a specific term in Greek language to be used, but predictability. He used the Greek term. So predictability and trustworthiness or reliability is a prerequisite to attract investments. The area of renewables, which is very important when talking about the energy issues, has been severely hit by the lack of predictability. And we have to say that. Problems, delays, bottlenecks, some negative things that happened in the past, we have to say that, and not to be judgmental, but in order for the political leaders to improve themselves. So we have the issue of energy transition. Many things have been discussed, important ones, and the private sector is trying to lay the foundations for new developments at a rapid pace. We all look forward to having these projects and these plans materialized, but it's very important that all specific markets be designed or structured based on this criterion to have a forward-looking approach, so we don't come after the event trying to change the rules of the game and nullifying what was done before to the detriment of predictability.
That predictability point is extremely important in general and in the specifics of this discussion. With that in mind, I wanted to come back to you, Minister. There's something, again, we raised it a little early in the day, but you're the perfect person to answer this question, I think. Around the world, in my country and in other countries in America and various other places, I think we've seen, with gathering strength, a reaction against the what you called a consensus around, I think you mentioned a consensus around the need for a green transition. We've seen it in a general sense on social media, for example, but we've seen it in very specific senses. It's become a tool of political debate. You might call it anti-zero, net zero versus not yet zero, to coin a phrase. But are you experiencing that here? And the real question is, do you feel they have a point? So have governments taken too far the consent that they have from their voters? And are they spending money that their voters don't actually want to spend and don't agree with the fundamental priority? What do you think?
Very good question. And there is a point. What is the point? The point is that we must explain to the people why green transition is essential and what is the benefit for the citizen, what is the benefit for the household if we follow the rules of the green transition and if we manage to implement programs in order to arrive to green transition. For example, now what do they believe in Europe? That electricity is more expensive because of the green transition, because we have stopped using lignite, and or because we have applied a CO2 tax on the electricity which is produced from coal units. So that has a bad effect on their bills. But we have to explain something differently. Here in Greece, for example, we have a program, a very large program. We call it saving. And what it means is that we subsidize the cost of the investment to upgrade the energy efficiency of a house. Mm-hmm. So a household proceeds to an investment and it can get a subsidy that would arrive up to 80% if the household is a vulnerable one. That means that just after the completion of the energy upgrading of the house, energy bill will decrease. Energy consumption, electricity consumption, and energy consumption in total for heating as well, or cooling, will be reduced by 70%. That means lower bills. Another problem, solar heat waters on the roofs. Again, we subsidize the changing of a normal electrical heat water with a solar one. That will reduce again 70% the energy which is used to heat the water for house consumption. Not only this, both solar heat waters and windows from aluminium material are being constructed here in Greece. So we have a very dynamic sector, dynamic industries that they are manufacturing solar heat waters, and they are exporting a lot of them as well. So we add a lot of local value to the local economy. And the same with aluminium. We have bauxite, we produce alumina, from alumina, aluminium coil, and then windows. So then the household and the citizen and the people can understand why green transition also will help them to reduce the cost of living, the cost of the energy, through energy efficiency. Right. And also, green transition will create green jobs, as Mr. Mugos said before, which had a very good approach of the issue. Circular economy, recycling, are creating sustainable green jobs. So finally, green transition will be helpful for many countries and for many economies, but only for those that will understand how they must do it.
Okay, super. Well, we have a few seconds left, so I'm going to pass the same question along the panel. This pushback against the green transition, are we moving too fast? Should we slow down? Or is it time, as the Minister suggests, to redouble with our communication, bring people along and stick to the targets? You first.
Undoubtedly, I will agree. I fully agree with what the Minister has just mentioned. Whether we should do something as politicians is to speed up and to accelerate the steps we take towards a green transition. Green transition will bring predictability, stability in prices. It will bring energy cost and better performance for businesses. It will create quality jobs. And it will lead to the reduction of energy cost for household users. The ups and downs that we observed due to the war and mainly the previous years concerning energy cost does not help to predictability and normalization. I believe it is obvious that we should accelerate the implementation of this project and we should increase it. Greece, due to climate and conditions and due to the wind farms that should be offshore and because of new technologies, Greece should be pioneering exporting country in the new global arena of competition. We should accelerate, that's all. But not just that, we should accelerate not only in green transition, but also in technology, in innovation, because our country should not only be a green hub that produces energy of low carbon footprint, but also to export technology in this respect, investing in technology.
Indeed.
I would say we should move on quickly, but very cautiously as well. It is important to have initial planning so that these efforts are sustainable, especially when we have to do with investments, so that we want to change the rules of the game retrospectively. So we should move on fast but cautiously, knowing the facts and the potential and possibilities that the specific market has.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much to all four of you. Thanks very much. I believe we have some kind of consensus there, which is a great way to finish the day.
Πολύ θόρυβο κάνει.
Tremendous. Thank you. Great to see you again. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And stability. He talked about attracting investment, foreign investment and national investment, and the systematic use of state assets. So I think that sets us off to a great start. We're now at the close of this part of the day. The Green Awards ceremony continues next door, and I encourage you to go next door and participate in that. And of course, we have our gala dinner in this room a little later on in the evening. I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible there. For the moment, goodbye from me, and thank you very much. Goodbye.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά που φωνήσει.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
HEDNO is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. HEDNO.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλιά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Our motors. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά που φωνήσει.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicles.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία που φωνήσει.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
It's lovely to see all those of you who were at the conference with us today back here in the room, and for those who weren't, welcome. It's good to see you too. We had a great morning and afternoon. We talked a lot about Thessaloniki, about the region, about Greece and its role in the world. We ranged far and wide geographically and in subject areas. We had 12 ministers with us during the day, including one from Moldova. So we've had a very high-powered, very senior, well-informed day, and we had excellent speakers throughout. But here we are for our gala dinner, where we have more excellent speakers. So I'm very much looking forward to introducing. While I'm up here, while I have the opportunity, just give out some thanks. We should thank our partner in putting this event on, the Power Game, who've been alongside us through the day. We should also thank our excellent sponsors, who of course make all of it possible. I believe we're drinking Moldovan wine, which was a gift from the Moldovan government, so enjoy that. I'm sure it's excellent. And I do want to give a quiet thank you to the Economist team, Haslis Rivas, who are the representatives of the Economist here in Greece, who most of you will know this event was supposed to happen about 3 weeks ago. Unfortunately, we were forced to cancel it or forced to postpone it because of the tragic events following the floods in central Greece. So it's been an extraordinary effort of will to pull everything back together, to get the program back together, and to bring all the guests here for the day. So we're really grateful to our partners at Haslis Rivas, all of the team there, for their efforts. So without further ado, I'm going to invite up for some opening remarks, and also I should thank him before I do, because he's our host for this dinner. So apart from Moldovan wine, everything else, we have our next guest to thank for, and that is Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who is the regional governor of Central Macedonia and the first vice president of the European Committee of the Regions. Apostolos, please, the stage is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly thank you for being here with us in the third Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit organized by Economist. It's a particular honor and pleasure for us to host the former Prime Minister of France, Dominique de Villepin.
Recevoir ici, à Thessalonique, et puis je veux vraiment que vous sachiez que tous les citoyens de Thessalonique, de la Macédoine, sont vraiment des vrais amis de votre pays et des Français. Bienvenue.
Greece and France, ladies and gentlemen, are two steady allies and friends that have a long-term relationship going back in time. In the last 2 years, the relationships between the two countries are better than ever, not due to the good defense agreement that we have signed or the cooperations and partnership that we have for the Mediterranean Union, but simply because we share common points of view within EU about inflation, energy crisis, the increase of extreme parties and many more issues. In the meetings I had with President Macron, we discussed about these issues in the framework of the summit for the future of Europe. And I would like to keep in my mind what President Macron said in the Regions Committee. He said that the regions and municipalities are the heart of Europe. I underline that. In the previous period, that was really hard. France was the true ally of regions and municipalities, and that's very important. I don't want to tire you out with numbers, but think of the following. 60% of public expenditure, 90% of the actions about the environment and tackling climate change, as well as 70% of the overall policies and actions of the EU are held nowadays and are implemented by EU regions. The regions and municipalities are the institutions closest to the citizens. They know the priorities of the society better than anyone else. And they implement actions and projects in a bottom-up approach. And in this way, they can change Europe itself. I would like briefly to refer to the example of the region of Central Macedonia. 87% of our overall budget nowadays from EU and national resources are directed to development and small and medium-sized projects. Despite the fact that the challenges that we face in the previous period were bigger and more than ever, we continued reinforcing Macedonia and modernizing our region. In these years, we completed big projects that upgrade infrastructure. We reinforced hundreds of actions for local businesses. We created new jobs. We invest and finance the tourism businesses. And we have given 1 billion euros for their activities. We have put forward the culture and civilization of Macedonia. We created a digital region. We are the first region in the country offering 200 services in gov.gr, and by the end of 2023 we will have included all the services provided to our citizens in gov.gr. And we would like to abolish all the returning duties that 150,000 citizens and services had to pay. We will create the one-stop service for our region. We upgraded the services provided in chambers and schools. We upgrade the energy performance of more than 40 public buildings, and our region is strong increase, a 9% increase of the GDP in Central Macedonia in just 1 year, 70,000 new employment posts in the last 5 years, with exports amounting to 6.2 billion euros. And at the same time, we are the first region in the country concerning the exportation of agricultural produce. We produce 25% of the primary sector here in our region. We have doubled tourism infrastructure. We have increase of 25% in tourism income and 23% in airport arrivals only in the first semester of 2023, with an increase in logistics and 75% of the overall transport activity being held here in our region. We have a top position in region concerning the harnessing of resources and NSRF funds. And at the same time, Central Macedonia is among the 10 first fastest growing regions in EU. 145 million euros revenue only from the 80 film productions that we have brought here. This is a new industry being developed here. We have international agreements with CERN that has opened up the way so that our businesses can participate in CERN competitions and tenders and visits of students there. With global companies that select nowadays Central Macedonia in order to invest in, showing that they trust our land, our human capital, and our plan for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, for Central Macedonia, an important 5-year period is starting with several projects in all sectors and, of course, in infrastructure. As for example, here in the capital, Thessaloniki, with the redevelopment of TIF, the new flyover that is starting in a month from now, the operation of the subway here in Thessaloniki that is being completed, Thesintec, all these projects are supported by the region of Central Macedonia. Besides that, the big project that was envisaged, implemented, and will be implemented by our region, it is the redevelopment and tapping of the waterfront of the city that will become the new contemporary brand of Thessaloniki, alongside the waterfront that is 40 kilometers. But the whole region of Central Macedonia, with the actions and projects implemented in road network, in digital networks, we create a new region that provides top opportunities in commerce, in energy, in education, in security and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, these projects might have seemed utopian, but nowadays they are visible more than ever. These are projects being implemented by us, changing our land, creating new potential and possibilities and opportunities for everyone. Targets that have been expressed in the past and seem to be utopian, like the well-known Macedonia being the capital of Southeastern Europe. Nowadays, these words are not just slogans and motto, because nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, Central Macedonia is being turned into a capital of extroversion for the whole of our country. Because in each action of ours, we implement our target, which is one and only, our common vision, the vision that brings us all together to build the Macedonia of 2030, a smart region, a modern region, green and with a human face, with several investment opportunities, with sustainable growth that will be reaching each household. Ladies and gentlemen, we have said it and we are turning it into practice with consistency, with cooperation and with trust. I would like to warmly thank you, and for one more time I would like to extend my warmest congratulations on the co-organizers of this Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit by economists, which is a top forum for dialogue in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that.
Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά.
If I were King Charles, which I'm not, just in case anyone's confused on the matter, I would introduce our next guest in French. Unfortunately, my own French is nowhere near good enough. I don't have the confidence to do it. So, Monsieur de Villepin, I'm afraid you'll have to accept my English. Mr. de Villepin is a former French Prime Minister. Before that, he was the Minister of the Interior and of Foreign Affairs in France. He served as a diplomat in Washington, in New Delhi, and he was a government advisor on Africa. He's been around, in other words. He's supported Emmanuel Macron in 2017, so he also knows how to pick a winner. He is one of our next guests. We also have, of course, we're very honoured to have and to invite onto the stage Minister Nikos Dendias, the Minister of Defence for Greece. You all know him, you don't need an introduction from me. And joining us remotely, I'm very, very honoured to welcome Wes Mitchell, who was Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs under the Donald Trump administration. He's the Vice Chair of the Centre for European Policy Analysis, advisor to the US Institute for Peace, and he works with Harvard and Cambridge universities, among many, many other roles that he performs. We're very, very pleased to have all three of them. Please, Minister Dendias and Mr. de Villepin, come and join me on the stage. Wes, it's good to see you on screen. Bonjour, that's about as far as I can get. Would you like to go straight to the podium to
yes, I can do that, so we save some time.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you.
No, thank you. Κύριε.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Μου χαρά και τιμή.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, it is with great pleasure and with honor that I have the opportunity to participate in the third Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit, organized by economists under the title Greece's New Action Plan After the Elections, a process aimed at developing credible, dependable partnerships in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Balkans and the Mediterranean continue to be an interconnected space of rapprochement and communication. In my previous capacity as the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is a huge mistake for Europe to see the Mediterranean as a boundary. The Mediterranean has always been a bridge since the ancient times, a bridge that connects cultures, civilizations, peoples, and in the area of the Balkans, Greece seeks in a substantial and systematic way to consolidate stability, security, and also to create conditions for growth. In recent years, Greece has been implementing a policy which we have referred to as the Minister, the policy of 6 overlapping or intersecting circles. The first one is our presence in Europe and our participation in the European Union. The second circle has to do with the Balkans, which we are to discuss today. The third one is our strategic relationship of cooperation with the US and the NATO, our relationship with relations with the Middle East, the Gulf and North Africa, our relations with the rest of the African continent, and the countries I call the countries beyond our immediate horizon. I'm talking about India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Australia, Japan, countries with which we have many more things to share than meets the eye. And of course, the sixth circle has to do with the presence of Greece in international and regional organizations. Let me remind you our campaign for the presidency for the UN Security Council and for the Committee of Human Rights. Now, coming back to the Balkans. If you observe closely, 4 of these 6 circles, perhaps 5 of them, are intersecting on our region. Let me explain in 2 minutes what I mean by that and to describe the impact of these 4 cycles on the Balkans and the role of Greece. Firstly, our relations with our European partners and friends are not limited to the European Union, also include our bilateral ties and our role to support all Balkan countries to accede to the European Union. We have had a very important success registered with the countries of Eastern Balkans, and I have to say that our guest today, our esteemed guest, was one of those who have helped draft and build the 2003 agenda. Greece, the oldest EU member state in the region, a country anchored to the European law, to European treaties, selected something which was far from self-evident in the past. We decided to become the bridge of the Balkans to Europe, or with Europe. Many voices have been heard, some of them are still loud today, driving Greece to be marginalized, a role which is passive, phobic, and defensive, if you like. The wider political landscape, however, decided to move another way, to another direction, a way of open horizons, an open-minded one. I think that that decision was right, and the recent developments prove that it was right, because these developments jeopardize stability of the European continent. Of course, I'm talking about the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And I have to say that vis-à-vis this phenomenon, war in the 21st century on European soil, we have to have a very clear narrative, all of us, that revisionist practices are not accepted in the 21st century. And behaviors that blatantly violate international law and threaten geopolitical balance and threaten the already agreed boundaries cannot be accepted. Especially this year, in which we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Thessaloniki agenda. So, we must not allow other forces, revisionist forces, to undermine the fragile stability of a region that is historically very sensitive. Let me remind you that the third circle I mentioned before is the one that has to do with the United States and NATO. This circle as well is of great importance for the Balkans following the Russian invasion in Ukraine, both in the narrow military level, but also at the level of cooperation. NATO and the participation of Balkan countries in the NATO act as an accelerator of developments and stability factor. A factor that we have also taken into account is the energy supply of Europe. Europe, following the strategic compass for peace and stability, projects its will to be a factor, a pillar of stability and deterrence. And of course, our close collaboration with the US has shown that Alexandropoli, a city quite unknown until that point, into a city of primary importance, a hub, especially for issues of energy supply for Central and European Europe. Because I believe that, just like Greece, all countries currently underpin and advocate in favor of diversification of energy sources, suppliers and routes towards Central and European and Eastern Europe. So, the connection and integration of the European market with those of European countries is of primary importance, is of critical importance for the stability of our economies. So the role that Greece might play as an energy hub from the south to the north. The facilities of LNG in Revithousa, or the Greece, Bulgaria and Greece, North Macedonia pipelines, as well as the Eurasia and Euro-Africa lines, electricity lines, may significantly strengthen this role. I think we have all agreed on that. Interconnection is an important driver of growth. Of course, we should not forget or sideline something that the head of the region said before about Central Macedonia, and this has to do with the role of our country in facing the new major challenge, climate crisis. Thessaly, a place less than 100 kilometers away from here, suffered a lot. And this is the proof of what I just said. That's why we're standing by the people there to support, and has shown in the most emphatic way the huge threats that the climate change generates, and highlights in the most vivid way the need for interregional and cross-country collaboration in order to mitigate these challenges. And I think that our country, allow me to say, that is at the helm. It's a leader. That's why we have the collaboration with the US in order to organize the 9th International Conference entitled Our Ocean Conference 2024. This is a conference on maritime issues, and because Greece breathes the sea. Sea is in our DNA. So I think that properly